access through like a cell phone too?
Yes, most manufacturers will have an app that you can download and then access it through that app.
What about the ability of the camera system to take screenshots and save them?
A lot of the systems, even the basic DVRs, you can select a screenshot of the video that you're looking at, and on some of the higher line ones, it's able to download it and put it to a computer that you're using.
And speaking of these, customizable features that you talked about and the added features, can you add any facial recognition features to these cameras?
You can on many of the systems nowadays.
Okay, so let's look at 59. All right, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay. So looking at 59, did you take this photo while you were inside the Chow store?
I did.
Okay, and are all the cameras on this screen maintained through the Blue Iris software system?
They are.
And is each camera angle labeled by different names?
They are.
Okay, and do these angles show either inside or outside the store?
They do.
Okay. And at the bottom right, it says May 30th, 2023.
That's right.
All right. Looking at that, I guess, let's see. If you look at like the different screens, do you see some of them have like little bells on them?
I do. You
Okay.
talking about the...
Like a little bell symbol?
Yes, I can see those on several of them.
Okay. Now, when you went back to your office to analyze this particular equipment, or software or video cameras associated with the Blue Iris software cameras, were you able to download any videos from those particular cameras?
I was not.
Okay. And were you looking for, what date were you looking for videos from?
From the date of the incident.
But you couldn't find it?
I did not.
Okay. So were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from other locations around the area?
I was.
And were those locations Springtree Apartments and like Greenbrier Apartments?
That's correct.
And where are those apartments located in relation to the gas station in Springtree Drive?
So Willow Oaks is the road that runs beside the gas station. If you go down there, the first place on your left is Springtree, and then all the way at the end of that road is the entrance, guard shack and all, to Willow Oaks, and then there's a back gate about halfway down there.
And why did you decide to collect videos from those specific locations?
You don't know what you have until you go and look at it and collect it. So with both of those, there was a possibility that the cameras had shown the incident occurring on the roadway.
Okay, and after you reviewed those videos, did they show any of the chase down the street or the shooting?
I could not see that. I could see cars moving and stuff, but the one from Springtree is kind of blocked by a hill and trees. The one from the guard shack at Greenbrier is blocked by the hill in that roadway. And then there's a separate camera on a pole by the back gate, and of course they're interested in people coming to the back gate, so that camera's turned down too low.
So earlier you talked about as part of your job and your kind of just 44 years
That's right.
at Richland County, as law enforcement, you've collected videos from multiple different types of stores and other gas stations?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at take number 57. Okay, so how would you compare the amount of video surveillance systems, the amount of storage servers that the Chow has in their stores compared to other stores that you've been to?
An objection, there's no foundation to establish that he has that information or the ability to make it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So the DVR systems, it's not unusual to see more than one in the store. It's not unusual to see DVR systems that are built into computer systems. What I found unusual was the amount of storage. That's way more stories than I've ever seen at any convenience store or house or anything like that.
Okay, and those 6, servers that are stacked up, those amount of storage that's like
Actually, ma'am, the figures on that. So you've got 12, not 6 in each box at times 20.
So you said what?
So you have 20 terabyte times 12.
Okay. And like, apps and stuff like that, like, I guess. Computer storages, like, do they usually have this much storage?
They do not.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with digital equipment, would you describe the types of equipment that the Chows had in their store as low quality or inexpensive?
It would be expensive.
Is it expensive?
Yes.
Okay. Like $200 expensive?
No.
What?
I have not priced the Synology. That's a brand name on those storage boxes.
I have no idea, and would object to this on the grounds of relevance. This is very interesting, that question of the foundation, but it is irrelevant.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just the hard drives nowadays would be very expensive. Hard drives have gone up tremendously. At that time, you were probably looking at several $100s per hard drive. Boxes like that are, I would be safe to say, in excess of $5,000 a piece. The one that I have in my office is nowhere near as robust as that. And it's at least that much.
So it's fair to say they made a large investment in their security and storage equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So you said earlier, as a digital forensic examiner, you have to learn about advances in technology, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with facial recognition software technology?
To some degree.
Okay. Can you just generally explain what your knowledge of that is?
So facial recognition basically uses biometric points on a person's face. It's science type thing where you pick out so many points that are in the same place. It then basically makes a mathematical algorithm out of it. And then with the newer DVRs and cameras, there are actually some cameras that will do the facial recognition itself, but you can compare that to a known picture and it can tell you whether it's the same person, or it will give you a probability rating as to whether it's the same person.
Is facial recognition a method that law enforcement can use to identify people?
It is.
And typically, to use facial recognition technology, you have to have a photo of that person's face, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can that photo come from a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video?
It can.
All right. And are you aware of Richland County Sheriff's Department investigators using screenshots from surveillance videos to identify potential suspects through facial recognition?
I am. We have an intel unit in the investigative division, and they usually handle that, but they also have software to do it with, where they can take pictures from a lot of different places and use it to compare.
And are surveillance videos a useful tool and source of evidence that can assist in criminal investigations?
They are.
Okay. And even in non-criminal investigations, let's say like a missing person investigation, are you aware of surveillance videos being used in that context?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you kind of mentioned this earlier, but surveillance videos can show people. They can even show cars of interest, right?
So, yeah, most of the systems that do any type of recognition can be set so that it will recognize whether it's a person that it's seeing, whether it's a car that it's seeing, whether it's a small animal, dog, cat, something like that.
Have you personally ever been asked by an investigator at the sheriff's department to take a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video for a criminal investigation?
I have.
Can surveillance videos help identify potential suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos also be used to eliminate people as suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos be used to prove that someone did not commit a crime?
It can.
Now, in the videos that you downloaded from the Hikvision and Alpha DVR systems, were there approximately 5 different camera angles captured in those videos?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those captured angles from both inside and outside the stores?
Correct.
And were those videos in color?
They were.
All right. And when you reviewed those videos, did you see any videos that showed the victim inside the store?
I did.
Okay. And how well were you able to see the victim's face in those videos?
It was pretty clear. It's very clear video, actually.
Okay. So looking at a still shot from stage number 3, and that's from a video that you downloaded, looking at the victim's pants, excuse me a little bit. All right, so you're able to zoom in. Looking at his pant leg, are you able to tell what that symbol is?
It appears to me to be the Nike swoosh.
Okay, and that came from a video downloaded from the Chow's video surveillance system.
That's correct.
So still looking at this still shot, that green box on the victim's face, what does that appear to be?
The green box is what's known as a boundary box, and that's what the system is doing to focus in on what it's looking for or what it sees and recognizes as either, if it was a person, that boundary box would probably be, head to toe or somewhere about there. And so it appears to me that it's looking at the face. I don't know how accurate it is or anything like that.
And what other types of technology have you seen those green boxes show up on videos?
I've seen it on a lot of different DVRs and MVRs.
What about facial recognition?
Yes.
Okay. So look at 59. Or actually 57. So looking at these stage 59 with the camera screens that you already testified about, when you looked at this picture before, how many different camera angles did the defendant Rick Chow have set up in his store solely maintained from just the Blue Iris camera system?
I believe they're 39.
39? Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You can step down. All right, solicitor, what you got next?
We have one
I just did, how long?
fairly short, I think.
Okay. All right, well, let's try to get that one in for one. Oh, next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Matthew Dooley, Michael Dooley. Sorry.
affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Shall I see the witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name spelled Dooley.
May I please report?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Could you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Yeah, those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the road.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive.
Very.
Okay. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense within our identifications of state 7481. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes, State Exhibit 74, 75, 77, and 78. Without showing them to the jury, could you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They are not.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection, Your Honor.
Part of the United States 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Permission to publish now?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dooley, court's indulgence, Your Honor. Mr. Dooley, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
Okay. And there was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 75 next? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And yeah. And is that the same item, just a different angle?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you show 77? Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I tell you correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Could you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Court's indulgence. While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Would you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes. It states 80 and 81. Stop showing those to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and states 81 and 80 into evidence.
Your objection?
Well, Your Honor, our objection is that he's not going to be questioned about what it is if they want to introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And So I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony.
Well, you guys have testified.
And Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
They will be admitted as states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And could you show you? Is that the same thing that you noticed in the victim's back, just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence. When you were there, did you observe any diagrams for the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
Okay. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an x-ray performed on the victim.
Okay. Would you recognize a photo of that if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness before it's been marked by State's Exhibit 79.
And Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take. It's a photograph he saw. He can't.
Oh, he's testified to that, yes.
That was the question. Oh, I thought, okay. I'll remain standing.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the x-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
And Your
That is
Honor,
correct.
My objection is he didn't take it. He saw it at the autopsy. That's for the
You
pathologist.
said he took a photo of
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point, Your Honor.
He's off, indicating the photo overall.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what I've handed you, does it look substantially similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, this time, the state would offer State 79 to evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79, subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the x-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness before it's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you who collected it from the coroner?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from the coroner's to Richland County?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 into evidence only for identification purposes as a projectile.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as state 9 without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Wrong thing there.
Mr. Dooley, did you go to the, I'm not clear on this, may have been clear to the jury, I was having more trouble hearing you at my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
Okay. But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you've said, to just take some photographs, collect some evidentiary items, is that right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs, though we don't have them, you have them, I assume, of a backpack?
If I may reference, make sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or
Did not.
photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
with a picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
All right. Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Find any money? Nothing?
I did not.
Do you have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
Are these long pants and shorts?
He had both.
Okay, had both on. Did you find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
In the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
Okay, we have Exhibit 75, which has been admitted. That's one, that's the side view of the shoe, I guess.
Yes.
And then we've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe.
That would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight, but okay. You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So, of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings, no cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over here, Rex?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. We will, let's be back ready to go at 2 o'clock. And again, don't discuss the case with one another or do any research, anything of that nature. And enjoy lunch. We'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. Mr. Swerve, I want to talk about the schedule moving forward. Yeah, we're on that.
No, I don't have it. I just want to see whether or not we need to bring anybody in at this point. Okay? You're going to finish today, tomorrow, or
We
Monday?
should finish today. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fine. We should finish today, so I hope.
Okay.
We'll have witnesses ready for tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right, you enjoy your lunch?
Whipple, have you sent the updated jury instructions? to
I will
Jennifer?
send that right now.
And you can make the changes now, removing defendant not testifying and including that paragraph, defendant becoming a witness. All right, let's practice, Mr. Tower. Practice getting up once you fix the chair.
One down there.
All right, does that work? All right, practice getting up without making noise with your feet. Okay?
So right now, when you start talking, just pull it closer to you.
Okay? You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes,
All right,
Your
let's
Honor.
bring the jurors in. So, Ms. Frablich, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. Gilman, and you can call your client, Mr. Tower, as a witness. Let's bring the jurors in.
All rise, jurors enter.
All right, everybody may be seated. All right, state.
Your Honor, the state is resting its case in chief.
All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
The defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine,
What part of Ukraine?
in far east part, Luhansk. That is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I believe I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there, I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine, before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like
Well,
what type of house?
before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to all this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly?
You may.
When your mother passed away?
Well, my mother passed away. You know, I would like to talk about, before I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that.
You know,
The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the questions,
Sure.
but
Okay, so your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you, okay?
Well, it's important that.
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom, okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met him at I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met him. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that the first time that you had met them?
That was the first time, yes.
Okay. And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
Okay. And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here in 2015. Yes.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Your Honor, I object to the editorializing by this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did a half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No.
How did you learn English?
By conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You said you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It's just too many family issues there.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? Because I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assumed that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Ask
All
for
right.
the.
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Please leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting.
I can see the file.
All right, Mr. Gibbon, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on the stand. Tower, are you okay and able to continue?
yes.
Okay. You understand why we took the break, right? I can't have that kind of show of emotion in front of the jury and that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay, are you able to move forward in that
I am.
position? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in, please.
rise, jury's under.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Objection.
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on, one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adopted parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gilman.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately, given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State the cross-examination when you're ready.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? Guess not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You're asking me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me, there was nothing to think, that's your answer, all right. So, you're telling me that as a human being, you walk into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home, that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer's too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
You told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. I just went on a lot, you
Let the
know.
jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where. So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again.
You don't remember that?
Again. I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
And more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen how many times. So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say.
Let's not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Towers?
21?
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the States.
Mr.
Especially-
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago, before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer
You get
my
it mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
impressions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
Because why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple-
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
Away from them, please.
maybe for a couple months. I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I
under
know I'm
oath
under
to
oath.
tell the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need to
father.
wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living hell.
No, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment,
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now. But you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent. But you're asking me a.
You made their
Pointless
life a living
question.
hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage
If I
to
made-
his wife. Isn't it true?
If I made their life a
Mr.
living hell,
Folks,
that's probably
hold-
had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Franklin, you're
answer.
asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it, okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Franklin.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all. And then he wanted to adopt a daughter. And then finally, he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to
The
Jennifer.
question, sir, the question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
All right, I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
Estate, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on, okay? I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? You even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect, Mr. Gilman?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting. I can't have anybody in any way trying to influence our jury. They're going to make a decision based on the facts, the witnesses called, et cetera, and the law, okay? At some point during the trial, it may be that autopsy photos are shown. Of course, those can be graphic and difficult to look at. Again, if you're having a difficult time keeping your composure, it's understandable, but please quietly remove yourself from the courtroom. You can, of course, come back in once that type of testimony is completed, okay? Also, please try not to go in and out of the courtroom if you can avoid it. I need the jurors to be able to focus on the lawyers when they speak, the court, and the witnesses, and the evidence. We will take breaks periodically where you'll have opportunities to leave the courtroom, use the restroom, and make calls, okay? Please make sure your phones are turned to silent or off. Appreciate it so we don't have any unnecessary disturbances. All right, good morning, Mr. Tower.
Morning.
All right, we have the defendant, Mr. Tower, in the courtroom. We have Mr. Gilman. We have our prosecutors who are finishing up, getting the evidence pre-marked. Deputy, do we have all our jurors up?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Notepads are out. Folks, I went over all those preliminary instructions on Monday after we selected and swore in the jury. Mr. Gilman, is there any instruction that you'd like for me to give to the jury before opening statements?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Frablich?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Whipple?
I'll answer for her.
Say no.
No, say no. Leon, say no.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, as soon as the state has their evidence pre-marked, we'll begin with the trial, okay? Mr. Tower, we do have a notepad and a pen. There's cups, water. Be careful when you pour it. It comes out quick. If you need another notepad or pen, let the bailiffs know. Let me remind you the headphones you can put on if we have a bench discussion here at the bench, okay? I do have Zoom open. All right, our procedure has the state go first. State, when you're ready, please begin.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court? Members of the jury. Rage. That was the defendant's answer. In this case, the evidence will show that on the morning of September 1st of 2023, the morning after the defendant stabbed his parents to death, after he led the Northport Police Department on a high-speed chase down and up I-75, after he ran through woods and swam through canals for almost 8 hours to avoid capture. The morning after, he sat in an interview room with detectives, and they asked him a question. What happened last night? What happened? Help us understand. And you'll hear that he answered with one word: rage. A rage that he described had been boiling until it reached the point the previous night where he decided to do it. As you've been instructed, Dima Tower, the defendant in this case, has been charged with 3 criminal offenses for his conduct on the night of August 31st of 2023. 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder for the murder of Robbie and Jennifer Tower, and 1 count of fleeing to elude law enforcement. In this trial, the state will prove to you that the defendant is guilty as charged by presenting evidence. In this trial, you'll hear evidence, and you'll see it in witness testimony, in physical exhibits, in video, in photographs, in the results of forensic testing, and in this case, you will also hear the defendant's own words. For the witness testimony, you'll hear from civilians. You'll hear from Jonna Walton. She was a neighbor on Malacott Road of the Towers. She knew them personally. They were friends. You'll hear how, on the night of August 31st, she was asleep in her bed. You'll hear how close to midnight she was woken up by sounds at the door, ringing, banging. You'll hear how she heard a woman's voice call out for help. And that voice was so desperate that she did not recognize it. You'll hear how she ran down the stairs. And a few moments later, she called law enforcement, 911. And you'll hear how she opened the door. No one was there, but she saw the blood. She saw stains of blood. And you'll see photographs of that blood, starting at her door, her doorbell, going across the driveway, down, all the way to the tower home. You'll also hear from civilian Miss Melissa Snow. She was staff at a local preschool near the Lower Road exit of I-75 in Venice. You'll hear how she went to work that day, about 7:30, like normal, and there was lockdown because of the defendant at large in the area. You'll hear how she saw someone matching that description, and she notified law enforcement. And he was heading in the direction that about 30 minutes later, he was finally apprehended. You'll hear from Kay Rosas. She was a store clerk at the Shell gas station, where the defendant was ultimately arrested. You'll see the video of him going through that store. And you'll see him walking like it was any other day, like nothing had happened. You'll also hear from law enforcement witnesses in this trial. You'll hear from Officer Tyler Ragakis of the Northport Police Department. You'll hear how he was the first officer on scene at 1240 Malacott Road, and he saw the defendant getting ready and getting in his car, and he called out to him. And you'll hear from his testimony, but you'll also see it in his dash cam footage. You'll see the defendant ignore him, get in his car, and speed away around another officer coming down the road. You'll see for about 30 minutes the defendant's driving. First, as he's speeding through the residential streets of Northport, running stop signs. At one point he goes, you'll see, down the opposite side of the road to try to get away from officers. You'll see when he merges on I-75, you'll see him drive around cars and speed towards Charlotte County until he turns around and goes back towards Venice. And you'll see where he finally abandons the car and takes off running into the woods, where he's able to avoid officers for that entire night up until the next morning. You'll hear testimony from Detective Cade Ryer. He was an officer at the time with the Venice Police Department. He was the one who went out to location where a sighting of a potential subject was called out near the Lower Road exit. And you'll hear how he happened to be checking the Shell gas station at the same time the defendant was walking in the back of the building, and they were able to make the arrest. You'll also hear from Corporal St. Jean. He was the lead detective assigned to this case in this investigation. You'll hear the steps of his investigation, identifying a suspect. And you'll hear how, after the defendant was arrested, he and another detective, Detective Chippendale, with the Northport Police Department, went to the police station in Venice to meet with the defendant, where they conducted an interview. That interview was video recorded. So you will hear in this trial the defendant's own words about what happened. You will hear that prior to that night, despite his parents being loving, the defendant was angry. Angry at life, that it was not turning out the way he expected. And that anger was building and boiling. You'll hear how that night was not the first time he thought about killing his parents. You'll hear how that day started out like any other normal day for him, that he went for a full shift at his job, came home, then went to his car and had a drink and began to think. You'll hear how that's when the thoughts came again, that he wasn't happy in killing his parents. You'll hear how he went back into the house, into his bedroom, and he continued to have that thought. And that's when he decided to do it. That's what he was going to do, and you'll hear this in the interview, that he was going to get it over with. You'll hear him describe as he walks to the kitchen, takes a knife out of the knife block, a steak knife, and he walks to the master bedroom. You'll hear how that day, that night, there was no argument. There was no confrontation. His parents were asleep in their bed. He walked into the bedroom, he went to his father's side of the bed, and he started to stab into the darkness. You'll hear him describe how he stabbed too many times that he couldn't even count. You'll hear the defendant say that the knife slipped away as he was stabbing. And you'll hear how losing the knife was not enough to stop him, that he walked back to the kitchen, grabbed a second knife out of the block, and walked back to the bedroom. And these are his own words to finish what he started. You'll hear how, as he's stabbing his father tried to fight him off. But there was blood everywhere, and the defendant was too strong. You'll hear how his father, Robbie Tower, went to the living room to try to get away, and the defendant followed him and continued to stab until Robbie Tower died, collapsed on the carpet of the living room floor. You'll hear how the defendant's mother woke up while this was happening and tried to defend her husband, but she wasn't strong enough. You'll hear how after she was stabbed, she fled to the neighbor's house for help. And you'll hear how the defendant followed her and took her back inside. You'll hear how the defendant did not immediately finish killing her. You'll hear how he had things to say first. You'll hear how she sat on the couch while he stood over her, telling her those things. You'll hear how while she was on the couch, she cried and pled for her life. But the defendant didn't care. And when he was done, that's when he decided to finish killing her. You'll hear how he stabbed her again, over and over again, in her face and her neck. You'll hear how she didn't die on the couch. She was able to crawl away on the carpet looking for her husband. And you'll hear that's where she died, lying next to him. You'll hear how, when he was done, the defendant knew someone would have called the police and he had to move fast. So you'll hear how he made a series of calculated decisions after they were dead. You'll hear how he took the knife that he had and he cleaned it and he put it in the knife block. He cleaned himself off, he grabbed some belongings, and he went to his car to leave. You'll hear how he saw law enforcement get there. He heard the officer call out. And he didn't give a shit. Those are his words. You'll hear again how that night was not the first time he thought about hurting his parents. But that was the night that he decided to finally do it. And you'll hear motive. When detectives ask him, how could your rage get to that point? Help us understand what happened. He answered that he was fed up with this country and the bullshit that this country had to offer him. And his parents, they were a part of that. And he didn't like them as people anymore. And so he knew he would kill them. In this trial, you'll also hear from law enforcement witnesses that specialize in forensics and evidence collection. You'll hear from crime scene technician Elizabeth Walker. You'll see the photographs that she took and see the videos that she documented of 1240 Malakoff Road and the surrounding houses that night. You'll see the signs of a violent struggle. You'll see the bedroom where the killing started and the bloody sheets, still wet when they were photographed. You'll see blood stains going up to the ceiling, surrounding everything around the bed. You'll see the living room. You'll see the stains on the couch where Robbie and Jennifer Tower were. And you'll see their final resting place on the living room carpet. And you see the blood stains going from the front door to the neighbor's house of Jennifer Tower, trying to get help. You'll also see the knives that were collected that the defendant used to kill his parents. You'll also hear from crime scene technician Courtney Stender. She assisted with processing and documenting the vehicle that the defendant fled in and abandoned that night. And you'll see pictures of that vehicle. Next, you'll hear from Charlene Webster with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You'll hear how she received the knives and blood samples from the Northport Police Department in evidence, and she performed testing on those samples. You'll hear about her procedures for doing that, and you'll hear how, at the conclusion of her testing, that Robbie and Jennifer Tower's blood, as well as the defendant's, were identified on the knives that he admitted to using. Lastly, you'll hear from Dr. Russell Vega. He's the chief medical examiner for the 12th Circuit. He examined the victims in the home where they died. He also performed formal autopsies in the medical examiner's office. Through his testimony and the pictures that you'll have to see, you will see the extent and the quantity of the stab wounds to Robbie and Jennifer Tower. The evidence will show that Robbie Tower had 68 penetrating wounds. Wounds to his scalp, his neck, shoulders, chest, his back, arms, and one of his legs. You'll hear that Robbie Tower had perforations of a carotid artery, larynx, and his left lung. You'll also see and hear that Jennifer Tower had 79 penetrating stab wounds clustered over her scalp, her head, her back, her right shoulder, her chest and arms, and 38 stab wounds to her neck. You'll hear that she had perforations of her carotid artery, her internal jugular vein, and even her spinal cord. At the end of this trial, in the close of all the evidence, after the judge instructs you in the law, the state will ask you to render a verdict that aligns with three things: the evidence that you will be presented, the law, and your common sense. We will ask that you render a verdict that holds the defendant accountable and that you find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Right, defense, when you're ready.
Thank you. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through, everything that I've seen. On the date that the state is talking about, Dima Tower was a few days short of his 22nd birthday. He had been in this country for approximately 7 to 8 years. He came from Ukraine, where he was in foster care prior to coming to this country. He was in foster care, you will hear, because his mother passed away when he was very young, and his family in Ukraine just didn't want to deal with him. So they put him in foster care in a country at war, where he was raised until two strangers picked him up and brought him to America. I'm basically a nobody coming from nowhere. That's what Mr. Tower said. This trial is going to be a little bit different. If you're expecting that I'm going to stand here and say that Mr. Tower is not guilty of anything, you would be incorrect. We talked during jury selection about different levels of murder and different levels of homicide.
Let's continue for a moment. Let's see if we can continue.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Gilman.
So the decision that you collectively as a group and individually will have to come to is whether or not Mr. Tower has the ability to fully form the...
It's difficult for, I think,
Sure.
here. Let's take a short break. Members of the jury, can you please leave your notepads turned down here in the courtroom, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service. You're going to get tired of this, okay? Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
All right, jurors exiting.
Okay.
Okay. You're there.
All right, we just, everybody may be seated. We just had, I just excused the jury. It got to the point where the defendant, in crying and using Kleenex, was disrupting the jury trial. Mr. Tower, I won't allow that to continue, so take a moment, compose yourself, and we'll get started in about 5 or so minutes, okay? We'll take a short break.
All rise. Court is in a brief recess. This transport.
I did. Can I have each of you approach for a moment?
A little bit about different levels.
Quarter till midnight, did something wake you up?
It did.
Tell the jury what you heard.
Well, I heard the Ring doorbell at first.
Okay.
So
And after you heard that doorbell, what did you hear next?
I heard banging and screaming for help. I need help, I need help.
Okay. And that voice, I need help, did you recognize that voice?
I did not recognize the voice at the time. It woke me up out of a sleep. It's just a female voice. That's all I could know at the time.
Okay. Now, when you heard what was happening at your door, were you afraid?
Yeah, I was concerned. I ran downstairs to my daughter who was sleeping downstairs in the room down there. And that was the first thing I did, make sure she was okay.
Okay. So when you ran downstairs, you made sure she was okay?
I did.
Okay. Did you see your son as well?
He followed me down the stairs because he heard it as well.
Okay. Now, after you made sure that your daughter was safe, what did you do then?
I went back upstairs. My husband was actually still asleep, and I woke him up, and I explained what I had heard. So.
Yeah. And I want to take just one step back.
Okay.
Before you went back upstairs, did you do anything to try to see what was happening outside?
Yeah, I did. I actually peeked through, right next to our front door, there's a glass window and there's mini blinds on it. So I peeked through those to see anything, but our light was off, so it was dark out there. I didn't see anything.
Okay. And after you checked that front window, did you check another window at the front of your house?
I did. Right next to it is that office/guest room, and there's a window in there too. It's a little bit bigger window, so I checked that one too to see if I could see anything. But it was dark. It was dark outside.
So were you able to see anyone at your door out that window?
I couldn't see anything.
No. Okay. So after you did that, what did you do then?
I went up. That's when I went up to go wake my husband up and tell him what I heard, and then I came back downstairs.
Yeah. So when you first wake up your husband, what were you guys doing upstairs?
We were actually trying to find the gun safe key. We couldn't find it, so of course we were very nervous. It was concerning. So we, trying to find the key, he was looking around for it, and I went back downstairs to my daughter
Yeah.
and to my son.
Yeah.
So
Was he able to find the gun?
he was not.
Okay. So once you go back downstairs, were you able to see anything at that point?
No.
No. Okay. So what did you do then?
That's when I called 911.
Okay. And when you called 911, about, to the best of your memory, how much time had passed since you were first woken up?
It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. Just maybe that's about it.
Yeah. Now, while you were talking on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, did you open your front door?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what you saw?
I saw a lot of blood on the ground. You know, I didn't expect that. I had actually turned the light on to see, and when I did, I looked down and you can see it all on my front porch, front walkway.
And what did you do when you saw that blood?
I kind of freaked out a little. I told them that we needed someone, I don't know if it was an ambulance or police or whoever. 911 told me to shut the door and lock it, and I did, so. And they asked me to stay on the phone with them until an officer showed up.
Yeah. So you were still on the phone while that happened?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
So I'm showing you the Fin Pre-Mark Estates Exhibit 2 for identification. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was the disc that we reviewed prior to this to make sure, and I signed it and dated it.
Okay, so you reviewed the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay. And are the contents of that disc a true and accurate copy of the 911 call that you made on August 31st of 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Estates 2 into evidence.
No objection. Right, what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Number 2 will be admitted into evidence. You may publish it at your leisure. Are you going to play it right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a transcript with that or no?
No.
No, okay. Before you publish it, let me let the jurors know. All items that are admitted into evidence, for example, this 911 tape, it's not your last opportunity to view, listen to, or consider that evidence. At the end of the trial, when you're in that deliberation room, we'll have what we call a jury card. IT will come down and explain it to you, and you'll be able to, for example, put this disc into your jury card and listen to it again in the jury room, okay?
And for the record, the state's publishing States 2. And it might get a little bit of light.
Okay.
Cell phones are not authorized by the court. They must be turned completely off. Not to vibrate, not to silent, but off. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Someone sent me a message and asked that request on the record actually what color your suit is.
I think it's showing difference in the Miami Dolphins.
It's seafoam. Different shades in case you was curious. It is seafoam, definitely.
Seafoam is. And you can probably imagine who that was.
And I don't want to know who asked.
Oh, you know.
Oh, I do.
Okay, we can wait. I'm a little bit early. Okay. How long do y'all anticipate the check? Certainly not, I hope if you need to take it all next week, that's fine. Just I'm not screwed. I'm just trying to play. I got. So we got everybody we need now? Yes, sir. All right, bring us a jury, please, Mr. Doe. The jury is seated, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Toll. Mr. Ready to call your next witness?
We are on State Calls Amanda Metz.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amanda Metz, M-E-T-Z.
Okay. Investigator Metz, right?
Sort of. It's examiner.
Examiner Metz, okay. Where are you employed?
I work at the Richland County Sheriff's Department in the Forensic Sciences Laboratory in the Firearm and Toolmark section.
Okay. How long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department in that capacity?
I've been at the Sheriff's Department for 16 years and in that capacity for 14.
Okay. Tell us generally, I mean, I know this is a broad kind of question, what goes on in the Forensic Science Laboratory, specifically the Firearm and Tool Marking section?
So the Firearm and Toolmark section primarily examines firearms and ammunition components and then report our findings to the court. So we're examining them for forensic evidence. What this means is primarily we're doing a bullet-to-bullet comparison, bullet-to-firearm comparison, cartridge case to cartridge case comparison, cartridge case to firearm comparison. That's our main bread and butter. We have a lot of other kind of smaller disciplines that we do, so tool marks such as bolt cutters to a padlock, that sort of thing, as well as serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, and then we also participate in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Imaging Network, also called NIBIN. It's a lot easier to say. And we do that all with either evidence cartridge cases or evidence firearms.
Okay. Any clue, I don't know, how many firearms you examine in any given year?
The laboratory or myself?
You.
I can probably tell you over my career, I've examined thousands, 5,000 myself. Yearly, we examine well over 3,000, 4,000 firearms each year in the laboratory.
Okay. Are you ever asked to match a fired cartridge casing to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Are you ever asked to match a projectile to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, well, I guess before we get going too much farther, what is a cartridge casing?
So a cartridge case, well, we'll start out. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition, so it's the whole piece. It contains the projectile or bullet that sits inside the cartridge case, which is what holds the gunpowder, as well as the primer. So the primer and the gunpowder are what have that combustion that allow the firearm to actually function, meaning it allows the bullet to be pushed down and out the barrel and towards the target. And sometimes, depending on the type of firearm, the cartridge case to be pushed back and extracted and ejected.
So a fired cartridge casing is what would be left behind after a projectile is fired?
Yes, after a cartridge is fired, a cartridge case could be what's left behind. So in some situations, such as a revolver, the cartridge cases aren't extracted and ejected. They remain inside the cylinder. But the cartridge case and a projectile are what we call fired components. They're what happens after you fire the cartridge. They're the remaining components. So the cartridge case will no longer have the gunpowder and the primer's been expended. And then the projectile obviously will have passed through the barrel of a firearm. And so those are two fired components.
So like, this was an intact cartridge or unfired bullet. When it's fired, the projectile travels away and meets its target, whatever it may be, and what's left is this casing.
Correct, cartridge case, yes.
Okay. And the projectile, wherever it goes, you can sometimes recover it too and match it back.
Sometimes, obviously, it just depends on how far it's gone and what it's gone into. Same thing with cartridge cases. Sometimes you can recover them and sometimes you can't.
All right. Were you asked to, in this particular case, examine a Glock 45 and a Taurus 9mm pistol?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to examine a projectile?
Yes.
Were you asked to examine a fired cartridge casing?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert before in firearm and tool marking ID?
Yes, I have.
All right. Approximately how many times?
Approximately more than 20 times, 20, 25 times.
Okay. Now, at this time, the state does offer examiner Amanda Metz as an expert in firearm and tool marking ID.
No objection. No objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you something about experts in a minute. I need to make this finding, though, that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving certain factual questions. Ms. Metz is qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and the methodology and testimony is reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give you opinion testimony. Their testimony must be what they heard, saw, smelled, touched, something of that nature. However, there's an exception when somebody is qualified because of their education and experience. They are permitted to give you their opinion in certain areas if I find that they are qualified. As I've stated, Ms. Metz will be qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and that does not mean you must accept her opinion, but it's evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it whatever weight or credibility you deem necessary during your deliberations. Okay, Mr. Scott.
All right, Examiner Metz, I have that your analyses took place between May 13th of 2024 and June 10th of 2024?
Yes, correct.
All right. And during that time period, did you have an opportunity to examine states number 11, which has been admitted into evidence?
Yes, so I recognize and identify States Exhibit 11 as my Richland County items 21 and 22.
Oh, okay. Well, it's states number 11 for this trial's purpose, but you recognize?
Yes, correct, as Richland County items 21 and 22.
Okay. I'm going to need to refer to the states number 11.
Yes.
What is states number 11?
It is a Taurus Model G3 9mm Luger caliber pistol. The serial number is ADG 488788, and the other part of that, which is a separate item number for us, but still states Exhibit 11, is a Taurus 9mm Luger caliber magazine assembly and 10 unfired 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
Okay. So the magazine, you had not only the pistol, but the magazine and 10 unfired bullets.
Well, yes, however, they're not in this box.
Okay. For course safety purposes, we don't typically enter a gun.
Correct.
But you received
Yes.
10 unfired cartridges.
That's correct, yes.
And did you find states number 11 to be in working order?
I did, yes.
Ms. Hawk, something keeps popping up on the left screen. It's like someone's computer is locked and it keeps making noise popping up. I don't know who's plugged into it.
Anybody plugged into the system?
Somebody,
I'm a Luddite. It's not me.
Amazing. Somebody moved in the house and it keeps popping up with this. We just turn it off. Left, right.
Somebody log in. We're not hardwired, John. We're not hardwired. Well, at least just mute it.
Or yes, maybe just try to.
Oh, that's the limits.
Well, nobody has a WebEx computer. We removed it. It was right there. Yeah.
But that's the monitor we use for WebEx.
Yeah. But it's in over this mouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties. It should be.
They'll work out that.
All right, Mr. Scott. Okay. We're not making noise anymore.
We're talking about, you had 10 unfired, I'm gonna call them bullets, but that's a cartridge and.
So yes, cartridges is the correct term for unfired. Bullet is what comes out and down and out the barrel of the firearm.
You had 10 unfired cartridges.
Yes.
You had a magazine and then you had a 9mm pistol.
Correct.
Did you test the 9mm pistol?
I did.
Was it in working order?
It was functioning properly, yes.
You did you or did you not have a chance to look at states number 6? Is that a tack light, what we've been calling it?
I did not have a chance to look at States Exhibit 6.
Okay. We met last week.
Week before that.
Week before. And I showed you states number 6, the tack
Yes.
light. And we were able to put it on the Taurus, were we not?
Yes. Well, this is a solo fish laser flashlight combination. And the way they design it is so that it has rails that can expand and contract. They're designed to fit most pistols, even compact pistols. As long as the firearm has an accessory rail, they could even fit a rifle, depending on, again, if it has a correct accessory rail. They're really universal. They're meant to go on quite a few different firearms.
Okay. With states number 11, the Taurus, it would be compatible with the solo fish tack light.
It's compatible with just about every pistol that has accessory rails, which the Taurus does have accessory rails.
Okay. Are you familiar with the solo fish brand?
I'm familiar in that I've seen it attached to firearms and know how it works, yes.
Okay. Are laser pointers attached to firearms, is that an uncommon thing?
No.
What about flashlights attached to guns? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon. I mean, this is a very popular brand flashlight, and almost all of their flashlights are flashlight laser combinations. So you have the option of either having a laser or a flashlight or both at the same time.
I mean, could I buy one of those like at Dick's or Academy
You
Sports?
could get it off of Amazon if you wanted to.
Amazon, okay. Did you have an opportunity to, well, you already said the Glock 45, that's states number 10. An opportunity to examine that.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 10 as Richland County items 19 and 20.
The 10 is the Glock 45 caliber?
That's correct. It's State's Exhibit 10 is the Glock Model 30S 45 auto caliber pistol. Serial number is XRP621, as well as a Glock 45 auto caliber magazine assembly and 8 unfired 45 auto caliber cartridges. But again, I don't have the unfired cartridges in this box.
Now, with the Glock, were you asked to test it against a fired cartridge casing?
I was asked to do a general examination, which is when we get this evidence, we look at the fired evidence first, look at class characteristics. So class characteristics for fired evidence is the caliber, what sort of, for cartridge cases, we're looking at firing pin shape, ejector shape, any breech face markings. For projectiles, we're looking at the caliber again, as well as the rifling type. Once we determine that, then we would look at the appropriate firearms that we have.
Okay, so the Glock number, State's number 10, was it in working order?
It was working order, yes.
You just described a general kind of analysis of the
Yes, so we don't get fired evidence and only compare it to a singular firearm. Like that's not our main goal. Our main goal is to look at the fired evidence first, see what characteristics fit, and examine the firearms that could have fired it. So in this instance, we have 2 different caliber firearms, and then we would compare our fired evidence to which firearm has the correct class characteristic or caliber.
Let me see if I can ask that another way. This is State's number 7. It's been admitted into evidence, and it is a fired cartridge casing from a 45 caliber pistol. So did you examine State's number 7 and compare it to State's number 10, the Glock pistol?
Yes, can I have some scissors, please? Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 7 as Richland County Item 5, which is 1 fired 45 auto caliber cartridge case.
Oh, you have it open. Can you hold that? I'm just going to set it here. Okay, so that we kind of talked about there. That's a fired cartridge casing.
Correct. So there's nothing inside of it. When it's unfired, gunpowder is housed inside of it with the bullet kind of like holding it all in.
My analogy, that would be the pin part that's left behind in the projectile leads. That fired cartridge casing.
Yes.
Did it match either one of those guns you tested?
It did identify to State's Exhibit 10.
Which is?
The Glock 45 auto caliber pistol.
That fired cartridge casing matched State's number 10, which is the Glock 45 caliber pistol.
Yes.
All right. You still got your scissors, so this is State's number 9. Let me ask if you had a chance to examine State's number 9.
Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 9 as Richland County Item 16, which is 1 fired metal jacketed bullet.
Okay.
Do you want that too?
What we got?
Oh.
Is that what this is? State's number 74?
I have to. That's not my photo, so it looks similar. Yes.
Okay. Is it projectile
It's a bullet, projectile, yes.
Is that how the projectile, the bullet looks when it's attached to the cartridge before it's fired?
No, that's not how it looks when it's intact before firing.
Okay. What causes a projectile?
So this is a jacketed hollow point, which means that the inside is lead and is surrounded by a metal jacket, usually copper or brass. And jacketed hollow point means that the point, the top of the bullet, the nose of the bullet is open. And those are designed to, when upon impact, spread so that it doesn't travel through your target and possibly hit something you're not meaning to shoot at.
Okay.
So this is what happens. It expands into this pretty starfish.
Okay. So stage number 9, projectile. Were you able to match that to either of the firearms you tested?
Yes, I identified it to State's Exhibit 10, the Glock 45 auto caliber pistol.
Okay. So the Glock 45 fired this casing that we heard testimony about before, and it fired the projectile shown in State 74, but also what you've got in front of you is Stage number 9.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So is it your expert opinion the Glock 45 fired the casing, States number 7, and fired the projectile, States number 9?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Would you put that? Answer any questions that the defense may have?
Cross that way.
So, as a firearms expert, are you familiar with I guess it's States 11, which is the Taurus 30 pistol?
The Taurus G3?
G3.
Yes.
I don't know where I got Taurus 30, G3. And you examined it.
I did.
Now, you testified that there were 10 bullets submitted to you, though they're not in the same box.
Yes, 10 unfired cartridges.
So you agree that this weapon, this 9mm pistol, is semi-automatic, is that right?
Yes, a 9mm Luger semi-automatic pistol, yes.
So it holds 1 in the chamber
Yes.
and 9 in the magazine.
No.
All right. How many in the magazine?
Give me 1 second, because sometimes it can be submitted with extended magazines. 1 second, and I'll refer to
That
my...
would mean more bullets.
I'm sorry?
That would mean more cartridges.
Yes, more cartridges. This particular firearm was submitted with a magazine that could hold 17. So if you fill the magazine, it's 17, and then if you carry one in the chamber, the firearm itself can hold up to 18.
17.
Yes.
And now you mentioned that this Taurus weapon was compatible with what you were asked about being a solo fish.
Yes, the solo fish flashlight laser combination, it is compatible with the Taurus. It's also compatible with the clock. Both of these firearms could have that flashlight on them.
Are you aware that your department concluded this weapon belonged to the young man Belton who was deceased in this incident?
I don't pay attention to the particulars. I just look at the evidence.
Did you examine the Taurus to see if it had markings that would indicate that all this was attached to it?
No, I did not.
And what's the function? Well, we can assume a tactical light is a flashlight.
Yes, it's a flashlight and a laser. It just has buttons. You can turn either one on.
And this had also in combination, meaning one accessory that attaches to the weapon and would attach to the bottom of the barrel of the Taurus?
It attaches to the frame. The frame has like kind of grooves cut out. That's called accessory rails. And it's underneath the barrel, but it's actually attached to the frame.
Okay. As consistent with the Taurus, which had those rails.
Taurus and Glock both have those, yes.
And the red dot laser, is this a red and green or just a red dot laser?
I did not examine this, so I don't know what color the laser is.
What's the point of this accessory, a red dot laser?
Well, it's not necessarily a red dot laser. So a red dot laser is actually a brand. So this Solofish flashlight laser combination, the point is so that you could possibly shoot in the dark if you needed to illuminate anything that you plan on shooting at. And then the laser can be used to help shoot what you're intending to shoot, so targeting.
So the gun not equipped with a laser sight, is that fair? One not equipped with a laser sight, you have to look down the barrel and try to hit what you're aiming, right?
You would look down the sights, which are on top of the firearm. Again, it doesn't matter really. It is helpful, but it can also not be helpful. It depends on what scenario you're in. If you're in a scenario
What
where...
is it? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure what it meant. You said it.
The flashlight laser combination?
No, that's not my question. My question is, without that equipment of a laser sight,
Yes.
you're relying on your aim,
Well, you're relying
pointing
on
a
your,
weapon, looking down the barrel, and the two sights that are metal pieces on the top of the barrel.
you're relying on your aim either way, I guess is what I meant, is it. Your aim is not necessarily made better with a flashlight laser combination. Aim is not everything. When you fire a gun, if you are anticipating firing that gun, you are going to usually miss what you're aiming for.
Let me ask you to get back to my question, if you don't mind, Your Honor. That's not really responsive to my question, which was pretty simple. With a gun,
I'm just asking, he's interrupted a couple of times, let her explain her answer.
well, it's because her answers are not responsive to my question.
Well, I understand sometimes you don't like it, but you need to let it finish, and then we can move on from there.
Have a way.
I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at now. So I don't remember what I was saying. You can
Let me
rephrase
ask
your
the
question.
Again. Can we agree that a laser sight fires a beam of laser light?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose of the laser light is to allow the person, whether it's nighttime or daytime, to put that light on whatever you intend to shoot to improve your ability to hit what you intend to shoot. Isn't that the purpose of the laser light?
It does help, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Only if you are competent with a firearm. If you are not competent with a firearm, it's not going to help you.
And you don't know about the owner of this?
I don't know who owned this, and I don't know their competency, but having a flashlight laser combination does not make you suddenly a magically gifted shooter.
Do you have a red laser or a laser sight on your firearm, your service revolver?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything on redirect?
You familiar with a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380 pistol?
Yes.
Oh, that little?
Yes.
I got one of those and it came equipped with a red dot.
Yes, it comes with the Crimson Trace laser, yes.
Your Honor, I don't think that's proper direct, and I don't know that it's relevant, what he owns at home. Although I'd be happy to go into his gun collection if you deem that relevant.
Overruled.
You familiar with that gun?
I am familiar, yes.
It's a mass-produced pistol.
Correct, yes.
And it actually comes from the factory with a built-in laser.
It does, yes.
Do you have any firearms with lasers?
I don't know.
Do they help you shoot any better?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, man. Thank you for being here. Stay ready to go in that witness?
Yes, sir. You're on state calls. Ty George.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Taima Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, where are you employed now?
I'm currently employed with Garfield Wilson Associates.
Okay. You, and what are you doing over there?
I'm now a polygraph examiner and a private investigator.
Okay. You used to be, where did you used to work?
Richland County. I retired in September of last year.
Okay. And do you miss me, working with me?
Actually, I do. Actually, I do. You're kind of one of my favorites.
How many years did you work for the Sheriff's Department?
22 with the Sheriff's Department and 3 years with Camden Police Department.
Okay. 25 years in law enforcement altogether, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, just generally, I'm not asking for specifics, did you see a lot of change during your time in law enforcement? Just in investigations, just crimes, everything?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you did retire from the Sheriff's Department, what unit were you in?
I was actually in the narcotics unit.
Okay. But at times, did you investigate violent crimes as well?
Yes, I did.
You had occasion on May 28, 2023 to become involved in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And May 28, 2023 was the date of this incident, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Would you walk us through how you became involved in the case?
So that was Memorial Day weekend. So I was actually supervisor on call. So the way that works is from Thursday midnight to the following Thursday midnight, there's a team of investigators that handle calls after 5 o'clock. I happened to be the supervisor on that particular shift. So we were responsible for handling any calls after 5 o'clock that require an investigator.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call to respond to either Springtree Drive or 7441 Park Lane Road?
I did.
Okay. And what was the nature of the call?
It was a shooting hit.
Okay. Where did you respond first?
Actually, I was on the way to Ranch Road. We were called there because they have found some juveniles in a vacant apartment with firearms. So I was actually headed there to help the other investigator at that time.
Okay. So you were redirected, you were going to an incident involving juveniles and firearms. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
While we're at it, you talked about a lot of changes in 25 years in law enforcement. In the year 2023, was it uncommon for the Sheriff's Department to get calls regarding people under 18 being involved with firearms?
It was not.
Being in possession of firearms?
It was not.
Okay. And that's illegal, is it not?
It is.
Is it your testimony that's become something that has become more and more prevalent as time has gone on from when you started in law enforcement?
Yes, over the years it has.
Okay, so the call for service at Park Lane Road was shots fired, you said?
Shots fired or someone hit from gunfire.
And are you familiar with ShotSpotter?
Yes, I am.
What is ShotSpotter?
So ShotSpotter is a system that we use, or that we did use before I retired. It's a system that's placed around the county with sensors, and those sensors are able to detect gunfire.
Were you familiar with a ShotSpotter hit in this particular incident?
Yes, I was.
And so essentially, that's just microphones that are set up around Columbia, Richland County, in certain places that they're basically microphones on the tower.
Correct. Microphones and sensors.
And they're trained to pick up gunfire.
That is correct.
Let me show you states number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that just a copy of the ShotSpotter that was picked up on this occasion?
It is.
State Officer States number 5, permission of evidence.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, that'll be stated 5 without objection.
Okay, so that would be something that ShotSpotter would pick up, and then does that, when ShotSpotter detects gunfire, do they alert local law enforcement?
Right, that's exactly what happens.
Okay, and so is a time attached to those ShotSpotter alerts?
It is.
Okay. When you respond to 7441 Parkland, do you go directly there, or did you go to the scene on Spring Tree Drive?
To the scene on Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. And what was going on Spring Tree when you got there?
I think EMS has already left. There were several other investigators already there, and also deputies that were there as well.
Okay. Was crime scene there yet?
I don't recall seeing them yet.
Okay. Was Mr. Chow there at Spring Tree, or had he already gone back to Parkland?
I don't remember seeing him at the scene.
Okay. All right, well, so you probably didn't spend too much time at the Spring Tree Road incident, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to 7441 Parkland then?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and who was there when you went there?
It was Mr. Rick Chow, the defendant, Andy Chow, and Alice Chow.
Okay. At that particular time, what was your understanding of what you were investigating?
Apparently, the victim in this case apparently allegedly has stolen some water. And so we went back to the store to try to get surveillance video to see if that actually occurred.
Okay. So Mr. Chow was there, you said?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And was he cooperative with you as far as trying to obtain video?
Oh, he was, yes.
All right. There was some testimony earlier about a room that he had his equipment in. Do you remember that room?
Yes, so you walk in the store, you pass the front counter, kind of make a small left, slightly up, a small right, and it's right there in the back.
Okay. What do you remember about that room?
Monitors and hard drives everywhere.
Okay. And did you direct Mr. Chow to look up a certain time period?
Correct. That would be correct.
And what was that time period? What were you trying to watch and review on the video?
Try to see the time that the victim came into the store, and also the alleged shoplifting that they said that occurred.
Okay. Did you have multiple angles to choose from as far as video camera surveillance footage?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you review multiple angles?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We had earlier a series of clips of States number 3, which has been admitted to evidence. And we have a number of slides that came from that were also admitted into evidence. I'm going to walk through those with you and just see these videos that you would have reviewed. But first of all, let me, was Deputy English in there in the room with you and Mr. Chow when y'all were looking at the video?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he was wearing his body-worn camera?
Correct, he was.
We're going to, it's in evidence as Deputy English's body cam. We haven't published this portion yet. But it's in evidence as his body cam. We're going to publish a section just of them back in the security. So we're going to call that States number 84. And permission to publish States 84 this time.
Yes, sir.
get something.
That she walked in the door?
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna pay the whole street in a dip. You told him to pull out the backpack and stuff? Yes. Yeah.
Ty, just real quick, did you find Mr. Chow being, to be adept at navigating through his security system?
Very much so.
Okay, we just saw some of it. Was he able to fast forward his video?
Fast forward, rewind, slow it down,
Okay.
enlarge.
Was he able to speed it up?
Yes.
Put it in reverse?
Yes.
Zoom in?
Yes.
Zoom out?
Yes.
Toggle between different cameras?
Yes.
Was he able to do that for you rather quickly?
Yes.
Okay, all right, continue, I'm sorry.
Do you have another camera? Let me not touch anything. You have a camera that will show.
Yes. You want to see this? I see that.
Do that right now. Yeah.
It's up here so we can see. So we're going to put it back on.
Go to the corner where we can see anything.
I'm gonna let you see it and tell me what to do. Go back to the television.
Yeah, go back to when you first here. I just did the preschool.
I can go back to that, the video we just watched beforehand, we had open the water cooler.
Tyler, what did you just say?
Actually, could he go back to the angle where he was at the water cooler?
All right, so you just asked him, can you rewind and go back to the angle where he's at the water?
Correct.
Why did you ask him, why did you direct him to do that?
Well, wanted to look at it to see exactly what the young man did to make sure that we saw what we thought we saw.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any stolen merchandise found on or around Mr. Cyrus Carmack building?
No.
Okay. And you're asking him now to go back to the scene where he's at that water cooler, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing it now, okay?
Yes, sir.
There's no more. There's a half. I think there's. So I can say before it's not screening. Everybody come out
You remember that moment when you realized Cyrus never took anything? Do you remember that?
I do.
And in the video, Mr. Chow turns and just sort of does that.
He does that.
Was anybody showing any emotion during this time? To your recollection?
Not to my recollection, no.
And so he's fast forwarding, he's reversing, he's zooming in, and he's pausing. He's putting it in slow motion. Is that what you remember?
That's what he was doing.
All right. I'm going to show you some videos now that came from states number 4. That's the number of slides. And we haven't published them yet, but you saw them that night. You've seen them since. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with slide 2, states number 4. Okay, I'm going to go next to slide 3 of states number 4. Next is slide 4 of states, slide 4 of states number 4. Moving on to states 5, slide 5 of states number 4. Slide 6 of states number 4.
Put down your backpack. Backpack needs to put on the ice cream chest. Yep.
Okay, going on to slide 7 of states number 4.
Put down your backpack. Backpack needs to put on the ice cream chest.
Slide 8 of states number 4. Investigator Jordan, while we're watching that, who is this woman that we're seeing right here in the screen?
Alice Chow.
Alice Chow?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other male we've seen in the videos with the hat on backwards is who?
Andy Chow.
Okay, thank you. Who is that individual
In the plaid shirt.
in the plaid shirt?
Rick Chow.
All right. Moving on to slide 10 of stage number 4. Slide 11 of stage number 4 is next. I'm going to skip slide 11, goes for now. Go to slide 13 of stage 4.
I don't have to worry about
Let me ask you, investigator, your view of the videos, did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever brandish a firearm inside of 7441 Park Lane Road, the Shell gas station owned by Rick Chow?
He did not.
Did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever point a red laser that was attached to a Taurus pistol while he was in the Shell station at 7441 Park Lane Road?
He did not.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever said he did that?
It's in the store?
In the store?
No, no one.
I want to go down to slide 15 of states number 4. Next is slide 16 of states number 4. State 17, or slide 17 of states number 4.
You have one in your pocket? You have one in your pocket? What in your pocket? In your pocket, yeah. I don't have no water in my pocket. I don't got no water in my pocket, but I'll show you one. This is this one. No, it's no. Hey, man. Take another one. Go up. Good? Okay.
Moving on to states, or slide 18 of states number 4. Do you agree with it? There was multiple angles that you were able to review of the same incident?
That is correct.
Next on my list is slide 19 of states number 4. Slide 20, states number 4. Next is slide 21, states number 4.
Hey, man. Take another one. Go up.
Did you ever recover, did you ever see the shoe that popped off of him in that slide?
When I went back to the store, it was on the counter along with 2 cell phones.
Okay. who had collected those cell phones and that shoe?
Alice Chow.
And she had taken it from the scene and brought it back to the gas station?
That is correct.
Do you know if she took any other evidence from the scene?
I do not.
Okay. But the crime scene was unable to collect the shoe and the cell phones from where they were originally found because Alice Chow had already moved them?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to skip a couple here and do your slide 24 of states number 4. Slide. Slide 25 of states number 4. What would that just depict?
Ms. Chow with the shoe and 2 cell phones.
Going now to slide 31 of stage 4, which is these videos kind of stitched together as Justin Martin had described before.
Put down your backpack. Backpack needs to put on the ice cream chest. Yep.
pictures. Investigator Jordan, this is states 67 and 68. Do you recognize those just to be screenshots from videos with slide?
They are.
See 70, 71, you recognize those to be screenshots from the videos with slides?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state offer states 67 and 68 for admission into evidence.
Yeah, I think they're screenshots from one of they already put in on some of their.
Oh, they're already in?
Well, there were videos that they just played that screenshot from those videos.
All right.
And then also 70 and 71 for admission into evidence.
All right. They 67, 68, 70, and 71 would be admitted without objection.
Ty, let me show you 61 and 62. You recognize those also to be just screenshots from videos with slide?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what about 63 and 66?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state offer states 61, 62, 63, and 66 for admission to evidence.
Mr. Scott, may I see those, not those two, the two that that are still in front of me? Just make sure I don't need to renew mine. Okay. You know, just, no objection, but just renew our pretrial objection.
Sure. All right. Then will be admitted as states 61, 62, 63, and 66, subject to a pretrial objection.
Thank you. Let me put up states 63. All right. Investigator Jordan, 25 years in law enforcement. Have you had occasion to handle a case where you had video or a picture of a suspect that you were trying to identify?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it common to eventually identify subjects based on surveillance video or photography for that matter?
It's very common.
And is it helpful if you have high definition video or screenshots of an individual?
Yes, it is.
Is it helpful in your experience to have good descriptions of the clothing they're wearing?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful in a case like this, if you're trying to identify somebody who is suspected of shoplifting, to be able to do freeze frames, to be able to reverse, to be able to zoom in on their picture? Would that be helpful in identifying them?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were looking for a suspect, and they were accused of something, and you had the video footage of them from multiple angles, you said that would be helpful. What if you had their shoe? Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would.
What sorts of things could you do if a suspect left their shoe behind at a scene and you were trying to identify them?
DNA or fingerprints.
You could request DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
All right. What if a suspect, you had multiple camera angles of their face, high definition videos of their face, you had their shoe. What if they left behind 2 cell phones? Would that help you in identifying that person if they did commit a crime? Would that be helpful to you?
Yes, it would.
Have you ever responded, or has your department ever responded to a call for service to a convenience store because there was a complaint of shoplifting?
Yes.
And is that common?
Unfortunately, yes.
But that's your job. Is that not the sheriff's department's job to respond to calls for service if somebody is accused of theft at a store?
It is.
And is it your job to investigate if you were called to a convenience store for the crime of shoplifting?
Yes, it is.
have any knowledge of your department instructing employees or owners of convenience stores to follow suspected shoplifters and chase them down?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Not that you're aware of. Have you ever heard of anybody in your department instructing anybody to do that?
No.
You familiar with facial recognition technology?
I am.
And what is that? Investigator Jordan, do you think it would be, you would have some tools to work with if you had gotten a call that this guy, this boy right here is stolen? Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him
Yes.
and investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
Yes.
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Answer any questions that Mr. Kent has.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We're going about an hour and a half, so we will take our afternoon break. We will be at ease, let's just say, until 3:45. So 20 minutes. Remember, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, but do your research and take it out. Take a break. Anyone remain seated, just do it, please. All right, anything before we take a break?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
We'll be at ease and, Lord, don't discuss testimony.
the location of the emergency.
It's not much emergency anymore right now, but we live at 1200 Malacrote Road in Northport. So I was trying to reach Northport police, and they keep sending me back to this.
Okay, so you got a police issue going on?
No, I was upstairs in bed, and my daughter was sleeping downstairs, and someone screamed, and banged on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, I need help, I need help. Took me a second to register what was going on, and we were trying to find, our gun upstairs before we opened the door, and the person's gone.
Okay, well, let me connect you over Northport so they can check the area. Let me connect you, please.
Okay, thank you.
Northport emergency. This is Sarah Soda connecting a caller 1200 Malakote Road. Okay. Caller, what's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. It's not much emergency for us right now, but about 5 minutes ago or so, maybe a few more, there was a woman that came on the door. I was upstairs sleeping, but I heard the doorbell ring. And my daughter was sleeping upstairs, and the girl was screaming, I guess, and I heard her scream. My son heard her scream, and she's saying, I need help, and I didn't, when I got downstairs, the person's gone, but there's not a lot of houses around here with you, but whoever it is, someone.
So it was
upset. I heard
one woman. It was one woman. She knocked on your door.
It was a woman's voice I heard. I don't know. And the ring camera doesn't work out there, of course, right now. But yeah, she banged on the door, had to ring the doorbell, and screamed, I need help, I need help. And she's not out there. I haven't gone out yet, but we were trying to find one of our weapons, but we can't find one.
Okay. So did you ever see her?
I did not, and my camera's not working, so.
Did anyone in your home see her?
No, we all heard her.
Okay.
But everything's pretty vacant around here. The house across the street is empty, the house next door is empty.
Okay.
And then they clear the houses on the street.
Okay. And, did you only hear one voice, or did you hear more than one?
Only one. Oh, there's a whole bunch of blood outside. We need an ambulance now. Someone please, someone. There's blood out there. Yes, there's blood on the front door. On my front step. Oh, shit.
Okay. Okay.
There's blood on the front door.
Okay, I need you to lock the door and stay in the
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Okay.
Now, we heard at the end of that call, you went back inside and locked the door. Yep. After you went back inside, where did you go in the house?
Dispatch had asked us if there was another exit that we can go out through to meet with an officer, and I said, yes, we can go out the garage. So we went into the garage until they told us to open the door.
Okay. So when you were told that police had arrived, did you open the garage door?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, what did you see when you opened that door?
Well, when the door went up, we could see the police lights, the headlights coming down, just the headlights, no blue lights or anything. And it stopped at a distance, which is 2 houses. They stopped 2 houses down. And then I started to walk out of the garage, and then the next thing we know is we see a black vehicle pull out from in front of the home 1240 Malakote Road and drive off, and the police officer followed behind with blue lights and sirens. Okay. And we were like, what just happened?
Yeah. Now, the car that you saw, that black car, did you recognize it?
I did.
And who did it belong to?
It was Dima Towers. I actually said, what is Dima's car driving away, and why are the police chasing it?
Okay. So you recognize that car from
I did.
Being in the neighborhood?
Well, my husband was working on his car for him. So.
And when was that?
Oh, that week.
All right. Now, when you went outside to meet with police, did you see more bloodstains on your driveway and front area?
We did, yes. I did.
Great. And the state's approaching the witness with what's been pre-marked as state's exhibits 1A through J, which have been previously shown to the defense.
Okay, you may approach, yeah.
Now, Ms. Walton, if you can take your time, go through each one of these images, and then look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep,
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're of my driveway and my house in the walkway.
And do these photographs capture a fair and accurate depiction of the front areas of your home as it appeared after you called 911 on August 31st of 2023?
It does.
Now, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 1A through 1J.
No objection.
All right, A1 through AJ will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Yes, the state would publish at this time through an exact digital copy.
Just let the bailiffs know, let Carl and Fitz know if you need lights turned on.
Let's see how it shows up.
Okay.
So for the record, the state will start with stage 1A. And Ms. Walton, there is a brief. Perfect. Okay. Maybe a slight one.
Which button was it on here? Top one or that one?
On the side.
I got that on.
And then just press the red button
The red
down the
one.
whole time that you want to be. All right, so this is 1A. And Ms. Walton, is this of you looking straight towards your house from the road?
Yes.
Okay, and using the pointer, could you just kind of point for the jury where your bedroom area is?
Right up in here.
Okay. And if we're looking at that image, where, obviously it's obstructed, but where would your front door be?
That window is the office window, and my front door is literally right next to it, so it goes around the garage.
All right. And this is states 1B. And can you point for the jury where the blood marks are that you see in this image?
Well, there's a trail that goes all the way around, right in here.
And I see your truck in this image. What's underneath the gray covering that we see?
It's an old Chevy vehicle truck.
Can you folks hear the witness, jurors?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're having a tough time. I'm having a tough time too. It's difficult.
Okay.
You're looking at the
I
photo
know,
and the
yeah,
light's
let me
not-
hold
yep.
this a little closer and I'll try and lean over. Do we need to start over with those? Do we need to start over?
That's okay. And you said that's a Chevy.
Yeah, it's an old classic vehicle that my husband is working on.
All right. And so states 1C. Some additional blood. States 1D. So is this on the other side of that Chevy?
It is.
And where does your front pathway start that leads to your door in this image?
Right here.
States 1E. So is this the front pathway?
It is. We came right where I pointed to that one in the last slide. You actually walk this way and walk up.
Okay, so that direction is the front door.
Is the front door. Yes.
And does this show your front door?
It does.
And that's 1F. I've got 1G. And can you point for the jury? Do you see any footprints in this image?
I do. I see a partial right there, and I see one right there, and right there. Possibly right there too.
So is that what you first saw when you opened the door in the 911 call?
I saw that whole pile of it. Just that is what I saw, yes.
And this is 1H. in one eye. What are we looking at here?
The wall where my Ring doorbell is?
Okay. So is that to the side of your front door?
It is.
And you said that the camera itself wasn't functioning at that time.
Not very well. It picked up barely anything, so.
And then this is 1J. Can you tell the jury, do you see any blood on that doorbell?
I do. I see it right here and right there.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to shut it off. So if we can have the lights, please, deputy. Thank you. All right. Now, did you speak with police about what you had seen that night?
I did.
All right. In your honor, a moment to confer.
You may.
No further questions at this time.
Okay. Defense, when you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Walton. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Doing well. How long have you lived at 1200 Malakout Road?
It'll be 3 years in January.
So you had basically just moved there back in August of 23, correct?
It will have been, yeah, it was that year.
Okay, so
It's January to August, yes.
so you'd only lived there about 8 months?
8 months.
Okay. And you said that the house next to you was a rental, so it was vacant at that time?
It was vacant at the time.
How long had it been vacant for?
Probably about 6 months.
Okay. And you said that Malakout Road is a small little area. Is there a cul-de-sac there or something?
No, it's like a group of 3 streets that kind of come around in a circle, and that a couple of them cut through, but they loop around. There's only like 2 ways in and out, and it's kind of tucked. There's no cross through. You have to all go out the front.
It's on the backside. It's like Toledo Blade Elementary School down
It
there,
is,
correct?
correct.
Okay. And your neighbors, the Towers, became friends pretty quickly.
They did.
You said that you would go see each other monthly, correct?
We would all, a few of us that had houses.
Phase 84 with the body camera is right here.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's already in there, right?
Yeah, we just have it.
Just, what we played in
Station 84 has been introduced, and we did have a physical representation of body cam. This is Station 84. Putting in time.
Is this going to be the last witness today?
We got another one lined up. I just, I guess, didn't know how long. We're on.
Jury is seated, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Yeah. Thank you.
Investigator, I want to give you your proper title. Could you tell me what you would like me to call you?
Ty is fine.
Ty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to make sure I give you your proper title and the respect that you are due. You have been sitting in the courtroom, so you understand normal questions I ask people at the beginning, so I don't think that's necessary. You've testified many times before. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And the two of us have never met. Is that also a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we'll focus over here while I ask you these questions. I want to go through a little background to make sure I understand a little bit more about you. Is that a fair statement?
That's fine.
As I ask you these questions, I just want to make sure I understand a little bit of everything. You were with Force for how long?
25 years.
In those 25 years, you started out with your training at the Criminal Justice Academy?
That is correct.
And at the Criminal Justice Academy, they gave you training?
They did.
They training on how to become a police officer, if you will?
Essentially, yes.
Training on report writing?
Yes.
Investigative techniques?
Yes.
Witness interviewing?
Yes.
And in conjunction with that, the other thing that we also work on is you go to seminars.
Continuing education classes, yes.
And you've been to many continuing education classes, I'm assuming.
Yes, to keep certification.
And we do all of these things to make sure that we are good investigators, officers, stewards of the community. Is that also a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we go through these classes and things of this nature, we want to make sure that we uphold a certain standard so that we treat every case the same. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we look at these things, we talk about the investigative techniques, the witness interviews, investigation, collecting evidence. We want to make sure we uphold a specific standard so that later we can sit down and talk to a jury or a judge about what has happened in the case.
That's fair.
We want to make sure when we're looking at these cases that we don't use our memories, we use the evidence and information that we find on scene or from witnesses, so we do everything correctly.
That's fair.
Because we do not want to rely on witnesses' memories and we do not want to rely on emotion when we're trying to make decisions. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And we do not want emotions to get in the way of actual critical evidence and police work. Is that also fair?
That's fair.
You have been put on the stand. Is it safe to assume that you are the case agent in this case?
For lack of better words, yes.
Okay. And as the case agent, I am free to ask you questions about this case. You're pretty familiar with it, as the solicitor just did.
I am.
And you have looked at all of the information, the files, the witnesses, the evidence, everything that I was just asking you about that we do in a very specific way to make sure we can do things critically. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so I'm free to ask you questions about what has happened, the investigation, the evidence, and the other witnesses that were talked to in response to this specific case.
Yes, you are.
And so first I want to talk to you about, and we spent some time talking about the store in question. So again, I want you to tell the jury, where is this store?
7441 Parkland Road here in Richland County, Columbia.
And one of the things that we started talking about in the cross-examination and the direct examination from the state is they were talking to you about the victim in this case, correct? Remember, they were talking to you about him.
Yes.
And when they were talking to you about him, they were talking about him going inside of the store, correct?
Yes.
And there was questions about when he walked inside of the store, what was he doing?
He's walked in the store.
He's walking into the store.
Correct.
And through the course of your investigation, is that something that you looked at to make sure that he was just walking into the store? Not anything else. Did we just investigate, or we just say he's just walking into the store, we don't investigate any further? I'm just asking.
Walk into the store, then we observe whatever else is on the video.
And so you watched the young man walk in throughout the store.
I did.
And as you walked him through the store, did you think anything when you watched the video yourself? Did you see him walking around the store and you say, this is a little strange? You had mentioned that you had studied and looked at shoplifting for many times. Did you look at the video and thought there was something there?
No.
You didn't think there was anything suspicious or anything strange about his behavior patterns, walking around, or how he acted in the store?
No.
And this is, you have testified to this jury that you have investigated how many shopliftings in your time?
I can't give you a count on that. I've investigated numerous cases.
And when we investigate shoplifting cases, one of the things that we look at is we watch the behavior patterns and how individuals walk around the business. And as your testimony, there was nothing odd or strange about this.
No.
So when we watch the investigation and look into the behavior patterns of a young man who walked inside of the store, you watched him go to a water cooler. Is that correct?
I did.
And when you watched him go to the water cooler, you saw him take water bottles out and put water bottles back in. Correct?
Did.
And as a matter of fact, when you saw him taking water bottles in and back out, immediately the first time you could not tell what was done and you asked to rewind it and watch it again.
Just to make sure that I saw what I thought I saw the first time.
And you had them zoom in so you could look a third time to make sure you saw what you thought you saw.
Yes. Yes.
And so you saw the young man put water bottles in, put water bottles back out several times, or twice maybe, I think.
Well, he took them out and then put them back.
And you thought there was nothing peculiar about this?
No.
And I'm looking at this case, looking at the background that you know everything about. You know your young man went into the store with an empty book bag.
With the empty book bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
I'm asking you. You're the case agent.
Yes.
I'm
I
asking
mean,
you about
there's
this
other
case.
contents in there, but I mean, it was essentially empty, yes.
It was essentially empty book
Yes.
bag. And you've heard testimony that he went in there with a firearm.
Yes.
Okay, so this young man, and there's also been testimony that there was no money on him. There was no finances on him whatsoever.
That is correct.
So this young man went into the store with no money, an empty book bag, and a loaded firearm, and you're telling this jury there was nothing suspicious about that.
Well, we don't know they didn't have any money on him at all. There was no money found on him.
Again, my question was, you're telling this jury there's nothing suspicious about that.
Absolutely not.
And that is normal, and that happens.
It depends on who you are, what your normal is.
I'm asking you as the investigator.
But I can't speak on behalf of him. It's okay. I would probably do the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You would go into a business with an empty book bag, a loaded firearm, with a bullet in the chamber, with no money in your pocket?
No, you asked me
If
about
you'll
the
let me
money.
finish. Okay, I guess what happened is, officer, if you'll allow me to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you opportunity to answer. If you
Okay.
simply allow me to finish the question, I'll give you as much time as you want. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
So as I was saying, what you said to this jury right now is you probably would have done the same thing. And my question was, as in going into a business with an empty book bag and a firearm, pick water in and out of a cooler with no finances or no money on you to pay for it. That's something that you would have done, is what your testimony was?
To that question, no.
Okay. And it's your testimony that that behavior that I just described was nothing that caused you any concern whatsoever? And watching the videos and rewatching them?
Well, that was determined or found out after the fact, as far as the book bag being empty and him having a firearm.
Well, officer, when we talk about investigation, one of the things we talked about is we investigate the entire thing, the totality of the circumstances. We don't piecemeal investigation, do we?
We do not.
And so we investigate the totality of the circumstance. So are you telling me you did not investigate the totality?
We did, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But you asked about the store. At the time he was in the store, there was no indication that he had a firearm, that the book bag was empty, and that he had no money. No one knew that.
But you did when you investigated, because you're the investigator. You're not a witness in this case, correct?
Correct.
You are an investigator.
Correct.
We do not try with emotions, correct?
Correct.
We try to utilize evidence and look at the full scene so we can present the full story to the jury, as I just asked you, correct?
That's correct.
And so looking at the totality of the circumstances, your testimony to this jury, there was nothing strange about that behavior
Once again,
as an investigator.
him going into the actual question, because you do a lot of word salad, so can you give me the actual question?
That behavior is not strange?
For him to have a book bag?
An empty book bag, a loaded firearm, a bullet in the chamber, going inside with no money to pay for anything, pulling water in and out of a cooler, putting it back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, ask and answer. Number two is opinion testimony, is what he's asking. Do you find this to be strange, in your opinion?
I'll put just one more time.
The firearm being on him is the only thing that I would find that would be not right.
And so now let's go to the firearm. Through the course of your investigation, one of the things we have to figure out is ownership of said firearm. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And the solicitor was asking you questions about 14-year-olds in the community with firearms. You remember talking about that a little bit?
I do.
And if you are aware that Richland County or Sheriff's Office or Sheriff has a problem with children and minors with firearms.
That is correct.
And it is not your testimony to get on the stand and normalize it and say it's okay. It is a problem.
It is a problem.
And so we're not trying to sit here and say it's okay for a minor to have a firearm with a bullet in the chamber going into a store. That is not your testimony, is it?
No, it's not okay.
And as we are trying to figure out those little things that we have figured out about that firearm, do you agree that we figured out and found DNA on that firearm?
We did.
And the DNA belonged to who?
Cyrus?
So we have that. And then during you utilizing your investigation, you have testified prior before that you looked and utilized and went through the social media of Cyrus. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't go through his actual stuff, but what was given to me through extractions and through their findings, I was told what was in there.
As the investigator, the lead investigator on this case, one of the things we went through is to look to try to figure out the ownership of the firearm.
Correct.
And one of the things we utilized is went through his social media page to figure out ownership of the firearm.
Social media wouldn't tell me that he actually owned that gun. He's 14, so he wouldn't be able to purchase a gun.
I apologize, and that's a bad question. Ownership and or possession. Is that a better statement?
Yes.
And through the course of your investigation, you discovered that he had possessed that exact firearm within 24 hours of this incident.
It appeared to be the same gun, yes.
And this is something you have testified to prior. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this picture and ask if you recognize it and have been asked to testify to that prior under oath before. You can look at me. You don't have to ask permission.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you can look at me and ask. The question, do I need to repeat the question, officer?
Yes.
Do you recognize the picture based upon the questions that I just asked you about your investigation, and have you testified about it formally under oath before?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it a picture and what does it depict?
Picture of Cyrus holding a gun.
Which gun?
It's a black gun with a light on it.
Does it appear to be the gun in the case that we're talking about today?
It does appear to be the gun.
And that is a picture from his social media that was posted on his social media.
He was on his social media.
And that picture, could you describe what he's wearing?
A red hoodie with Chucky on the front.
Is it the exact same outfit he was wearing when he went into the store on the date that we're talking about?
The hoodie, yes.
Now, at this point in time, to remove this in as defense number one. I'm sorry, Judge.
Objection to foundation, Your Honor. We've discussed before.
Okay. All right. Based on the pretrial motions, I'll allow it as defense one, subject to the state's objection.
Now, before we get into a little bit more about the ownership of the firearm, now, the picture that we're talking about in, and I should have taken that from there, I apologize. The picture that we have just exhibited from defense exhibit number one, that comes from a social media page, correct? As you just testified to.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from his Instagram page, and that was actually a larger post that was posted. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
It's a screen grab from a larger post.
Correct.
Can you describe to jury what that post was that you saw when you looked?
I don't remember the exact
You don't remember what the post was?
No.
If I show you the post, will it help refresh your memory?
Yes.
One moment. No. Approach the witness, Your Honor. I'll show you. Does that video help refresh your recollection as to the question I just asked you about where did the screen grab of that picture actually come from?
A video.
And could you describe the jury what was in that video?
The gun in his hand.
And what was he doing with the gun in his hand?
He had it in his hand. The light was on, so I couldn't see what he was doing behind the light, but he had the gun in his hand.
You're a 25-year officer. You've been doing this a long time, correct?
Correct.
You know firearms.
Yes.
You understand firearms.
I do.
And you're telling the jury you do not know what he was doing in that video?
The light was flashing, so it appeared that it could have been pointed at the camera, and that's the way it appeared, but I can't say that for sure because of the glare of the light behind the flashlight.
But this is a video from his Instagram that goes with the screen grab that we were just talking about now, correct?
Yes.
And this is one of the things that we utilize to determine and prove ownership of the firearm that we're talking about in question.
Once again, he's 14, so he can't actually, own or buy the gun, but he had it in his possession.
And his DNA is on the firearm.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would move the full video at Defense Exhibit 2, based upon what you just testified to, understanding the defenses and the prosecution's pretrial objection.
It's a foundation issue. That's not how this evidence comes in. And we talked about this and talked about relevance.
We addressed that in pretrial motions, and I think I've already ruled on that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's not coming in. Well, there's an email that explains it.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I mentioned first defense number 1.
Sure.
Let me shrink that down possible. There was a question for some time about the light that was found on the scene that was attached to the firearm. Looking at Defense Exhibit number 1, is that one of the things that would aid us in discussing where that light came from?
It could.
It could or it does?
You asked, could it aid? I said it could aid.
Okay. Did it?
Yeah, it did.
So is that, from your example, from looking at Defense Exhibit number 1, is that the light that was on the firearm that was found on scene that day?
It appears to be.
And that would be the firearm that we believe is in State's Exhibit number 11. And I'll show that to you all.
Yes.
So again, through the course of your investigation, do you not find it strange, weird, peculiar that on the day before this, or within 24 hours, this is posted and then he goes into the store through your investigation?
You shouldn't have had a gun, period.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the things that happened inside of the store, okay? Is that fair?
Okay.
And talking about what happened inside of the store in the videos that we just watched, we watched actions of different individuals. We watched the actions of Andy Chow. Yes?
I don't know if you're asking me a question or making a statement, sir.
Did we watch the actions of Andy Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Rick Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Alice Chow?
We did.
And did we watch the actions of Cyrus?
We did.
We've already established that Cyrus would have had a firearm when he walked inside of the business.
That's correct.
We've already established that he legally did not have a right to either own that firearm or walk into the business with that firearm.
That is correct.
And then one of the questions comes up, and I want to talk about Andy Chow's action that we watched in the video first. Okay? You have been at the front of that store before and looking back to where the coolers are?
On that day,
Anytime, like in part of your investigation, anytime.
I may have been in that store in my time in Richland County maybe 3 times, if that.
And that's fine. And one of the things that we have talked about is that Andy Chow had made a determination that he believed that Cyrus was stealing from the store.
Okay,
Is that a fair statement?
it is.
And then you went and looked back and forth at that video, and it appeared as though nothing had been stolen.
That is correct.
And that he was putting water back and forth, but it did not appear that he had stolen something.
That is true.
And so, but still, from Mr. Chow, and I mean Andy's vantage point, that's what he had told you he had thought. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and what somebody else thought.
Sustained.
This case is all about if shoplifting occurred, according to the state, correct?
It is.
When he went back up to the counter from the videos we watched, the question is, did he have anything in his front hood? Is that a fair statement?
They asked me if he had any water in his front hood.
And it appeared as though there was something heavy in his front hood.
I believe so, yes.
Could you see how someone could have mistaken water for a firearm?
Objection, that's an improper question.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. Also speculation.
And watching the videos at the front that we've replayed, were you able to see something heavy in that front hood?
Not necessarily, but
What do you mean? Did you look?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to see and check if there was anything heavy from your vantage point looking at these videos?
He had his hands in his pocket.
And in your 25 years of experience, was that suspicious behavior?
Keep your hands in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
No.
When you went back and looked at the videos, we can agree, based upon your testimony, that Rick Chow was being very helpful in letting you see the videos.
He was.
And when he was talking to you about the videos, as we were watching them on the screens, he was asking Alice, when did the shoplifting occur? Something like that. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. And so is it safe to say, I'm sorry, and in watching the videos that we watched, most of the actions that happened inside of the store are Alice Chow, Andy Chow, and Cyrus.
That is correct.
And Rick Chow is in the back.
Yes.
And Rick Chow is the one who was showing you the videos.
He was.
And then once the three of you, and I think it was you, Officer English, and Rick, were looking at the videos, I think you had made the impression when he saw nothing was taken, he put his hands up or something like that?
He did.
Genuine shock?
I don't know if it was genuine.
Did you think it wasn't?
I didn't know what to think.
Did you indicate that in a report, anything of that nature, that I felt that he was faking or anything of that nature?
No.
And we had talked about when we do report writing that we want to make sure we have specifics. Would you agree with me there?
That's true.
And we don't want speculation.
Don't.
And we don't want to rely on our memory from 3 years ago.
But the video showed what it showed.
And what I'm asking you is the shock. Did you indicate anywhere in his report that he looked like he was faking, this was not genuine, he was making this up?
Well, I didn't say any of those words, but the video showed what it showed.
And when he talked to you, he had no lawyer with him.
He did not.
He didn't request a lawyer.
Not to my knowledge, no.
He just was talking to you and helping you and aiding you on what was going on.
That is correct.
And the conversations that were happening at the front of the store were between Alice Chow and Andy Chow concerning the potential shoplifting. Would you agree with me there?
That is true.
And none of the conversations were between Rick Chow and this young man.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And not that we saw in any of the video.
That is correct.
And also, we've gone back and forth, and I understand how you feel about following someone out of the store. that this is not something you would advise anyone to do. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely not.
And you would definitely not advise anyone to follow anyone, chase anyone for 130 yards. You agree with
Absolutely
that?
not.
But you would also agree that that's not against the law.
It's because not against the law. You have to use common sense sometimes.
Correct. But we're not sitting here and saying following out of the store is against the law.
It is not. But once again, common sense has to be applied.
And in certain situations, we have, and you've been asked this question before, officers sometimes have to follow individuals. Would you agree with me there?
We do, and we're trained to do so, and we are, once again, trained to do that, and that's our job as law enforcement officers.
And sometimes
to go into danger so that you, as the other citizens, do not have to do so.
And sometimes officers make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
Absolutely.
And we can only take the information that is presented to us as we are paying attention at that point in time. Is that fair? Meaning the officer who walks in a situation, he can just take the situation as he sees it.
You could.
And in a situation, if, and this question was asked to you before, if you are following someone and they turn and point a gun at you and or your partner, what would you do?
Tell them to drop it.
And if they did not? What are you trained to do?
Fire, stop the threat.
Mr. Chow has a concealed weapons permit,
He does.
and that was part of the investigation that you looked into.
Correct.
And that is something that we also teach in the concealed weapons classes. Would you agree with me there?
What's that?
That the same thing that they teach you officers on how to be proper and how to assess threats and things of that nature.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to look at all of the interviews and everybody who was given an interview in this case?
I have.
Are you pleased with the way that other officers conducted and did their interviews?
We all do things differently, but I have confidence in all my fellow co-workers. They did it to the best of their ability.
To the best of their ability. But there's some things that could always be done different. Is that a fair statement?
Some things we all can do different, all do better. You're human.
And when I started talking to you, one of the things I was asking you about, Ty, is trying to, well, maybe I didn't ask this question, but I'll ask it now. When we try to get statements, do we try to get them as close to the incident time as possible?
We do.
Almost always. That is one of the things that is paramount to be an officer. You try to get as close to the incident as possible.
Try to, yes.
And I'm not trying to cut you off, but could you explain to the jury, why do we want to get something so close?
Well, we want to do it also, I guess, to capture the time so that nothing is possibly forgotten to help with the investigation.
And that is a great answer and a great question. We want to make sure nothing's forgotten. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
I apologize. Sometimes I do make statements instead of questions. But one of the questions is we want to make sure witnesses do not forget.
That is correct.
We want to make sure that witnesses' memories aren't merged with someone else's memories.
True.
We want to make sure that social media and things of that nature don't influence an individual's memories.
That's correct.
And these are the things that we're taught at the Criminal Justice Academy as well as the seminars and classes that you've attended. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we try to make sure that when we interview witnesses, and I think we watch some of the body camera, we want to separate people. We don't want them interviewed together.
Correct.
I mean, that's one of the first things to tell you. Do not interview witnesses together.
Correct.
Why don't we want witnesses interviewed together?
You want each person's authentic statement and what they saw and not have them impact each other.
And as an investigator, as an officer, as a gentleman who's doing this a long time, you have seen situations when other statements influence other individuals when done incorrectly. Is that a fair statement?
I haven't.
I know you've never done it, but have you ever seen a situation where someone's statement can be influenced by someone else's statement?
Not that I can recall.
You do not believe that actually happens?
You actually have, if I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I have not. I said I can't recall I ever seen it.
Correct. Have you seen a situation where an officer interviews two individuals at the same time?
I have not.
And we watched all the body cams in this case.
Yes.
Would you agree with me sometimes some of the officers are actually talking to individuals as they're together getting statements at the same time?
In this case?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing that.
But if that did happen, that would be a no-no?
It would be.
We talked, well, we haven't talked yet, but 911 calls are something that's also very important.
That is correct.
Because 911 calls, that's when we get the Use a legal phrase that all of us know, the excited utterance. That's when we get the person's true emotion when they're talking and what really happened. And that's as close to the incident as possible a lot of times.
That can depend. Sometimes people's emotions and what they see can cause them to maybe, how can I say it? Maybe forget things that they saw, but once they calm down and think about it all the time, they start to remember things. And so that's why we try to bring them back sometimes so they can get a more detailed statement.
But don't we worry about witnesses coming in and giving 2, 3 different types of statements? Isn't that a concern that we have as officers?
It is.
And you were in here, we worry about individuals giving different statements. We want things to be consistent. Is that fair?
That is true.
And when we're talking to the jury, our goal is to try to present all facts to a jury so they can have everything, so they can understand what happened on the scene, so they're not taking our opinion. Is that
To the
fair?
best of our ability, yes.
Did you interview either Rick or Andy? And I don't know, I'm literally asking.
Andy?
You did interview Andy Chow?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence. Question asked of some witnesses, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but since you are the investigator who knows the full file, there's a question asked that anyone on scene was told that Cyrus pointed a gun at Andy Chow, or if Andy or Rick Chow ever said that. Do you remember?
I don't recall.
So you do not remember if that was said?
I don't recall at that time.
That was such a bad question. It could have like 6 different answers, so that's on me. You do not recall a question being asked of anybody, or, well, first let's start there. Do you recall that question being asked?
I don't.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did Ricky or Andy Chow on that night indicate that Cyrus had pointed a gun at Andy Chow?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fine, Ron. You've heard the testimony of some of the witnesses who have testified. As the case agent, was there ever any concerns about the veracity of any of the witnesses who had testified?
No.
Did any of the officers under your steward, when we were looking at this case, questioned any of the witnesses' veracity?
Objection again to hearsay, Your Honor.
Same.
I promise you I'm almost done. I promise you I am. I take the court's indulgence from me.
Yes, sir.
I very much appreciate your testimony. I know this is a difficult time, a difficult situation, and I don't want to take that for granted. But just to make sure I go back and finish. Cyrus Belton went into the store with a firearm.
He did.
It was illegal for him to walk into the store with a firearm.
It was illegal.
Through the course of your investigation, you showed that he had possession of that firearm within 24 hours before going into that store.
Correct.
The firearm was equipped with the light that we see on the TV now.
Yes.
Through your investigation, you found no money or payment ability for Cyrus to pay for anything in that store.
Did not.
The book bag you found had nothing inside of the book bag.
There's some papers in there, but essentially, no.
Your testimony is there was nothing strange that you thought of going inside of that store with nothing in it. Nothing in the book bag, other than the gun. I'm sorry, you thought it was strange going into the store with a gun.
Correct.
Rick Chow immediately talk to you that evening?
Not, he talked to, I guess, other people there, but then spoke to me at the store to show me the video, yes.
No attorney?
No,
He went down and showed you the video surveillance.
he did.
He comported with everything that you asked.
As far as the video, yes.
When you were watching the video, you had to watch it not one, not two, but 3 times, and on the 3rd time you had to blow it up.
Didn't have to, but he said that he could.
He said he could.
Yes.
And then when it was shown that it appeared as though this person may not have taken anything, he said something that showed shock, but you're not sure if it was genuine.
The video speaks for itself.
And he was not in the store when the shoplifting occurred, or the alleged shoplifting occurred.
Who?
Mr. Chow. He was in the back. I'm sorry, he was not in the main area of the store.
Correct.
Allegedly. Is that a better question?
Yes.
Andy Chow and Alice appeared to be the one having conversations with this young man.
That's true.
Andy and Alice are not charged with anything.
No.
Andy Chow is the one who went out of the store first.
Yes.
You conducted an interview with Andy. We can't get into that, of course, but you conducted the interview with Andy.
I did.
On the scene.
No.
So you conducted an interview with him later.
Correct.
You're aware he gave several interviews on scene.
I learned that, yes.
You learned that, yes.
Yes.
Later, that he gave several
Yes.
interviews on scene. And Rick Chow gave several interviews on scene. And we saw a portion of one already.
I learned that.
Yeah, but we saw
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
them.
yes.
We
I'm
saw
sorry,
a
yes,
portion of
yeah.
one of them all there together. And then finally, you have testified, we may disagree with it, we may not like it, but you would agree it is not against the law to follow and or chase somebody from leaving from the store.
Not against the law, but once again, use and exercise common sense.
And you are not sitting here testifying even with any suggestion that you believe it is okay for a 14-year-old in Richland County to have a gun with a bullet in the chamber.
It's not okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Anything on either end?
If you saw 2 grown men chasing a child down the road, one armed, would you intervene?
I would.
Okay. Was Rick Chow licensed law enforcement?
He was not.
2023, were you licensed law enforcement?
I was.
In 25 years of being a licensed law enforcement officer, have you found yourself in dangerous situations before?
Yes.
How many times have you shot people?
Never.
Have there been times in these dangerous situations where you were felt compelled to have restraint instead of pulling out a firearm and shooting somebody?
Yes.
In 25 years of law enforcement in Richland County, you never aimed a gun at anybody and pulled the trigger.
I have not.
Let me ask you something, Investigator Jordan. I'm still calling you investigator. That's what you are to me. When Cyrus Carmack Belton walked out of 7441 Parkland Road, May 28, 2023, was he walking or running?
Walking.
Was he combative with the Chows, or was he polite to them?
He's very polite.
Okay. In contrast, what were Rick Chow and his son Andy doing when they left the store?
Hastily running after him or hurrying out of the store to try to catch him.
They're hauling ass.
Yes.
What did Cyrus do when he saw 2 grown men running at him and screaming?
Your Honor, I'm going to share the video speak for itself, and now we're editorializing.
Thank you. On the other hand, when Cyrus turns the corner after he's walking, what does he do when grown men are running after him, screaming at him?
Appeared to be scared and take off running.
Where again was Cyrus Carmack Belton shot and killed?
On his body?
Where was his body found?
On Spring Tree Drive.
Do you know how far away?
Over a football field.
You were asked a lot of questions and about what you find suspicious and what could have happened here and there. Cyrus Carmack Belton did not steal anything from that store.
He did not.
Had he been left alone to walk away, not been chased, if everybody stayed in the store whose name was Chow, would this situation have occurred?
No.
Thank you.
Recall.
The solicitor just asked you, I don't really have one question. He asked you in your 25 years, you have never had to pull your firearm?
He asked me if I had to shoot somebody.
And the answer is no.
Never shot anybody.
Have you ever been in a position where somebody has pointed a firearm at a loved one while you were sitting there watching?
Actually, had the firearm pulled on me. On a loved one, no.
On a loved one, no?
No.
Different situation.
It is.
Thank you so much.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you for being here. Ready to call you next witness?
Sir. State calls Dr. Amy Durso.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your phone for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amy Durso, D-U-R-S-O.
Dr. Durso, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Medical University of South Carolina as a forensic pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathologists are medical doctors. We go through medical school and we go through pathology training, but we're specifically trained to do autopsies, so to look at bodies after death, to determine the cause and manner of death, and also we're educated about patterns of injuries and different mechanisms of death.
Okay. You perform autopsies on people who have passed away to determine cause and manner of death, is what you testified to?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I'm up over 4,000.
And you are a medical doctor?
Yes, I have a medical degree.
And how many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert?
Your Honor, I have no objection with your expertise, none whatsoever.
All right, I find that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving factual questions. Dr. Durso is qualified in the area of forensic pathology. The methodology and testimony is reliable, ladies and gentlemen. The same applies to what I told you earlier. Dr. Durso has been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, and you can accept her testimony and opinion and give it whatever way you deem necessary during your deliberation. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Dr. Durso, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Cyrus Carmack Belton on May 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with a couple questions. What do your notes show that Mr. Belton, what was his weight?
Mr. Belton weighed 114 pounds.
Okay. And it looks like he was about 5'6". Does that sound right?
I have him as 5'8", but
68 inches in your...
yeah.
Okay. 5'8", 114 pounds.
Yes.
And his listed age?
Is 14 years old.
Okay. Initially, when you examine a body, what is the first thing you do?
So the coroner's office identifies the body, brings it out, and then we look at the outside of the body and we notate everything, eye color, hair color, scars, tattoos, any injuries, height, weight, postmortem changes, and after we complete that, we start opening the body and looking at all the internal organs.
Okay. Initially, what were your observations before you began dissection?
The most notable finding was a gunshot wound entering his right back.
Okay. What about other superficial type wounds?
There was a partially healed injury on his right hand, and there were some abrasions on his right lower leg.
I want to show you stage 77. Does that accurately reflect the abrasions on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And did these appear to be recent wounds?
Yes.
Okay. The location of the wound on his back, say that one more time.
It was on his kind of right back area, just below kind of mid-back.
Okay. And that states 80. Does that fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been introduced to state 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photo of one of the x-rays we took before we started the autopsy. So before we do autopsies on gunshot wounds, we x-ray the body to make sure we know where the bullet is, if there's a bullet in them, to make sure we recover that so we can hand it over to law enforcement. He's on his side.
Okay, I was about to say, so where his head would be to the right of the screen?
Yes, his head's to the right, his legs are to the left.
Okay, yeah, and I guess his buttocks would be at the bottom left corner there?
Correct.
Okay.
And he's kind of boosted up on a body block so we can shoot across the table.
And, okay. Dr. Garrison, what is this object right here that we're seeing in stage 79?
That's the projectile we recovered from the body at autopsy.
Okay. And this is just this is an angle, different angle, but this is stage 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's upside down. But this is an x-ray going front to back of the body, again showing where the projectile is located. So it's just left of midline, as you can see.
83 is not any younger, but we're all from stage 83 for admission now.
No objection.
Or to get me to state 83.
Okay, this is a little, in stage 83 again, this is what?
That's the projectile, and you can see the shadow of his heart just above that.
This is his heart?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but his head would be, this is basically looking at his head being up, his
Correct.
feet being down. I even see, I think, an arm right here.
Yes.
Okay. What were your general findings as far as the bullet wound? Did it have an exit?
It did not exit, no.
Okay. Let me show you, it hasn't been introduced yet, but do you often, or I guess rather, probably all the time, do you draft something like that when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so we have a stack of blank male, female, all sorts of diagrams that we take notes on when we do the autopsy. And then I kind of do my report based on some of the notes I take on there.
Okay. And this is not scale, right? Is it? This is just kind
No,
of...
it's a generic male diagram.
Okay. You're going to state off for stage 73 for admission and everything?
No objection.
That'd be me to states 73 without objection.
What were your general findings as far as the, we already said it didn't have an exit wound, but the bullet wound that was found in his back, you said it was his right lower back?
Right, so it's the right lower back. It was just under 2 inches right of midline, 46.5 inches above the heel. It was a classic entrance wound. So entrance wounds have what we call an abrasion collar. So as the bullet enters the skin, it kind of rubs the edge of the skin and drags it for a split second on the way in. So that's a typical entrance wound, which this had. The other things we look for when we're looking at bullet wounds and autopsy is we look for soot and stippling, because that's going to kind of tell us if there's a clue as to how close the shooter was when they were shot. So if there's soot like in the wound, that's usually a contact wound. If there's soot more on the skin around the wound, that means the gun was usually within 6 inches. If there's stippling, which is actually the gunpowder that comes out of the end of the gun and has tiny little abrasions on the skin surrounding it, that's usually within around 18 to 24 inches. The exceptions to those, of course, if it goes through like an intermediate object like a car door or a wall of some kind, and also very thick clothing can block those things. On this case, I did not see any soot or stippling, so this is what I call indeterminate range, meaning I don't know if it's 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Okay. So no indication of sooting or stippling.
And then, so after we track the bullet, it comes in, it goes through, it kind of hits the 11th rib, so we have 12 ribs, so just above the bottom rib. It hits part of the rib and part of the T11 vertebrae, so the 11th vertebrae going down the thoracic vertebrae there. It then goes through the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it goes through the right ventricle of the heart. So this is the most deadly thing that happened, is that it goes through his heart. That's not a survivable wound. It then goes and after it goes through the heart, it hits the inside of his rib cage. We're actually able to see when we remove the front of his rib cage where the bullet impacted. So it's actually a little higher up than where the bullet's found. So the bullet, because of the way it kind of mushroomed, got caught on the pericardial sac, which is the soft tissue sac that surrounds the heart. So it kind of pulled it back down, but it actually impacted further up and to the left.
Would it have been immediately fatal, or would you expect to see somebody live for some time period after this?
So it's not immediately fatal. Those are more, and he would not lose consciousness immediately. Those are more with wounds to the head. So with a heart wound, maybe a minute or two, he could have, there's been reports of people being able to run with the adrenaline in their system, but not far. They collapse pretty quickly because the blood, every heartbeat is the blood's coming out of their heart and not circulating.
What is it that kills you? Is it
the blood loss? So instead of the blood circulating in your vessels and going to provide oxygen and energy to your cells, such as your heart, brain, vital organs, the blood is accumulating in his chest.
Tell me about midline is his backbone, is that?
Yes.
How far from midline, left to right, was the wound?
The entrance wound was 1 3/4 inches right of midline.
And as far as a trajectory, was it, I guess, I assume back to front? There's no exit, and the hole's in his back.
Correct. So it's back to front. It was going a bit upwards, and it's going just slightly right to left. So it goes from just right of midline to just left of midline.
Okay. Let me kind of, with the court's permission, can Dr. Nurso step down for a minute?
Sure.
Show me kind of on my back, just use me as a model, where would that entrance room be?
So if we go mid-back, just underneath that, just right at midline, I would say approximately in this location here.
Okay. You can figure, show the jury.
I would say right around here.
Hold on. It's an old shirt.
Okay. You want me to draw on you?
Show me what it is.
Okay. never drawn him an attorney before.
Okay. And the trajectory was upward, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Show me with an X on the front of me where. Would it be on this side or this side?
It's going to be on the right side.
Okay. And do you need any notes or do you?
Turn around again. Oh, the left side, sorry, the left. Okay, so left, and it's, can I feel the bottom of your sternum? So it would be approximately here-ish.
Okay. Now with this rod, I stand at the side. Show during my profile generally where that would be, how that would look going into Mr. Carmack Belton's body.
Let's say it like this. If he was standing straight up.
Okay.
The problem is like my diagram, everyone's standing in anatomical position. No one is ever really standing in anatomical position when they get shot. So.
Well, I got one more. Did you see my toy gun? It's not a workable gun. It's a problem. You've seen this too, Dr. Darcy.
I have, yes.
If you're in a shooter's stance, if that was testified to, okay?
Okay.
Standing with the jury, or they can see you, and I'm over here.
Do you want me to put this down?
Yeah. Would you expect to see that trajectory if you're in the shooter's stance and you're behind me and I'm upright?
So a lot of times we get people, if someone is behind you with a gun, in general, someone's not going to stand there. A lot of times we have upward trajectories from people bending over.
Okay. The victim bending over, you mean?
Yes.
Let's just for argument's sake, you're the shooter and you're in a standard gunman stance. I am upright. Would you expect to see the trajectory that you observed on Mr. Belton?
No, so either the shooter would have had to be below you shooting upwards, or the victim would have had to be at an angle downwards, or he would have been uphill. There's a few different variables, but generally not straight if we're on flat ground and I'm directly behind you.
Testimony is we're on flat ground.
Okay.
Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance.
Got it.
Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running from you?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner's stance with their back directly towards you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here with you in that stance,
Okay.
especially with you just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
If I'm for some reason turning around aiming at you, like I'm doing now,
Yes.
is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Darcy. In your expert opinion, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
Dr. Darcy, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I promise it was on the shirt.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie. It will not wash out.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Nothing further.
Dr. Durso, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I don't think we've ever met.
I have not met you before, no.
I can Let's go through a couple of things. One, my name is Sean Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And under no circumstance am I going to let you draw on me.
I'm good with that.
Okay, I can promise you that will not happen.
That's great.
Dr. Durso, I just want to go through some of your testimony to make sure that I understand that everything that you've said. And of course, I have no challenge to your expertise whatsoever. And so please don't take offense to any of my questions. And if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. Is that a fair statement?
Fair enough.
And you do not have anyone to reward, anyone to punish. We consider you a neutral witness. Is that fair? You don't work for the solicitors?
Oh, correct. No. I'm just here to explain the autopsy findings and what it means, and that's it. I do not take sides.
And I'm definitely not going to disrespect or ask you how much you make or anything of that nature. That's completely improper, but you work for a living, correct? You work for the Medical University of South Carolina?
Yes.
And how long have you been there?
Well, I've only worked directly under them for about a year now. For 15 years before that, I worked for a private group of pathologists, and they just bought our practice. So I'm doing the same job for 16 years, but with MUSC for only a year now.
And doctor, as we talk about things, you are a doctor. You are say correctly because that is a rude phrase, but they want to make sure that they can look at it, challenge it, and see if it's done a consistent way.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there are specific standards that are utilized in doing autopsies.
Yes.
And that comes from the forensic autopsy performance standards.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And we utilize those to make sure that if somebody else is looking at the work that we've ever done, that we can have a standard so that not necessarily can challenge, so they can make sure. Well, tell me why you have standards. Tell me the point.
Just so we don't have people making stuff up and creating havoc.
And we want to endeavor to make sure that if we utilize and follow the standards at all time, that's when we know things are done exactly correctly.
Yes.
What happens when we don't follow standards? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, to be honest.
It's just a
with
question.
you.
Do you know? I mean, how about let's make this. Looking at the picture of the autopsy, do we believe that all standards were followed properly?
I believe I did.
Okay. When we're looking at the human body, I think you mentioned that we take it from the anatomical position.
Correct.
We take the height of the individual.
Yes.
Because we want to be very specific.
Yes.
And then we measure where the wound is, the defect, I think some call it, but wherever the wound is.
Yes.
We measure it exactly because we want to have very precise measurements.
Correct.
And then in this situation, we are very specific that the wound path in this situation is back to front, and because we can tell that, because we can tell the entry wound.
Correct.
And it's going front, back to front, and it's going, I think you mentioned right to left.
Yes.
And it's going slightly up.
Yes.
Now, first I want to deal with the word slightly. In my research and looking and talking to other doctors, they had mentioned that that's generally not a word that we utilize when dealing with autopsy because we want specificity. Is that a fair statement?
I use it, and so do my colleagues.
But with a word like slightly, that's not a question where we can get a specific what numbers that we are dealing with.
I guess not, no.
Okay. And without having a specific, using a word like slightly, slightly on a small human being could be different than slightly on a large human being.
Yes.
And when we're dealing with standards and making sure we can make a point of what has happened, it makes it almost impossible for another doctor, another pathologist to look at our work and say, what does slightly mean? Would you
Well, that's
agree?
why we take photos.
And that's the next thing I wanted to get into. That's why we take photos.
Correct.
And when we take photographs in situations, we don't just take photos, we follow the standards to make sure it's done the exact same way. Correct?
Okay.
And you're familiar with the forensic autopsy standards? Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that utilizing the forensic autopsy standards, there are specific things that we are supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I'm not the one taking photographs.
But you would agree with me there's some specifics that we're supposed to have in dealing with an autopsy?
What are you saying we were missing?
I'm asking, are you aware of that?
Because I can see what
get done, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I don't understand what you're.
And it looks like I am completely on the wrong. No, yeah. In section E2, it talks about what happens when we have injuries. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And just generically, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
This is saying pictures, it's describing.
Okay. But what are we supposed to do?
It says describe an injury by type, location, size, shape, pattern, and color.
Okay, and if we turn to page 15, that is where our industry standards talk about photographic documentation of injuries. Are you familiar with that section in the standards?
Yes.
And if we go to the forensic pathologist or representative shall, there's E3.1 and E3.2. What does E3.2 require us to do?
It says photograph major injuries with a scale.
Did we do that in this situation?
The sheriff's department or police department is the one that does that. And typically they do. I do not supervise them directly.
Do we have a picture of any of the injuries with the scale?
There should be some.
We haven't testified or seen any of that yet.
Yeah, Mr. Kent, you going down a road you might not want to go.
May we approach?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And doctor, I think I understand what you were saying, that you did not take the pictures, these pictures that we have.
Correct.
And if you would have taken the pictures, you would have had a scale next to the pictures as required by the industry standards.
Right. So the sheriff's department always uses a scale, I guarantee you.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I'll be right back with you. I promise this will last 2 days. Don't discuss the case.
I'm trying to calm down.
It's been turned over. We had, what, no one is saying anything's not turned over. No one was accusing anyone of any type of, I don't want to use the word, discovery violation. But it has been handled, we addressed it, I know how to address it with this witness. She didn't do it anyway, so it was in fine. I think my question was going to stop because she didn't put it on there, the sheriff's office would have done it, so I'm going to come through this witness. I mean, she's exactly right, she didn't do it, and that's where we're going to stop anyway, the inquiry, she wouldn't put the picture on there.
Oh, did they take a picture? She was sure.
No, they have something, yeah, no, they have something. Just put them on.
Can we approach them?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that that is standard practice. And what she testified to is, I don't take pictures, the sheriff's department coroner's office do. And she's asking, that should have been done. It hasn't been done. It has been done. It's been turned over, and we've called out all these pictures because I thought we were all in agreement that a couple pictures was red and 2 pictures. We were limited to 2 pictures of his fatal wound, which we agreed to, and now we're kind of being punished for that. So I mean, it's a little.
I don't care there's no attempt to punish at all. I'm still in the middle of the direct of this witness. If it is not, and they have a right to recross, and it is not handled properly, I think the court can address it.
Okay, well, we just, I need to print up this picture now and introduce it.
But she didn't take it anyway.
It does exist though, we don't know. It's just, I don't like the implication.
Why don't we let him finish his cross-examination, see where that goes. If it is rectified during the cross-examination, we'll be fine. If not, maybe we will discuss something curative for me.
Yes. Yeah, and I think she did a good job of correcting it right there, and I think that's where we were going, but I'll make it up a little more clear. She's smarter than me. She's right in there, so I think we're fine.
You told me I could correct you.
And you're correcting the heck out of me, so I think that's where we're going.
It's court.
Just for the record, Your Honor, all of this information was turned over to current counsel, at least a portion of current counsel on what they, January 30th, 2025. They do have that information.
All right. Well, let's give the jury about 5 more minutes. I'm sure someone went to the restroom and stuff like that. Anybody needs the opportunity to do that real quick, go ahead.
Right there would actually meet in the street and just hang out about once a month. And then they would come over, about twice a week during the week or on the weekend.
And your oldest was only a couple years younger than Mr. Tower, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did they ever socialize together?
No.
When you say that you met Mr. Tower briefly, in the 8 months, how many times do you think that you saw him?
A handful. He wasn't around most of the time. I think he had just come back from wherever he was.
When you did see him and talk to him, were there any conversations with him, or was it pretty quick or just see him?
It was brief. He came to my house 2 days prior to this because, as I mentioned, my husband was helping him fix his vehicle.
Okay, and was that the most exposure that you had to him a couple days before that?
Yes.
Did he seem socially adept to you?
Objection, objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. But again, your oldest didn't have any kind of social interaction with him whatsoever.
No, sir.
And even though you guys were having these parties on a regular basis, you didn't have any additional social.
Okay, thank you.
You don't think I do? You are not writing on me. It is not. I feel very comfortable. You'll never also hear me say this thing. It's an old shirt. You'll not hear that. Yes.
All right, Mr. Bowden, bring him in, please, sir.
Quick moment, Your Honor. Do we need to do a curative to show that this information was sent to the defense January 30, 2025?
Let's see how the cross goes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think we got cut off there, but she fixed it. I'll fix it.
Okay, yeah. Yes, sir. Bring him on in.
Judge President, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Durso, I want to make sure I understand completely, and I think as we talked about, if I say something incorrect, you have every right to correct me. But I want to make sure I'm clear. You don't take the pictures, and I think that's where my confusion was. You don't take the
Right, I don't take the photos. I'm honestly gloved up in full PPE the whole time. So the coroner's office has a representative that takes photos. And in this case, I believe it was the sheriff's department sent one of their crime scene investigators to take photos. And they always take pictures with and without scale of the wounds.
And you understand why that was a concern of a question that I had to make sure who actually took the pictures, and that's why I'm glad you can explain that.
Right, I'm happy to
And
correct you.
No problem. And I want to give you a chance to make sure to clarify. Is there anything wrong with someone different taking the pictures other than you? That way you can clarify to the jury.
No, there's no problem, and that's very typical because I've worked in medical examiners' offices in North Carolina during training, and it's always someone else that's usually taking the photo. It's very infrequent in my experience that the actual pathologist has the camera because, once again, we're in full gear doing the work, and that way we can just call someone over and say, take a picture of this.
And to make sure, so I don't look like I just tried to beat you up with a bunch of papers, I asked you the question about those forensic standards. You can understand it says something different. Do you want to explain why that's not at issue in this situation? Because, of course, I read the forensic standards to the court.
Right. So it actually says the forensic pathologist or pathologist in training shall, and it literally says photograph injuries. So it literally does say that, which I think that's something probably NAME should correct because I don't know any forensic pathologists that take the photos.
So you can understand where my confusion comes from, that it says that you should, and I'm not blaming you, not blaming the solicitor's office, but you understand when I read the standards, it says that you should, but you're like, nobody does that.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about, and again, if I use words or say things incorrectly, please talk to me, because one of the things we have to figure out is the laterality of the bullet as it entered into the body. That's something important, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Is that something that we measured to figure out inside the body, the laterality of the movement of the bullet when it went inside of the body?
So there's no exit wound. So typically there's an exit wound that's pretty easy to measure, but it's inside the body. So I described it. We took lots of photos, and I actually put a trajectory rod through his body to show the trajectory. That's our standard of what we do.
And you understand why I asked the question, because that could be something important, the laterality of the bullet going into the body, especially when we're talking about a right to left path.
Correct, and that's why I described where it was located and why I put the trajectory rod through the body. But of course, the body at that point has been opened because, again, it's not a through and through, so it's not a picture that most people would be okay seeing.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, that's one of the questions that, when I brought up at the beginning, utilizing, I want to make sure I say this correctly, utilizing words like slightly, when we then talk about we don't have a measurement of the laterality of how the bullet moves in the body, that would be something we'd have trouble determining how right to left something is actually moving. Do you understand why I had that concern?
Yeah, and that's why we have the pictures with the trajectory rods and all of the descriptors.
And how are the pictures of those trajectory rods? Are they taken from the angles or are they just taken straight on?
They're supposed to walk around the body and take them from multiple angles.
And if it's not done, is that an issue?
It's not ideal.
Okay, just asking. Well, is it not ideal because we can't tell how right to left something is?
Well, I know how right to left, but for someone reviewing, like you said, I just like to be thorough.
The solicitor was asking you questions again about the right to left movement of the path. Now, when I was doing my studies, it says something, and again, this is where you correct me because you're smarter than me. When a bullet is moving like 3 to 4 inches, almost equates to like 30 to 40% turn to the torso. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the bullet inside of the body, okay, you know where I'm going, so I'll let you explain.
There's all sorts of theories about measuring angles and degrees, but the problem is there's so many variables.
Right.
And so, you know, is the body twisted or is the person just standing to the right of them? There's a lot of different variables. So there's not, you know, unless you were physically there at the scene.
And that's what I wanted, and I'm glad you
and
said
know
that.
exactly where everyone is standing. It's hard. I can tell you whether something's consistent with the pattern and the angle, but I can't say, well, this person had to be standing here because I don't know exactly what angle even the victim's body was at. Nobody can unless you were there.
And that's why, going back while we talk about we do the body in an anatomical position, and then you just talk about possibilities and not possibility, and the sad part is a lot of things are possible.
Correct.
And so when we say this is, it's almost rare to say something's impossible because we don't know because you're not there.
Correct. I can say if it's consistent or not. Clearly he was not shot from the front, he was shot from the back. So there are certain things we can say.
And when we talk about the slightly right to left, there's a degree, the solicitor said, couldn't have done that, which we understand. But there can be a slight turn, correct?
Correct.
Like there can be a slight turn this much.
True.
Okay.
If the shooter's directly behind.
If the shooter's directly behind, and we're going to do that thing, but you are not going to draw on me.
Come on. I'm good at it now.
Let's grab a couple of items. Would you come up here and show me again, because I want to make sure I understand. I'm going to have you come on down again. And just so you don't take the chance, I'm going to take Kenny Rogers, if he'll come over here and we'll utilize him. So what I want to talk about, so if we turn the body this way, and this is where we're going to be this individual.
Okay.
This is going to be the individual who had passed.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the solicitor asked you if this was possible, and you said no.
Correct.
But this is possible.
Slightly, yes.
So that's possible.
Yes.
So a human could be turning this way, and that's possible.
Yes, slightly to the right. Maybe not quite that much. I mean, that's assuming, like, if I'm to the right of you, that changes, but directly behind, because it goes just right to just left.
Okay.
So the same more than about there. If I'm directly in.
If you're directly behind.
Yes.
So that's possible.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can go back. See, you didn't get the draw on me. And they've introduced x-rays. Again, I'm not brilliant. One of the things that we always have to make sure of is the x-rays and so forth. It just shows where the bullet comes to rest. It doesn't show if the bullet is trampoline or anything like that when it's in the human body.
Right, and because of that impact on the inside of his rib cage, I could tell that it didn't come to rest exactly at the direct angle, because, you know, bullets don't turn, you know, they go straight. And then it got, again, snagged on the soft tissue around the heart, and it kind of yanked it back down.
And so I think the phrase I use, a bullet can trampoline back, is that a proper phrase that I just used?
That's a word, yeah. You can use that.
Look at me, look at words, look like I know stuff. And again, I want to apologize completely if I have misconstrued anything you have testified to, and I have not challenged your expertise whatsoever.
I understand.
So please apologize if it seems like I have done anything to do that. Have I given you opportunity to answer all the questions that I have?
Yes.
And do you feel as though you've gotten perfect opportunity to respond properly to everything that I have asked?
Yes.
Have you given opportunity to see? You don't believe that I've tried to trick you in any way whatsoever, do you?
No.
And you would agree with your testimony that we've talked about there are different possibilities that could have happened and you are not there.
Absolutely.
And one of the things the solicitor talked to you about, if the two individuals are on flat ground, that takes a situation that you don't know.
Correct.
Because you're not there.
Correct.
And so if somebody's on a flat ground or raised ground or something like that, all of that changes our equations.
Correct. There are several variables as long as that angle stays true, but you
As
can
long as
move
the angle
both
stays
the shooter, the shootee, and everyone else around. So.
And so the best way to do it is take the science that you have offered and put it with witnesses, evidence, and so forth, and let them decide what happened. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Oh, I've been told I have another question.
Okay.
So apparently I am done. I apologize. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Anything on redirect?
There you are.
All right, doctor, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let her get down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for today. Same rules apply. Don't discuss the case with anyone or amongst yourselves. Don't do any research or anything like that overnight. And we will get started tomorrow morning at 9:30. Y'all have a good evening. Oh, yeah, stop, just a second. Any more witnesses from the state?
Not for today, Your Honor.
Oh, so you're, okay. Sorry about that. Now you're excused.
May I on the record, Your Honor?
Yeah, we're still on that.
Your Honor, directly I talked to Mr. Scott. I can assure you there was nothing that we were attempting to do to say that the state of South Carolina has hidden any evidence. They've given us everything we have. I just wanted to make sure that that was not our intention whatsoever.
I think that's clear.
Didn't want to today, but I fully expect us to go ahead and rest in the morning if that's okay.
Okay.
We just
Well,
want to talk.
I was thinking you might rest now, and then we can go ahead and dispense with the DB.
Okay, well, if you want to, let me talk to them.
Well, it needs to be done in front of the jury, I think, so they're gone. So you can do it one. That's fine.
Sure, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that.
And just, not to beat a dead horse, Your Honor, but I just want to make sure the record is clear that, that information that was questioned about the scale and the gunshot wound, it was initially sent to defense counsel January 30th, 2025, and it was sent a second time through evidence.com on March 3rd, 2025. So it has all been released to them. They've had it for over a year. So just want to make sure.
I've never said no.
Your Honor, the problem was we received it, it came as a crime scene photographs. And we, of course, are looking at what Mr. Kent was questioning on, which suggests that the pathologist shall, so when we didn't get it in the pathologist report, you know, it just wasn't there. So that was our mistake. No party foul from the solicitor's office.
No,
and we now have them.
I think it was covered. I think you got cleaned up on
Your Honor,
I just don't want this narrative of, just going back to yesterday with nefarious intent, that narrative that, solicitors' offices or the Fifth Circuit solicitor's office is holding anything away or hiding and, playing fast and loose. That is not true. It's been sent at least twice. And I just need that to be clear on the record, that they have everything that we have, and they've had it for a period of time, and we've shared it with multiple lawyers throughout this case. Because Mr. Chow has been represented by some version of this team twice, and also the Shealy Law Firm, and each of them has received this information.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's clear. I think they made it clear on the record they have it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one last thing. During the questioning of Devontae Bryant, there were 2 videos used to refresh him. These are not in evidence, Your Honor. I kind of feel as though they should be offered as a court exhibit only because they were shown to the witness during the proffer, during his refreshing opportunity. They were not presented, not seen by the jury. I'm just not absolutely clear, so I tend to err on the side of caution. Would you?
Yeah, I think it's fine to make them part of the record unless they got some kind of objection, which is making there'll be 2 videos, there'll be 1 court.
There it is. And the other course exhibit, I guess. Thank you.
No problem.
I just think I have one more thing there, and Madam Court Reporter, correct me. On the testimony to the last witness, Ty. Brian. Yes, sir, Your Honor. I attempted to put in.
Jordan. Devontae Bryant, sorry.
I attempted to put in a video. We reread your email. It said we had to lay a proper foundation, so I think it was at that point in time it was not admissible, but I still want to mark this for identification at this point in time.
Or you can mark it as a court exhibit.
As a court exhibit?
Yep.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we have that marked.
That was the full Instagram post.
That was the full post, yes, Your Honor. We have one clip from the full post, and I think the court issue, we have not made a proper foundation as of yet, or is it not admissible?
I have to look at it. I think I just made a determination that the post was not coming in. I would submit a screenshot of it.
And I respectfully, I do not remember that from the court's email, and so I just wanted to make sure. I thought the email was just very generic, that it was allowable, that it was relevant, if we laid the proper foundation. And so
I think during the hearing, I determined that I was going to allow it as a screenshot.
I just want to make sure I don't run afoul of the court's ruling. Are we allowed to lay a foundation to get in the video now, or are you saying we are not? And that's not what the email says.
Yes. Assuming appropriate foundation.
Okay, and that's what I was understanding. We still have to lay the appropriate foundation to get the rest of that video in. Yes, Your Honor. I understand that. Thank you, sir.
All right, anything else?
I'm sorry.
I don't have anything else. Okay, cool. Y'all have a good evening.
interaction with him, correct?
Nope.
All right. And when your husband was working on the car with him the week prior, you didn't have any interactions with him then either?
I did not.
Okay. But your husband did?
Yes.
Obviously? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what part of the car they were working on?
No, I don't know.
If I could have a moment, Judge?
Sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, ma'am.
Thank
What's
you.
your first step, okay?
Will do, thank you.
We don't have a step in this courtroom, do we? Is it a ramp? Okay.
It's a ramp.
Okay. Folks, if you want to always stretch and just take a quick stretch break, in between the witnesses is also a good time to do that if you want, okay? And also, if you need to use the restroom, sometimes we'll get rolling during the trial. Just go ahead and raise your hand and let me know, okay? Are you folks okay to continue?
The state would request a brief bathroom break at this time.
See how good that works? They request a bathroom break and I deliver. Okay, let's take a 5-ish minute comfort break. Everybody please stand. Folks, notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during the break. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. All right, comfort break. We'll come back in 5 or so minutes and continue with your next witness.
It's transport and for brief comfort break.
First of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how that dash cam operates when a law enforcement officer gets in the driver's seat?
That specific vehicle that I was operating that night, once the vehicle's turned on, the camera rolls 24 hours, 7 days a week, as long as the vehicle is on. You can't turn it off or manipulate the camera in any way.
In addition to the dash camera on your police car, were you also wearing a body camera?
Yes.
Was that regulation at the time and continues to be regulation with the city of Northport?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And was the body camera also turned on?
Yes.
At the time this incident occurred? Okay. Now, when you turned onto Malakote and saw a person near that black car, did you have, well, I guess it's kind of redundant, but you were in a police car. Did it have the typical insignia and all of the authorized patrol vehicle distinctions on the car?
Yes.
Okay. Did it have jurisdictional markings displayed on the car?
Yes.
Tell us about the lighting on that street.
Lighting was sporadic street lights, but fairly dark.
And when you pulled up to this car, did you have your headlights on?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to see the activity at the back of the car with your headlights?
Yes.
Did you illuminate that person further?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I activated my high beams on my headlights, as well as takedown lights, which are affixed to the light bar. They're bright white LED lights.
All right. Was there anything obstructing your view between you sitting in the driver's seat of your patrol car and this individual that was at the back of the black vehicle?
No.
Can you tell us what kind of car it was, in addition to it being black?
It was a black Chevy Sonic.
What, if anything, did you observe about the person that you saw to the rear of or at the trunk area of the black Chevy Sonic?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Of course. What, if anything, did you observe about that person that was at the back of that black Chevy Sonic?
What I observed was a white male wearing a tank top and shorts, but specifically, he was covered in blood from his head down his arms.
Okay. And did you have any difficulty in viewing the fact that he had blood virtually everywhere on his body?
No.
Okay. Based upon the dispatch information that you told us about it a bit earlier, and your personal observations of the defendant, did you have any concerns about what was in that car or what was in the trunk of that car?
Yes.
What were your concerns, Officer Ragagos?
So my concerns were the original call was that a female was screaming. At this time, I saw a male only. As he was closing the door, covered in blood, I wasn't sure if he was hiding someone in the trunk or hiding a weapon or something along the lines of covering up a crime.
All right. So as that was going through your mind, what is the very next thing that you did?
I immediately exited my car, unholstered my weapon, and gave the commands to the male that was outside the car. I identified myself as a police officer, and I told him to stop.
Were you wearing a uniform?
Yes.
And how did he react?
The male completely ignored me, entered the driver's side of the Chevy Sonic, and began to accelerate out of the neighborhood.
Okay. When you say accelerate, was he going, just based on your observations, faster than the normal speed on a residential street?
At the initial time, no, but then his speed did progress.
Okay, all right. So did you take further steps after the male got into that black Sonic and just drove away from you, completely ignoring your directions?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I immediately notified other officers and police dispatch of what I observed. At this time, another police officer was entering onto Malakote from the opposite direction. He activated his red and blue lights to effect a motor vehicle stop on the black Sonic, to which the vehicle still failed to yield to police.
Okay, so the person that got in that black car, he just continued down Malakote, even with you behind him and other law enforcement.
Objection, counsel testifying.
Overall, at this time, let's make maybe the question a little shorter.
Yes, sir. Did he completely ignore the other law enforcement that had showed up on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the person that showed up on the scene in addition to you?
Sergeant Johnson with the Northport Police Department.
Okay, what's Sergeant's first name?
Sergeant Patrick Johnson.
Okay. When you saw the defendant evade Sergeant Johnson, what was your next step?
I immediately got on the radio. At this time, asked permission to initiate a pursuit, being the vehicle was stopping and what I had observed, to which it was approved.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say initiate a pursuit?
So when you initiate a pursuit, you have to identify who you are on the radio, reason for the stop, weather conditions, speed, and vehicle maneuvering of the defendant's vehicle.
All right. And was that pursuit approved by your superiors?
Yes.
And did you continue on the pursuit with Sergeant Johnson?
That's correct.
Did anyone else become involved in that pursuit along with you and Sergeant Patrick Johnson?
Yes, Corporal Hart.
Okay. Let's now look at what's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this, officer?
Yes.
Would this map help you to explain to the members of the jury exactly what took place after you called out for a pursuit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 3 into evidence, please.
No objection. State's Exhibit 3 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Officer, there's a laser pointer up here. If you would use it while you're explaining. It's this little one right there. And you're going to have to multitask. So I want you to not only look at the screen behind you, but also speak into the microphone. So you're going to have to swivel your head back and forth to somehow make sure that you're heard by the members of the jury. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Officer, I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3, and I want you to first point out to the members of the jury the area in Northport where you first encountered the defendant on August 31st of 2023.
So the address of 1240 Malakote is going to be in this general area.
Okay, all right, so let's look at the Northport map, and can you point out? All right, so once the defendant started to flee from you and Sergeant Johnson and who was the other person?
Corporal Hart.
Corporal Hart. Can you show the members of the jury the earlier part of his flight?
The earlier part of the flight was in this general area, which proceeded northbound past Toledo Blade Elementary School. And the road that the laser pointer on now is East Price Boulevard.
Was that through residential neighborhoods?
That's correct.
Okay, and how was the defendant driving as he continued his flight through those residential neighborhoods?
In the beginning, his flight was slowed driving, not too aggressive, but that pattern changed once we got onto East Price Boulevard and the defendant began to speed and drive recklessly.
All right. Show us the continuation of his flight. Show us how he progressed as he drove away from you and the other two personnel from Northport.
So as the pursuit continued west on East Price Boulevard, we approached Toledo Blade. Once on Toledo Blade, the defendant made a right to go northbound as we traveled. In this general area where the pointer is, the defendant recklessly changed lanes and began traveling northbound in the southbound lanes in the opposite lane of travel. At this time, Commander Brownie was in a white unmarked police car coming southbound in the correct lane of travel. This time, the defendant almost struck Commander Brownie head on.
All right. And what happened after that incident when the defendant was going driving in the wrong lane? What did he do next?
So after the defendant was driving in the wrong lane of travel, he made a lane change to go back into the northbound lane and continue northbound on Toledo Blade.
Okay. After that incident there in Northport, did he take another main artery?
That's correct.
Where did he go?
So the defendant traveled north on Toledo Blade, ultimately entering the southbound lane at I-75 southbound.
All right. And in which direction did he go once he was in I-75?
Southbound in the southbound lanes.
Okay. Are you able to show us with your laser pointer, just in general, how far he continued into Charlotte County on I-75?
Yes, so the defendant traveled southbound, continuing southbound. So we got on the highway at exit 179. The defendant traveled all the way down to approximately this area, which is exit 170, Kings Highway in Charlotte County.
What did he do then?
The defendant exited I-75, made a left turn, and then made a second left turn, ultimately entering I-75 northbound at the same exit of 170.
At this point, were there still 3 police vehicles following the defendant, you, Sergeant Johnson, and the corporal?
That's correct.
Okay. So with your laser pointer, I want you to show the members of the jury what the defendant is doing now while Northport police cars are following him.
So the defendant enters northbound I-75, enters the center lane, and maintains a speed of approximately 80 miles an hour, driving in a straight, no evasive maneuvers, but still failing to yield for law enforcement.
Okay. And at this point, are your lights and sirens activated?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sure the members of the jury have heard police sirens before, but is the sound of a police siren loud enough to penetrate the cars that are near or surrounding the police car that are letting out their sirens?
Yes.
What about the lighting? When you say the lights are activated, describe the kind of lights that are used to draw the attention of people to pull them over and stop.
So police cars, they're equipped, Northport specifically, red and blue emergency lights, as well as white LEDs. So they're flashing very fast strobes. And like I said, they're LEDs, so they're very bright. And at nighttime, it illuminates the entire roadway.
Okay. And how far in front of Sergeant Johnson's car? Was he in the lead?
That's correct. Sergeant Johnson was the lead and I was the second officer.
So how far was the defendant in front of Sergeant Johnson's car? And you can give us an estimate, of course.
Approximately 5 car lanes.
Okay, thank you. And this is with the lights and siren just going full blast?
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
So as we continued northbound on I-75, now we're back in the jurisdiction of Northport. This time we start radioing to surrounding agencies, specifically Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Florida Highway Patrol.
Okay, why did you get Sarasota County Sheriff's Office involved?
At this time, we were passing all the exits to get back into Northport, and we were starting to approach and enter their jurisdiction.
Okay, so were you soon going to be crossing over into the jurisdiction of the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office?
That's correct.
Okay, so once you involved those agencies to assist you, did you see their patrol vehicles as well?
Yes.
Okay. You can continue with your laser pointer, please.
So approximately where my laser pointer is now is the jurisdictional boundary from Northport, starting into Sarasota County. The pursuit continued, still in the center lanes, northbound.
Okay. And did Sarasota County Sheriff's Office assist in any way?
That's correct.
Can you tell the members of the jury exactly what they did?
So where my laser pointer is now is I-75 and North River Road. It was at that approximate location where the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office deployed spike strips on the defendant's vehicle.
Okay, tell the jury, what is a spike strip?
Spike strip is it's a device that you throw into the roadway and it punctures the tires to deflate them for a safe ending to a pursuit.
And did that spike strip stop the defendant?
That's correct.
What happened after the defendant's car was stopped?
So as we traveled through the intersection of River Road, still on I-75, the defendant's vehicle came to a slow stop on the right shoulder, just south of Jacaranda, approximately in this area.
All right. And were you able to see that entire procedure, officer?
Yes.
Okay. Once the defendant's car stopped, what's the very next thing that happened?
Northport police officers pulled behind the defendant, and at this time he exited the driver's side of the vehicle and began to run into the tree line.
Thank you. Officer, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit Number 4. Will you look at that for me, please?
Yes.
Do you recognize it, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury what it is?
It's a recording of my dash cam video from my police car on that night.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I've reviewed it on 11/3 as well as November 12th, 2025.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of your dash cam footage on the night of August 31st into September 1st?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit Number 4 into evidence, please.
No objection.
State's Exhibit Number 4 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. Can you please take a look at that? And actually, I think I turned the wrong one on. I think this should be. Ms. Whipple?
Maybe. Oh, there.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. All right. Sorry. So, what are we looking at here as this dash cam begins?
This is a video of me arriving on Malakote Road.
Are you now on Malakote Road?
That's correct.
And as we look at this, I'm going to pause that for a moment. Explain to the members of the jury what they're seeing here.
So as you're watching, you could see my high beams as well as my takedown lights that we spoke about earlier, illuminated, which brightens up the roadway. And then there you see the defendant standing behind the vehicle and then approaching the driver's side door.
Okay, and I would like you to speak up nice and loudly into the microphone so that everyone can hear you.
Yes.
Okay? All right. So now, are you able to see the defendant clearly at this point? Obviously, you can only see him from the back, but are you able to see him clearly?
Correct.
And were you able to recognize the color And the type of clothing that he was wearing?
Yes.
Now, as he reached into his pockets for, it looks like but as he reached into his pocket and got into his car, where were you positioned?
In my driver's seat, and then I exited my vehicle.
In which direction is the defendant driving on Malakote?
West.
Tell the jury what's going on right now. Who is that in that large black vehicle?
That's Sergeant Patrick Johnson, and prior to that is the time when I was letting other officers know over the radio what I observed, and that the defendant was ignoring my commands and beginning to drive away.
Can you tell us what the name of that artery, that main artery is?
Toledo Blade.
All right, what's happening here?
What we just observed was the defendant entering the southbound lane and continuing northbound in the wrong direction.
So is Toledo Blade a 4-lane highway?
Correct.
And is it, and tell us, how is it actually formulated? Does it have 2 lanes going northbound,
Correct, and 2 lanes going southbound.
separated by a strip?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and so did the defendant just cross over and enter the southbound lane?
Yes.
Was there any other traffic that night?
Traffic was light.
But
There were other vehicles on the roadway.
and Commander Brownie was also coming to the, joining the pursuit.
Correct.
right, defendant's now back in the proper lane.
Correct.
As you continue to pursue the defendant, were you also getting reports from your fellow officers back at the crime scene?
Yes.
All right, so here we see the defendant. And what did he just do?
He took an evasive maneuver to either hit or strike Sergeant Patrick Johnson or dodge his vehicle from a pit maneuver.
What's going on now, Officer Regalos?
The defendant entered the southbound lane to go onto I-75 southbound.
Can you tell the members of the jury approximately where you are?
At this time in the video, about to approach the exit 170 for Kings Highway in Charlotte County.
What's taking place now?
The defendant exited I-75 at exit 170.
And what's the very next thing that the defendant did?
The defendant then re-enters I-75 to go northbound.
Did the defendant at any time during this or the additional footage that we're going to see ever attempt to stop or obey any of the sirens or activated lights that were going on?
No.
Are you now headed northbound on I-75,
That's correct.
but still in Charlotte County?
Still in Charlotte County for approximately another mile.
At what rate of speed is the defendant traveling?
Approximately 80 miles per hour.
Are you able to tell us where geographically we are right now?
Approximately near Sumter Boulevard and I-75, which is exit 182.
So we're going to look at the second portion of the dash cam. This just immediately jumps into where it ended on the last one. Are you now approaching the northern boundaries of Northport's jurisdiction?
Yes.
All right, so what's going on right now?
I believe it's at this time we're crossing into Sarasota County.
All right, is Sarasota County coming into play?
That's correct.
Are you now approaching the Venice city limits?
That's correct. Approximately at mile marker 188, approaching 189 at this time.
All right, what's going on now?
As we spoke about earlier, the tire deflation device that the sheriff's office used struck the defendant's tires, causing him to pull over to the side of the road.
All right, so now with your laser pointer, if you would just point out the defendant's car and Sergeant Johnson's car. And obviously we can see what looks like a dashboard. Can you show us your car?
That's correct, and that's my front bumper.
Okay. So now I want you to keep your eye on the area between the defendant's car and to the right of the defendant's car. And I'm going to turn this back on. What did we just see?
That was the defendant running into the tree line.
So the defendant got out of his car and ran into the tree line?
Correct.
Were you able to see him with your own eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do when he ran into the tree line?
He jumped over a fence, which opened up into a large field with a warehouse.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you told us that you were in communication with your fellow detectives and fellow officers back at the crime scene on 1240 Malacote Road. I want you to tell the members of the jury, before we talk about your communications with fellow officers, what took place after the defendant abandoned his car and jumped over the fence?
Law enforcement agencies, Northport, Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, and Florida troopers began to set up a perimeter in that general area, and then we waited for K-9 officers to arrive.
Right. At this point, had you heard about the fatalities on 1240 Malacote Road?
That's correct.
And did you also get other details about the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when K-9 officers from Sarasota County and Northport arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us a ballpark idea of when that was?
Approximately 15 minutes after the defendant ran into the tree line.
Okay. And did you join the foot pursuit along with the K-9 officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you did with those officers?
Once we entered over the fence that the defendant was last seen, there was a large warehouse containing tractor trailers. It was completely dark out there, no lighting, so we had to conduct a thorough search of that warehouse before we could move forward.
Okay. And did you find any sign of the defendant there?
No.
Okay. All right. And the terrain, what was that like?
Very rough, tall grass, wet, small canals containing alligators that you could hear them.
All right. Okay. Did there come a time when you discontinued the K-9 search?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have further steps in this investigation, officer?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
I returned back to my vehicle after the K-9 search and drove back to 1240 Malacote Road to show detectives my dash cam video from my vehicle.
Okay. Who was the lead detective in the case?
Detective Eric St. Jean.
Did he review the dash cam video that the jury has just seen now?
Yes.
Including the early portions where the defendant is getting into his car?
That's correct.
Did you do anything else aside from reviewing your dash cam and body cam with Eric St. Jean in this case?
No, that's where my investigation concluded.
Okay. Have a moment, please.
You may.
Thank you, officer. I have nothing further for you at this time.
Defense?
Morning, officer. How are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Good. You said that the high-speed pursuit didn't begin until outside of the residential district, correct?
Not correct.
Okay, you said that he didn't begin to accelerate until he left the residential area, I believe that was your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the residential neighborhood off Malakote, would you consider Price a residential neighborhood?
Yes,
Okay. So Price and Toledo Blade has a Wawa at the corner, right?
correct.
And at the time they were building the Northport Behavioral Health Unit,
I believe so.
Okay.
Behind the Wawa.
that's not a residential facility, right? It's not like apartment complexes?
No,
In fact, the only area is on, if you're heading southbound down Price, on the right-hand side is where most of the houses are, correct?
incorrect.
If you take Toledo Blade and the direction opposite that we were just shown there, because if you're going up Toledo Blade, going up Price, you take that right on Toledo Blade, correct?
Correct.
That's where that Wawa is, right?
Correct.
And the other side is woods, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the side of the street that's woods, if you go down farther in Price, they're actually building some apartments now, right?
They've been completed for a couple of years now.
Okay. But you're considering that a residential neighborhood?
Correct.
And that's Price, you would agree with me, is a main thoroughfare through Northport, correct?
Correct, with houses on that
either
road
side.
as well. Correct.
Right. And it gets more residential the further you get past Toledo Blade, correct? So you go past the Walgreens there and the Commons where the Publix is, right?
Correct, it turns into residential.
And then further past Toledo Blade is more residential, correct?
Correct.
All right, but Toledo Blade has gas stations, right?
Correct, I would consider it industrial with warehouses as well.
And the warehouses are out towards 75, correct?
Correct.
All right. You said that there was one portion there that you believe, I think that you may mention that Mr. Tower was attempting to strike the sergeant, correct, with his vehicle?
Well, it's unknown. There was two conclusions that I announced.
Sure. You could see from that vantage point the sergeant was attempting to go in front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would be something that you are trained to do as law enforcement, right? To use your vehicle to stop other vehicles.
Correct.
Okay. And that was unsuccessful, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then when you would agree with me that there is not an exit between 179 Toledo Blade and 170 Kings Highway, correct?
Correct.
On 75. And there is also not an exit between 182 on Sumter and 191 of River Road.
Correct.
Okay. So in those two areas, would it be fair to say that 80 miles an hour is a standard speed?
I don't know how to answer that with the speed limit being 70 miles per hour.
I understand the speed limit is 70 miles an hour. Have you done traffic controls in that area previously?
Correct.
And you travel that way normally, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that 80 miles an hour is pretty standard from your travels in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point in time did you ever come into contact and have discussions with Mr. Tower, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I attempted contact but was ignored.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Based on your background and experience, officer, is it always dangerous when a car is fleeing from police?
Yes.
How so?
You don't know what their motive is to get away, or the reason for them to flee.
Right. Is there always potential for all kinds of mayhem,
Yes,
including deaths,
that's correct.
broken bones,
Correct.
multiple cars piling up,
Correct.
people dying on the roadside?
Correct.
Sustained is the last question.
Does that include innocent people being harmed when a flight is going on?
Yes.
Okay. So whether the defendant was going 40 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour, was he still fleeing from police
That's correct.
for over a half an hour?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Is the witness free to step down, counselors?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. State, we're at 11:26. Can we get another witness in before lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, are you okay to do another witness before lunch? Yes. Would you like a break before the next witness? No, they're ready to go. All right, let's bring the next witness in. State, who is it?
The state would call Miss Melissa Snow.
Have you stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, you come this way. Yeah, all right.
Hello. Hi, Miss Snow. Thank you for being with us. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Melissa Snow, last name S-N-O-W.
And how long have you lived in the area, Miss Snow?
Since August of 2015, so 10 years.
All right. And I know you're a little bit nervous, but if you don't mind just trying to talk as close as you can. Perfect. So where do you work?
I work at the YMCA Early Learning Academy at PGT. Everybody just calls it PGT Preschool.
All right. And is that preschool located at 101 Triple Diamond Boulevard in Nokomis, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And is that building area near the Laurel Road exit of I-75?
Yes, very close.
Okay. And what is your position there?
Assistant Director.
Okay. When do you typically go into work in the morning?
Approximately 7:30 a.m.
All right. And taking you back to September 1st of 2023, did you go into work on or about the same time that you usually do that day?
Yes.
All right. Was it light out when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, were you informed that any special safety precautions were being used by the school that day?
Yes, we were on a lockdown.
And why was that?
Because we had received word that there was a suspect believed to be in the area.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, did you immediately go inside or did you stay out in the parking lot?
I got out of my car and saw a family getting out of their vehicle. And then, knowing that somebody was in the area, I stopped and said, "Hey, guys, hurry up and get inside." And then I noticed somebody walking down the walkway that I did not recognize.
Okay, so when you say somebody walking down the walkway that you did not recognize, was it a man or a woman?
Man.
Okay, and was that unusual to see someone you didn't know?
Very.
Why?
I had worked there for 5 years at that point and knew every family very well.
Okay, so where was that man when you first noticed him?
Well, there's a sidewalk directly in front of the school that separates it from the busier road, and he was walking directly in front of the school.
Okay, and which direction was he going?
He was going south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he going towards Laurel Road?
Yes, he was going towards Laurel Road.
All right. Now, at any point, did that man get close to you?
Yes. He walked directly behind me. I'd say within a foot or two.
A foot or two? All right. And did you notice about him, was he young or old?
Young.
And what was he wearing at that time?
I believe it was a gray tank top and some shorts.
Okay. Now, did anything stick out to you about his appearance?
Yes, he looked dirty, like he was rolling around in mud.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury that man's demeanor?
He seemed relatively calm, didn't seem aggravated or anything like that.
Okay. So just a man going on a walk?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, after the man walked away, did you feel like what you had observed could be significant?
Yeah, just because of the fact that I didn't recognize him, and I know everybody that walks by.
All right. So when you went inside, did you contact police to let them know what you saw?
Yes, I immediately called 911.
All right. A moment to confer, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. So that man that you saw, was he heavy set, thin?
Pretty average, not very tall.
Yeah. And do you remember anything about his hair?
Dirty blonde, light brown.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Defense?
Just so that I'm clear, ma'am, Ms. Snow, he was walking on the sidewalk out in front of the school, correct?
Yes.
Didn't come on the school property?
Yes, I think it would be considered the school property. We have our own parking lot that, so it's the Knights Trail, and then there's a sidewalk, and then there's our parking lot, and then there's another sidewalk directly in front of our school.
So the sidewalk that he was walking on was the one directly next to the road?
No.
It was the one that was, is there a fence that you have to climb over or anything to get to that sidewalk?
No.
Again, you described it as somebody just going for a walk that you didn't recognize, correct?
Correct, but it was directly in front of our school.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just briefly.
Judge, if we could approach just really quickly.
You may. All right, state when you're ready, you may continue with your redirect.
So just briefly, Ms. Snow, so you said that you were aware of a BOLO being issued in the area of your preschool?
Yes.
Okay, so you contacted law enforcement with what you saw out of concern for just the safety of everyone in your community and your school?
Right.
Okay, no further questions.
Is the witness free to step down?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Can we get another witness in before lunch? No?
No, but can we announce on the record that Ms. Snow is excused?
Is the witness free to go, Mr. Gilman?
I have no objection.
You're free to leave, ma'am. You have no more obligation under your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snow.
All right, so by saying that they can't do another witness, that's an indication to me that it's not within 30 or so minutes. So why don't we do an early lunch, folks? Can we all live with an hour and a half? Can we come back at 1 o'clock? Does that give the attorneys enough time?
Yes, Your Honor, that's.
Yes. All right, it's 11:36. Let's get the jurors out so they can have as much time. That gives you about an hour 24. Folks, if you can leave your notepads turned over, writing implements on top. Hold on, folks. You're free to eat lunch with each other. You can do whatever you wish. Let me just remind you of those preliminary instructions. You can't discuss anything with anybody related to your jury service, including each other. You can't look anything up or do any research on your own, okay? If you can be back, let's just make it an even 1 o'clock. If you can be back, and we'll bring you into the courtroom as soon as we're able, okay? All right, everybody stand, jurors exiting. All right, we'll be adjourned until 1 o'clock. We'll continue with the trial. Ms. Walton, I see you came back in. In fact, you've been here since your testimony. The attorneys have indicated that you're not going to be called for the duration of the trial, so you're welcome to remain in the courtroom. Let me just remind you that you cannot speak to any other witnesses or anybody about your testimony given in the case. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything we need to discuss before we adjourn for lunch? Mr. Gilman?
No, Your Honor, I did receive this morning from Ms. Fravely the jury instructions, so I'll review those and we should be able to get right into those fairly quickly.
Anything we need to discuss from the state?
No, thank you.
All right, so you'll have your witnesses ready to go to fill our afternoon and early evening. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you can take the defendant out. We'll see everybody. Let's start back up at 1 o'clock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I remember everything that happened that day.
Okay.
Like it was yesterday.
Okay, good. So you have a very good memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Has your family teased you about that?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay. Are you nervous?
I'm actually, yeah.
Okay, you're doing fine. Just talk to me like I'm your friend, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, so you had an opportunity to look at the video footage from the Shell station, and did you recognize that as the interior of the Shell station where you were the manager?
Yes.
And did you recognize yourself in some of the footage
Yes.
as well? Okay. The Shell video that you reviewed this morning, is it a true and accurate depiction of what took place on September 1st of 2023 at your store?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm now offering State's Exhibit Number 5 into evidence.
No legal objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, number 5, you said?
Yes, sir.
All right, number 5 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Roses, I'm going to put that on the screen behind you,
Okay.
and I'm going to give you this laser pointer, and if I ask you to point something out, can you just press that little red button?
Okay.
When I put up the screen? You have to multitask. You have to speak into the microphone while you're turning your head to look at the video. So
Okay.
just be cognizant of that.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Ms. Roses, what are we looking at right now? I'm going to stop the video, and I want you to point out some of the features of the store. So as we look at the far, well, it would be my left, at the far left of the screen, can you please point out the front, or the doorway to the Shell station?
Right there?
Yes.
That one?
Yes.
Right there.
All right. Is that the main entrance to the Shell station?
No, that's the back.
The back door?
Yes.
Okay. From this angle, are you able to point out to the jury members where the actual front door of the Shell station is?
Right on this side right here, like right next to the machine right there, the lotto machine right there.
Okay, so now that we're in that area of the screen, can you show the members of the jury where where the registers are?
That one was registered 1 where I was, and this is registered 2.
Okay. Who is the person that's wearing the white hat and the red shirt?
That's me.
All right. So we're going to continue now. And as we're looking at the front door, I'm sorry, the back door that you pointed out to us just a few minutes ago, put your laser pointer out at that person. Okay, and do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Now, what area is that person walking to?
The coolers.
Is this a different camera angle showing that same person that just walked in the back door?
Yes.
When you say cooler, what items for purchase are in that cooler?
On the back coolers, right there, there were that was the beer coolers. And then on this angle right here, on the back right here, there were Coke products, Pepsi products, iced tea, sweet teas, like right here where he's walking right now, where he's opening the door. That was an iced tea cooler.
Iced tea?
Yes, where all the Lipton tea, Pure Leaf, and everything was.
Now, as you watch the person that...
And like you see, he's getting a Pure Leaf tea, extra sweet.
Are you able to recognize that product?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so now we're back at a different angle, and show us where that person is.
He's right here, right behind the Red Bull cooler.
Okay, is he standing in line with the other men?
Yes.
Waiting to be helped?
Yes.
At the register. At that point, did you notice anything unusual about him?
I noticed, at that point, no.
Okay.
He's behind the other guy in the back with the hat. There he goes.
All right. Now, did you summon him over to your register, or why did he walk over?
Yeah, I call him up. That was my beer guy walking out, so I call him up.
Okay. All right. So, what did you notice about the defendant once he came closer to you and walked up to your register? Can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, I saw blood on his hands, and I saw dirt on his hands. And for me, and what I know for Sarasota County, you're not allowed to start working on landscaping, construction, or anything but until 8 o'clock.
Relevance?
Overruled.
You're not allowed to work until 8 o'clock in the morning because there's people living around. That's what I know.
So based upon your experience, you know that landscapers don't begin work until later in the morning because of the noise ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What else did you notice about the defendant aside from blood on his hands and being...
His look.
Dirty. His what?
His look. How he looked. Like, when I approach him, customer service is always, good morning, how are you? He didn't answer back. When I thought, he speaks Spanish, I tried to say it in Spanish too. There was no answer. He was always looking down. And when he handed me the money, it was kind of nervous.
Okay. All right. Let's continue for a minute.
And he paid me with a $50 bill.
All right. Now, what are you doing there?
Checking the bill.
Okay. What kind of bill did he give you?
A $50 bill.
All right. And why is it important to check $50 bills?
Because sometimes they can be fake.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to his shirt, Ms. Roses. Are you able to tell us anything distinctive that you remember about that shirt?
It was dirty, completely dirty, yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Roses. Now, did there come a time when law enforcement came to the Shell station that morning?
Yes, like 2 minutes after he left.
All right, so almost immediately, the
Yes.
defendant walking out that door. And did you eventually speak to law enforcement that morning?
Yes, I did. I was at the office getting change because, like I say, it's the end of the night shift, so I have to go grab change for the rest of the day. And when they came in, they were asking if I see who he was, and yeah.
And were you able to explain to him, to law enforcement, what you remembered about the events of that morning that were?
They came in and they asked me if I have seen a short guy, and I
Have a what? I'm sorry.
if I have seen a short guy.
A short guy.
Yeah, and I told them, you know how many short guys are here? So I need a little bit more description. When they
Yes.
became and they told me the description that he was, what was he wearing, I told them, yes, I sold them an iced tea.
Okay, and so you were able to verify the
Yes.
description of that person?
Yes.
All right, thank you. May I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roses. I have nothing further.
Okay,
You have to stay there. The defense may have some questions for you.
okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down now. Please call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Cade Breyer.
First, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. We'll come down this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you say your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Detective Cade Ryer, last name Reyher.
And where do you work?
I currently work for the Venice Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been with the Venice Police Department for around 3 years.
Do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Prior to working with the Venice Police Department, I worked for the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office as a corrections deputy.
In September of 2023, what was your position with VPD?
At that time, I was assigned as a patrol officer.
All right. Now, on September 1st of 2023, did you go into work that day?
Yes, I did.
And what time did your shift start?
My shift started at approximately 7 o'clock in the morning.
Now, when you went in, were you briefed about a wanted subject believed to be in the Venice area?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you tasked with your coworkers to locate that suspect?
Yes, on top of my other patrol officer duties, we were advised to be on the lookout for this subject and to respond promptly to any suspicious persons calls.
Now, at approximately 7:30 that morning, did your agency receive calls in reference to a suspicious man being observed that matched the subject's description?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And in what area were those sightings?
Those sightings were in the area of Knights Trail Road and Laurel Road, and also Triple Diamond Boulevard and Knights Trail Road.
Okay. Now, what did you do based on that information?
Based on the information, I responded to the area and I began canvassing the area for the subject.
So did you end up going to a retail area near 1000 Knights Trail Road?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you go to the business at that address?
Yes, I did. It was the Shell gas station.
Okay. Now, when you first get there, did you see anyone matching the subject's description?
Upon initial arrival, I did not.
Okay. So what did you do then?
After I canvassed around the gas station and I did not locate anybody, myself and another officer entered the gas station and spoke with the manager there to review any surveillance footage that we could see. While I was inside the gas station, I'd stepped out to go to my patrol vehicle to grab something. As I was outside of the gas station in the front of it, I was approached by a citizen who advised that the subject that we were looking for and the subject that was on the news was currently behind the gas station.
Okay.
I gave the citizen a brief description of the subject, who he had again confirmed that it indeed was him, and then I re-entered the store.
Okay. So what did you do next?
When I went into the store, I advised my other officer that was inside that a citizen had possibly identified the wanted person behind the store.
Okay. So did you go behind the store?
Yes, upon exiting the store, myself and my other officer, we identified a shorter white male wearing a tank top and shorts, walking behind the gas station.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw him?
When we located him, I drew my agency-issued duty firearm, I pointed it at the subject, and I gave him verbal commands to get on the ground, to which he complied.
Okay. So at that point, were you able to take that subject into custody?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did he identify himself to you?
Yes, he advised that his name was Dima.
Okay. And that individual, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and say an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yes, it is the white male right here wearing the long sleeve blue shirt.
Okay. May the record reflect that he has identified the defendant?
There's two people wearing, white males wearing a long sleeve blue shirt.
The white male right here at the front table wearing the with the brown hair and the long sleeve blue shirt.
All right, the record will reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
All right. Now, were you able to review surveillance footage documenting the back of the Shell station from that day?
Yes, I was.
In reviewing Mr. Primaris' State's Exhibit 6, have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do those accurately depict the defendant's arrest at the Shell gas station that morning?
Yes, I do.
So say we've the evidence State's Exhibit 6 at this time?
Any objection to 6?
No objection.
6 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
So it might kind of get in your eyes. So can you explain to the jury, in looking at this kind of still shot of State's Exhibit 6, where would we see the back door of the Shell station?
You will see the, sorry.
So there's a laser pointer in front of you.
Okay, sir. You will see the back door right here at this walkway. The door is going to be right here.
And that vehicle that we're seeing now, is that your patrol vehicle?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to pause it for a second. Can you point to the jury where a subject is walking in this video?
Currently, he's not on the screen, but he will walk this way, and then later in the video, he will walk this way as well.
Do you see him in the video now?
Yes, I do.
After placing the defendant in custody, what did you do with him?
Once he was placed into custody, he was then removed from the rear of the business, and we brought him back to the front where my patrol vehicle was.
While you're walking with the defendant, did you have any substantive discussions with him other than to give him instructions?
No.
Now, after placing him in your patrol car, what did you do?
After he was placed into custody and placed in my patrol vehicle at the direction of my supervisors, he was brought back to the Venice Police Department.
And once you arrived at the Venice Police Department, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
No, I did not.
You have a moment to confer?
You may.
No further questions.
No questions, John. All right, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
State, please call your next witness.
Yes. The state calls Elizabeth Walker.
From this one. You have to stand right here, you have to face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Are you ready?
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Elizabeth Walker, Walker.
Where are you employed, Ms. Walker?
Northport Police Department.
And what do you do there?
I am a crime scene technician.
How long have you been a crime scene technician at the Northport Police Department?
For approximately 6.5 years.
And did you have a previous role at Northport Police Department?
Yes, I was a dispatcher for about 3.5 years.
Okay. Will you tell the jury about your educational background?
I am certified through the International Association for Identification as a crime scene investigator. I have approximately 660 hours of formal training in topics such as autopsy and injury photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene photography, death investigations, fingerprint processing, as well as touch DNA evidence collection.
And what about your formal education before you became a crime scene investigator?
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice from the State College of Florida, as well as a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Hodges University.
Well, can you briefly explain the duties of a crime scene investigator?
As a crime scene technician, I respond to crime scenes to document through photography, videography, sketching, diagramming, evidence collection, and processing.
Right. Now I want to talk about September 1st of 2023. How did you become involved in this homicide case?
I was contacted by telecommunications and requested to respond to Malakote Road, where I was then in contact with Detective Sergeant Fisher and gathered further information.
Okay, and after you were breached, well, tell us, what time did you arrive on the scene?
I arrived at approximately 2:20 a.m.
And after you were briefed by Sergeant Fisher, tell the jury about the first assignments that you undertook.
My first assignment was to document the, what appeared to be blood stains on the driveway at 1200 Malakote Road. They appeared to go from the bottom right corner of the driveway upwards towards the front door, where I also observed what appeared to be blood stains on the wall to the right and on the Ring doorbell on the wall, and also what appeared to be bloody foot impressions walking away from the front door and down the driveway.
Did you document your observations of the bloody footprints and the blood stains on Malakote Road?
Yes, through a diagram and photography.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what has been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit Number 8. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
Is this a video that you took of the blood trail on Malakote?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 8A. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, that's a diagram that I created.
Is this a diagram that you used to document what you saw visually and through the video of the blood trail leading from 1240 Malakote past 1220 and on to Walton's property, 1200 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit A and State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 8A into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
8 and 8A will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. There's a laser pointer right here, Ms. Walker. And if you could use that to help you in your testimony.
Okay.
So first you're going to look at State's Exhibit 8.
Commander, can you go look at Stephen's logo and approve it? Yeah. Thank you. Have to send it to your email, please. He did. He sent it to both of us.
Press pause, there's something that's blocking the video.
Yeah, I see that. I'm sorry. Okay.
Commander, can you go look at Steven's photo and approve it? Yeah. Thank you. Send it to your email, please. He did. He said it to both of us.
Were you able to follow the blood trail even through the grass?
It was difficult. It was difficult to see in the grass.
Hey, it's Fisher. Did you need anything? Yeah, she said she's there.
I already told Casey.
Alright. See you soon. Bye.
Ms. Walker, were there obviously bloody footprints leading towards the residence of John O. Walton and also walking away from the residence of John O. Walton towards 2040 Melcote Road?
Yes.
In addition to the video that you recorded of those footprints, you told us that you also prepared a diagram. Let's look at that. Will you please point out the paved area, the street area of Melcote Road?
Sure, it's right along here.
Now, I see that in the diagram, 1240, the home of the Towers, has what looks like depicted blood on the front entryway.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did you see any blood from the front entryway down to the road?
In the grass?
Yes, in the grass.
There was some, but the grass was wet from dew, so it was very difficult to locate.
Right. And then it appears that you documented some blood cross. Now, I see that in the diagram, 1240, the home of the Towers, has what looks like depicted blood on the front entryway.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did you see any blood from the front entryway down to the road?
In the grass?
Yes, in the grass.
There was some, but the grass was wet from dew, so it was very difficult to locate.
Right. And then it appears that you documented some blood crossing past the vacant residence at
Yes.
1220.
Yes.
Both on the driveway
Yes.
and then later on the paved area of Melcote Road.
Yes.
Were you able to tell by the naked eye in which direction the bleeding person was walking for the blood drops and the blood stains in the driveway?
In this driveway, it appeared that the movement of the person bleeding would have been from east to west.
And what about the blood drops that we see on the paved road between 1220 and 1200?
That motion was a little bit more difficult to determine along the roadway because of the texture of the roadway, and also possibility of the person bleeding was moving slower, so it was more of a drip than it was a faster motion.
Okay. So were you able to tell, based upon those blood drops, that they were different in some way? For example, the blood drops on 1220 in the driveway as opposed to the blood drops on the paved area of Melcote Road?
Yes.
And what was the distinction that you observed?
It was pretty apparent that this movement was from east to west at a pretty rapid pace, and this was presumably going back the other way, but at a slower pace.
Much slower pace. All right, thank you.
Did you have further assignment on September 1st, in addition to video recording the blood droplets and beginning to prepare a diagram?
I further documented the blood stains on the address of 1220 Malakote Road across the driveway.
Okay. Did there come a time when a search was conducted of the premises of 1240 Malakote Road, the Tower residence?
Yes, at approximately 3:45 a.m., I was notified that a residential search warrant had been obtained for 1240.
Okay. Did you participate, after the search warrant was executed, did you participate in the search or documentation of items of evidence in that residence?
Yes.
Now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 7A through 7J. Will you look at these for me, please? Sorry, Mr. Gilman.
But you're okay. You're okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, yeah, you're okay.
Do you recognize these photographs, Ms. Walker?
Yes, there are photographs that I took.
Pardon?
There are photographs that I took.
Okay, are they a true and accurate depiction of the scene after you and detectives in this case began to search the premises at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence 7A through 7J.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
7A through 7J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Walker, we're going to take a look at 7A, please. And can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the exterior front of 1240 Malakote Road.
Okay. 7B,
Also of the front exterior of 1240 with the side garage door open.
all right. 7C,
This is the front entry and walkway of 1240 Malakote. This is the front door.
7D.
Is also another photo of the front door.
Okay, could you please point out the blood drops at the bottom of the door?
There's blood coming down the door and drips on the step.
Let's look next at State's Exhibit 7E.
And again, the front door with blood in this area and dripping down.
So now we're going to look at the interior of the residence. And let's start with State's Exhibit 7F. Can you tell us in which room are we looking?
This is the living room.
see here in this photograph?
This is the living room floor. This is the male decedent, female decedent, a cell phone here, excessive amounts of blood on each of the couches here. This is the doorway going into the master bedroom. And the front door is over here.
Is this the way the scene, exactly the way the scene looked upon entry by Northport Police Department and crime scene technicians?
Yes.
We're going to look at State's Exhibit 7G. And if you could just point out the, in order to orient the jurors, can you point out where the front door is, please?
The front door is right here.
So we're going to look at State's Exhibit 7I. H, pardon. 7H. I. And again, in order to orient the members of the jury, if you could please point out, and we'll go back and forth between these two photographs, Mr. Tower, legs, and then Mr. Tower's legs near that love seat or couch in the residence and the front door. And finally, in this series of photographs, 7J. Now, although this piece of furniture looks similar, is it different from the piece of furniture that we looked at in the last photograph, 7I?
Yes, it was on a wall where there was a sliding glass door behind it.
I'm sorry?
It was along a wall where there was a sliding glass door.
What I'm asking you is this piece of furniture different from this piece of furniture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I talked to you earlier about a diagram that you produced. Can you please take a look at this for us, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a diagram that you produced based upon your investigation at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction to the best of your ability of the crime scene that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 9 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
9 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. Let's look at 9 so that we can get an idea of the layout of that residence. Ms. Walker, first, can you please show us the front door entrance area
The front door is right here.
and the two bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower? Where do they appear on this floor plan?
Right here and right here.
And we talked about two pieces of furniture, both sort of brown, overstuffed, upholstered seating. So where is the larger of the two pieces, the couch area?
It is right here.
Okay. And the second
Right over here.
Now, in addition to the living area where the bodies were found, did you also go into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the jury, please? Point to the bed. And we see a lot of red depicting blood in the area just to, as we look at this, to the, at the top of the bed, to the north, let's say that's north. Can you point that out too?
Yes.
Aside from the bed itself, was there a bloody area near the, from the area between the bed and the wall, the north wall?
Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to determine where the defendant's bedroom was in this home?
I was advised that the defendant's bedroom is in this corner.
Show us the kitchen, please. Now, aside from the blood in the master bedroom, the blood in the living room and the front entrance, and it appears to be some drops of blood in the kitchen, did you find blood in any other areas of the house?
No, it was mostly concentrated in those areas.
Thank you. Now showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14A through 14M as in Mary. Take a look for me. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the crime scene on September 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 14A through 14M into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
14A through 14M will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, again, we're going to focus just for a moment on the living room, and you're going to point out the piece of brown furniture that we saw behind Mr. Tower's legs, and I want you to show the members of the jury the entrance to the master bedroom, please.
Okay. This is the sofa, and this is the entrance to the master bedroom.
All right, and while we have them both now in the same photograph, that love seat that you described as being against a sliding glass door.
That love seat is right here.
Thank you. All right. Let's look next at State's Exhibit 14B, and you're going to have to tell us in which room are we looking now?
This is inside the master bedroom.
Okay, so let's switch between the two photographs, and we're going to look at 14A and then 14B. Show us that wall that goes into the bedroom.
It's just on the other side of this door jamb.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. 14C.
This is a little bit further into the master bedroom, still turning to the right into the doorway.
14D.
This is the corner of the bed and a dresser that was along the north wall.
Okay. Is that the foot of the bed that we see, that brown leather, or?
Yes. This is like an ottoman. And this is the corner of the bed.
Were you able, through your investigation, to determine whose side of the bed this is that we're looking at here with the blood?
I don't know that.
Okay. This is 14F for the record. And there's a nightstand just on the side of the bed. Would you point that out, members of the jury, please? We're now looking at 14L. This blood smear that we see on the north wall of the bedroom, is it also accompanied by a lot of blood spatter surrounding the smear itself?
Yes, there's smaller impact stains here.
Now, that nightstand that we saw in the previous picture, did there come a time when evidence was found behind that nightstand?
Yes.
Did you discover that evidence yourself? Or did someone in the Northport Police Department that was searching the house discover that evidence?
It was a detective that located it.
Okay. And that is 14L, but we're going to look at a closer photograph. Is this the item of evidence that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And why is it that you have an evidence marker there, a yellow plastic number 10? What's the purpose of doing that in crime scene investigation?
To identify items of evidence in a methodical manner, so each item would be assigned a number.
And did you use those markers that you set out in the crime scene when you were preparing that diagram so that you could include items of evidence that were relevant to the case in that floor plan that we saw just a few moments ago?
Yes.
Walker, I'm showing you what has been marked for evidence by the state and State's Exhibit number 15. And State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's packaged in a way that we package knives, and it has our barcode label and case number on it.
Okay, is your identification on there?
Yes.
Do you recognize the packaging of this item?
Yes.
Can you open that for me, please? Here's some gloves. You can just look into that box and tell me if you recognize that item.
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was discovered and packaged?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 15 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 15?
No objection.
15 will be admitted. Do you wish to publish that to the jury?
I do, but I have another piece as well. so
Okay.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is in Northport Police Department packaging, and it is labeled with the case number.
Okay, speak up nice and loudly.
It's labeled with the case number and with Northport Police Department packaging.
Okay, and can you tell me what that is, please?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was that phone located?
It was on the master bedroom floor between the bed and the north wall.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected from the crime scene
Yes.
in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm now offering States 16 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
16 will be admitted. You may publish it.
May I have the bailiff publish?
Yes, Carl, if you can help us out.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, of course. Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 17A through 17D. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the kitchen area of 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 17A, B, C, and D into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 17, A, B, C, and D will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
We're looking at States Exhibit 17A, and if you could please orient the jury by showing them where is the master bedroom that we just looked at the photos of the master bedroom.
The master bedroom would be in this corner beyond the kitchen.
Thank you. Now we're looking at States Exhibit 17B. As you and Northport police detectives searched the area, did you note anything of significance in the kitchen area?
Yes, we observed what appeared to be diluted blood stains around the countertop, around the sink, kind of down the front of the cabinets here. There was some also on the front of the dishwasher, and a towel that appeared to have blood on it as well.
Okay. Was there also a group of knives that were readily apparent when you walked into the kitchen?
Yes, there's a knife block here.
Let's look next at 17C, and you told us that you saw some evidence of cleanup. Can you show the members of the jury what we're looking for here?
There's diluted blood here and around the right side.
And at this point, has that knife block been removed from that area?
Yes.
So the knife block was, show us again. The knife block was there, but now has it been collected as evidence?
It was.
Is this no longer on the sink?
That's correct.
Let's look finally at State's Exhibit 17D. And what do we see in this photograph that's significant?
Diluted blood here and the towel with what appeared to be blood on it as well.
Okay, so you say blood. Is there any way that you test for what appears to be blood so that you know it takes you a little bit closer to the realization that it's actually blood?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you do that.
There's a presumptive test called phenolphthalein that will identify when there's blood present versus just a reddish stain.
Okay, so how does phenolphthalein?
Yes.
Phenolphthalein, how does that work specifically? A chemical reaction?
It is a chemical reaction. It's a three-step process utilizing a swab that's moistened, and you rub the stain that you're wanting to test, and then you apply 2 more chemicals, and it will give a reaction that's pink if it's positive.
And in this particular case, did you use that phenolphthalein to test for presumptive blood on the towel and the area surrounding the sink?
We did not.
Why?
There wasn't a question in the way that the scene was presented to us, and it was somewhat irrelevant. If the towel needed to be further tested, it could be done in a lab as well.
All right, thank you. little cumbersome, so I'll have to make some room. Actually, I think I'll put it down here, if you don't mind. So you can look at it with what you're saying. No, I want to look at the label. Okay. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is it part of the evidence that you collected from the kitchen when you did the search and collection of evidence on September 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Is this in the same or similar condition as when you retrieved it from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, you hesitated.
There's one knife that's not in the block.
Okay, but it's in the same or substantially the
Yes.
same condition? All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit number 18 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
18 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Would you like to put some gloves on and take it out? Thank you. You can just display it to the jury from where you're standing, Ms. Walker. Now, you mentioned, as I was asking you if it was in the same or substantially the same condition, that it was a bit different from when you collected it. What is the difference?
There's one knife that was down here that's not in the block.
Okay. Put that down, and then we're going to look at what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 22. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 22 for identification, and I want to ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene at 1240 Malakote?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's 22 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
22 would be admitted, you may publish it.
Thank you. Okay, and if you could just stand up and show that to the jury. I think I'm going to ask the bailiff to do that as well. You may be seated. So this knife that you found in the knife block, is it similar to the knife that was found behind the nightstand in the master bedroom?
Yes.
How similar?
The handles are both silver metal and the blade is serrated.
Is it virtually identical to the knife that was found behind the nightstand?
Yes.
Well, we still have your gloves on. I'm going to ask you to put that back in the box, please. Now, in the photographs that we looked at, just a few moments ago. In State's Exhibit number 17D, we talked about a towel, a white towel that was found on the countertop in the kitchen. Did you collect that and put it into evidence at the Northport Police Department?
Yes.
Now showing you the vote for mark for identification. And State's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize that item? Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Is this the item that you collected from the countertop in the kitchen that we just saw in the photograph 17D?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
In the kitchen? Your Honor, I'm now offering States 20 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
20 will be admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Thank you. Did there come a time when the medical examiner arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Did you assist the medical examiner in any way?
Yes, I assisted with an examination of the decedents as well as additional photography of their injuries.
And is that something that you routinely do at a homicide scene such as this when the medical examiner comes?
Yes.
All right. And in this case, the victims were lying prone or face down when you first encountered their bodies?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it important for the medical examiner to turn over the bodies specifically for identification, but also to identify the wounds inflicted?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as 19A and 19B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the decedents after Dr. Vega arrived on scene and you assisted him in further investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering 19A and 19B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 19A and 19B will be admitted. Where are we in terms of timing on this witness?
Close to completion.
Okay. Jurors, are you okay to continue, or do you want a break? We've been going for about an hour and a half. I know it was after lunch. You folks okay? We'll take one after this witness? Okay, let's continue then. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now looking at State's Exhibit 19A. And is this Jennifer Tower?
Yes, it is.
Now we see now that there's a little difference in the scene. We have a white sheet lying under Ms. Tower. Is that something that the medical examiner routinely does when he or she comes to the scene to begin their preliminary examination?
Yes.
And was Ms. Tower's body transported from the scene to the morgue at some point that day on September 1st.
Yes.
Let's look now at State's Exhibit 19B. And again, Mr. Towers lying on a white sheet, is that part of the medical examiner's protocol?
Yes.
Was his body subsequently removed from the scene and taken to the morgue
Yes.
for autopsy?
Mhm.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, I'm showing what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene?
Yes.
And from where did you collect it in the crime scene?
The towel was underneath Jennifer Tower.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's 10 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 10?
No objection.
10 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure.
Thank you. I'm now showing you what have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 11A and 11B. Take a look at those. And tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Were they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them after the autopsy of Jennifer Tower?
Yes.
Was this clothing removed from her body during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering States 11A and 11B into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
11A and 11B will be admitted. You may publish them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you notice anything particularly distinctive about the pajama top that Ms. Tower was wearing that was retrieved as evidence?
There were multiple, what appeared to be stab marks in the material of the top part of the shirt.
So the material on the top of the shirt was torn in many places?
Yes.
Thank you. Twelve and 13. Showing you what's been marked for identification in States 12. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
Are these items, were these items collected in the course of Dr. Vega's examination and the subsequent autopsy of Robbie Tower?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering states 12 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
12 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. Now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that item collected from 1240 Malakote, the
Yes.
crime scene?
Yes, it was.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected during your investigation?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
It's a cellular phone.
And where was it located?
It was on the floor of the living room near the two victims.
All right, next, closer to Jennifer Towers'
Yes.
body. Your Honor, I'm offering states 13 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
13 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. So, going through the physical evidence that we just did, there was a phone found in the master bedroom near where Rodney Tower was attacked.
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Was there a phone found in the master bedroom near the bloody smear on the wall, the bed that was covered in blood, the blood stains all over the walls?
Objection. Compound question.
Sustained.
Was there a phone found in the master bedroom near the bloody bed?
Yes.
Was that phone also found close to the wall where there was a blood smear and blood stains?
Yes.
Was that phone also found near the bloody pillow that the jury saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Was that phone also found near the blood trail that led into the living room?
Yes.
Did you search the other rooms in the residence, the ones that we saw in your diagram? The defendant's bedroom, office, and the other rooms in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything in the defendant's bedroom?
Motorola cell phone.
Okay. Was that examined by the digital forensics at Northport Police Department pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was anything of evidentiary value found on that phone?
No.
Okay. Did you also search the home office?
Yes.
The garage?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found in those, either of those two areas?
No.
In addition to taking photographs at the crime scene itself, is it customary to take photographs of some of the items of evidence that have been retrieved from the crime scene in your lab in Northport?
Yes.
Did you do so in this case, or did other crime scene technicians do so in this case?
Another crime scene technician did.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as states 21A through 21D. Can you look at those for me? Now, despite not having taken these photographs, are they a true and accurate depiction of the evidence that was retrieved from the crime scene when you and fellow crime scene technicians did your work there?
Yes.
Are these photographs a true and accurate depiction of the knife block and one of the knives that was found at the crime scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering states 21A through 21D into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
21A through 21D will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. All right, so we're looking now at states 21A, and we're going to go through them sequentially. 21B, 21C, and 21D. So is this the same knife block that we just showed the jury a few moments ago?
Yes, it is.
And in a plastic sleeve, State's Exhibit 22, you presented the jury with a knife.
Yes.
Is this the same knife that was in the plastic sleeve that the jury just saw a moment ago?
Yes, it is.
Now, is it, with the naked eye, is there anything visible on the handle of that knife?
There appears to be possibly blood here.
Okay. Let's look at 21C with the naked eye again.
Same area here.
And finally, 21D. Did you send these items of evidence, along with other evidence, to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy of Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
When was that, Ms. Walker?
It was on Sunday, September 3rd.
And where were the autopsies performed, please?
At the 12th District Medical Examiner's Office.
Who conducted those autopsies?
Dr. Vega.
Is it routine practice for members of the crime scene unit to attend the autopsies in homicide cases?
Yes, it is. We will attend autopsies and homicide cases to further document the victim's injuries as well as collect evidence from the victims.
Okay. Did there come a time during the course of the autopsies that Dr. Vega actually removed the larynx from the bodies of Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes.
Did you collect evidence from Jennifer and Robbie Tower in addition to the clothing that we just introduced into evidence?
Yes.
What else did you collect from during the autopsy?
A DNA stain card.
Okay, what is a DNA stain card?
A DNA stain card is a blood sample from the victim that's preserved on a card, and it can later be used for DNA analysis.
All right, thank you. May I have a moment, please?
You may.
Ms. Walker, I'm showing you what have been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 31 and State's Exhibit number 32. Will you look at those for me? Do you recognize these from their markings?
Yes.
Based on the markings that are on here from both the Northport Police Department and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, are these the stain cards that you submitted to Florida Department of Law Enforcement and then they eventually sent back to you after their analysis was performed?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 31 and 32 into evidence, please.
Any objection to 31 and 32?
No objection.
Both will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if you would remind the members of the jury that they're going to have an opportunity to look at all of this evidence.
Sure.
I have nothing further for you, Ms. Walker, at this moment.
Thank you.
Keep on. Like that.
While they're collecting the evidence, we're kind of in between. Mr. Gilman will do his cross-examination in just a moment. So you heard the state ask, and I'll do so. Remember, all items that are admitted into evidence will go back into the jury room with you, okay?
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Let's wait one moment, Mr. Gilman.
Okay,
Let's let her-
I was trying to be efficient.
When you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm good.
Good. And you have been a crime scene technician for Northport Police Department for how long now?
Approximately 6.5 years.
Okay. And most of the time when crime scene technicians are called out, it's to assist detectives in an investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And you say you got there about 2:20 in the morning on September the 1st?
Yes, that's correct.
So were you working like an overnight shift, or did they call you out specifically from home?
I was called out, I was on call that evening.
Okay, so it wasn't, there's not a situation where you have crime scene technicians 24/7 at Northport Police Department?
Correct, not at our agency.
Okay. Now, when you were going through the video following the blood trail, you weren't doing that for any kind of speed, correct?
Correct,
You were doing that to make sure that you got a full documentation, right?
correct.
So we don't know if the amount of time it took on that video is the same amount of time it took for the person to travel that distance, correct?
Correct,
All right. And it's not meant to be the most efficient path, right? You were just following the path, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, you say at 3:45 in the morning, you get a search warrant for the residence, correct?
yes,
And that was, the detectives are the ones that authored all that and get all that together, correct?
that's right.
And usually, at that point in time, they're the ones that are doing the search, right?
Yes,
And then you are going along to document the things that they are locating, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And there were 2 knives that we have seen that were collected, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that you treated those 2 knives differently, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, one of them was packaged and sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, right?
All of the knives were sent to FDLE.
And only one of them had pictures that you took of blood on it, correct?
There was one,
I'm going to object because this witness is not qualified to talk about what was found on those. That comes through the FDLE.
All right, it's cross-examination. There's some photos. She pointed out some blood, so I think she can answer the question. You can answer the question.
Sure. So the knife that was taken from the knife block, you took extra photographs of that, correct?
that was done by another crime scene technician.
Okay, but that still was done at Northport Police Department, right?
Yes,
And there were close-ups, and you pointed out there were blood droplets on that knife, correct?
yes, what appeared to be.
Okay, and the other knife that was found in the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Did not have those same photographs taken.
I can't speak for that because I didn't take the lab photos.
But you took a photograph of it when it was collected, right?
Yes, when it was collected, yes.
And that knife was not depicted in the lab photos, correct?
The lab photos are a completely separate series of photographs that I did not take. So I can't speak for if there was a specific lab photo of that knife taken.
All right. And when you're doing this collection at 3:45 in the morning, you've been informed at this point, at least detectives have, that there has been a suspect, correct?
Yes,
You knew that somebody was seen leaving the area
yes,
and that law enforcement was after them?
yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
Yes. So, in a proper crime scene investigation, when we're going to try to figure out if there's DNA on the knife that comes from the parties, is that your job?
That is not my job to determine if there's certain DNA.
Okay. And although you're not a DNA analyst, can you answer this question? Is DNA visible to the naked eye?
If DNA is not visible to the naked eye, no.
Thank you. So your job is to collect evidence, yes?
Yes.
And is it your job to document evidence?
Yes.
And if you are instructed by the lead detective to send that evidence for further investigation?
Yes.
Your job is to document everything that you believe or the detectives believe is relevant at the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as to the blood trail, you testified during direct that the speed walking from 2040 Malakote over to 1200 where Ms. Walton lived appeared different from the speed on the roadway going back.
Yes.
Okay. So based upon your experience and based upon your training, why did you testify to that?
The bloodstain pattern.
Right or outside the scope?
Either that or asked and answered. Are you asking the same
No.
question you asked earlier? Let me, why don't you ask the question again? I thought this was covered on direct, but maybe this is.
It
new.
was
Let me
covered
see.
on direct, but then there was some clarification needs to be
Judge, make
made.
an approach.
No, I'm going to overrule it. Briefly, you can, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay, is this, you answered this earlier on direct, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll allow her to briefly answer it. You may.
My question is different. I'm asking how she was able to make that evaluation.
And
So-
Your Honor, that's outside the scope.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
So, based upon your training and experience, how were you able to make that evaluation that you testified to on direct examination?
Through my training and experience, the bloodstains that were going across the driveway at 1220 were in somewhat of a V shape. So if you would imagine when you're walking and you're swinging your hands, likely at a fast pace, it's going to make a certain pattern. Whereas coming back on the roadway and even going up the driveway, it appeared to be more of a drip, like almost straight down, which would mean that the movement was a little bit slower.
And is that one of the things that you are trained to do as a crime scene investigator, is to look at that kind of evidence and opine upon that evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
I understand that testimony, ma'am. My question to you during cross-examination was, was the video meant to match the speed that you believe the person to be walking?
No.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused?
She may.
Mr. Gilman?
No objection.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Let's take our afternoon break, folks. It's 2:57. Let's make it a 15-minute break. Is that enough? Stretch, hang out, make a phone call, use the restroom. Again, do not discuss anything, of course, related to your jury service. Leave.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stender. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Courtney Stender.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
It's Stender.
And where do you work?
I work for the Northport Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
26 years.
And what is your current position with the Northport Police Department?
I work in the training unit as a training specialist.
All right. And in 2023, what was your position?
I was a crime scene technician.
How long were you with the crime scene unit at Northport Police?
17 years.
Now, in crime scene, were you regularly assigned to conduct examinations or documenting with respect to death investigations?
Yes, I was.
And did you assist with the investigation involving this case with Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
Now, specifically on September 1st of 2023, did you assist detectives with documenting the execution of a search warrant on a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And was that vehicle a Chevy Sonic bearing West Virginia license plate 2ZE784?
That is correct, yes, I did.
Where did the search of that vehicle take place?
At the Northport Police Department in the crime scene unit's vehicle exam room.
Okay. Now, did you take photographs of the vehicle during the search?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 28A through 28J. These photographs have been previously shown to defense. Can you take a look at these images and look up when you're done? Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle.
All right. So this is a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle and its contents on the day that you assisted with the execution of the search warrant.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence states 28A through 28J.
No objection.
28A through 28J will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
So we're briefly going to go through these photographs one at a time, and I'm going to publish them by way of a copy on the projector. Alrighty. So can you describe for the jury the condition of the exterior of the vehicle when you examined it?
The exterior of the vehicle was dirty. There was scratches, dents, paint was chipped. There was damage throughout the vehicle.
Alrighty. So we're looking at 28B. Can you tell the jury something about the tires that we're looking at in this image?
The passenger side, both tires are flat.
Now 28C, which angle are we looking at here?
This is the passenger side, more towards the front quarter panel.
And do you see any damage?
Just dirt.
And what side is this?
This is also the passenger side. This is at the front quarter panel. There is damage on the hood and on the front quarter panel.
Publishing 28E. And what part of the vehicle are we looking at here?
This is the driver's side, front quarter panel.
And describe the damage you see.
There is damage to the actual quarter panel and on the hood.
Now 28F, what are we looking at here?
This is the driver's side interior of the vehicle.
So did you notice dirt and other particles inside the vehicle during the search?
Yes, I did.
Now, in looking from this view of the vehicle, can you explain for the jury, did detectives locate anything towards the passenger side?
Yes, they did.
You can use the pointer.
Can you tell me how it would?
Absolutely.
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
Sorry. In between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, this is the center console area. In between the passenger seat and the center console at the floorboard was a wallet.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Can you take a look at this?
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the wallet that I collected as evidence.
From your search of the vehicle?
Yes.
The state movement to evidence states 29.
Any objection?
No objection.
29 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
All right, so is this a photograph you took of that same wallet when you were doing your examination?
Yes, it is.
And that's 28G for the record? And were the contents of the wallet removed?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and this is 28H for the record. And was anything linking the defendant in this case, Mr. Dima Tower, located on those bank cards?
Yes, the top card, the Capital One debit card, on the back it had Dima Tower on it.
This is 28I for the record. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is the Department of Transportation. It's the state of West Virginia. Information on the Chevrolet Sonic
And where was this located in the vehicle?
in the glove compartment.
Thank you. And now 28J, what are we looking at here?
This is the Florida driver's license of Dima Tower
And where was this driver's license located?
in the glove compartment.
Again, approaching the witness. Was this driver's license also collected in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification as states 30. Can you take a look at this? And is this the driver's license that you collected and placed into evidence from the search of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right, at this time the state would move into evidence, state's exhibit 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
30 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Alrighty, now, once the vehicle search was completed, what did you do with the vehicle?
The vehicle remained in the vehicle exam room.
All right, and did you have one moment to confer, Your Honor?
May.
No further questions for this witness.
Defense?
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Good. The damage that you located on the hood of the vehicle, do you have any information that it occurred in the middle of this incident?
I do not.
In fact, aren't you aware that there was somebody following that vehicle from the scene until it hit stop sticks, right? Were you not aware of that?
I was not aware of the incident. The vehicle was brought into the vehicle exam room to be processed.
Okay, so the photographs that you're taking of the damage, the chip paints, things like that is just for record-keeping purposes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, there's nothing about that that is linked in your knowledge to this particular case?
No, there is not.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Can you read that?
Briefly. So, Ms. Stender, was your role in this case to be neutral and document anything of evidence that detectives pointed out to you in this case?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness free to step down, counselors?
Yes.
No objection.
You may step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
State, next witness.
Yes, we have a few things to discuss with you before we bring the next witness in, please.
Okay, let's take a short break. Jurors, if you can keep your notepads turned down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service during the break. Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
Your Honor, our next witness is Detective St. Jean, and the defendant's statement is going to come in through him.
Okay.
We have transcripts of that statement to be passed out to the members of the jury, and there have been redactions.
Okay, so I can read the instruction on transcripts, and redactions. Anything else we need to talk about?
Hey, are we good? Okay, no.
All right, Mr. Gilman, anything you needed to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the detective out in the hallway ready to go? All right. Carl, we have transcripts that I'm going to ask you to pass out. Why don't you pass them out now?
Sure.
No, let's wait. Just, we'll have them ready for you though, okay?
Okay.
All right, 2.2 is the instruction on an edited recording.
Yes. I don't. If you don't have an extra copy, that's fine.
Just want to give one to the judge and one to the
That's fine.
clerk.
And 2.6 is the instruction on transcripts, so I'll read both of those. Okay, we both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready when they are, Carl. How long is this, Ms. Fabling?
Let's see, how long, do you remember? I can find out in a minute, let me just.
Yeah, we can look really
I can give you an answer in a minute, I have to look.
about an hour, but.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, Carl. Yep, we're ready.
No, no, no.
It looks like your computer's asking for a dual authentication. Have you done it? Or you have? All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, jurors. State, please call your next witness.
State Health Detective Eric Safety.
So you have to stand right here, you're going to face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Come on now. Bring that there up there.
The judge will do this. Yeah, first with the answer.
Oh, okay. 58? Okay. When you're ready, you may proceed. Your witness is on the stand.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to the jury first about the transcripts? Or should we wait until the time comes?
Let's wait till the time comes
All right,
that
thank you,
you seek
Ron.
to admit the video.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Eric St. Jean. Last name is spelled ST space JEAN.
Okay. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a corporal with the Northport Police Department.
And tell us, what does that mean? What is the role of corporal at the Northport Police?
Corporal is essentially the lowest level of supervision with similar responsibilities to a sergeant.
Okay. How long have you been with the Northport Police Department?
7 years.
Okay. And how long were you a detective before your promotion to corporal?
3 years.
I want to talk to you about your involvement in this double homicide case. Were you assigned as the lead detective?
I was.
Okay. And would you please describe, just generally, your role as lead detective in this case?
As lead detective, my roles are all of interviews, known witnesses, delegate tasks to other detectives, delegate tasks to crime scene, evidence to collect, as well as obtaining search warrants and delegating those responsibilities to other detectives.
Okay. Did you yourself go out to the crime scene?
I did.
When did you do that?
August 31st at 12 o'clock.
Okay. And was there a time when you executed a search warrant at the premises of 1240 Malakote Road, the crime scene?
There was.
Okay. In addition to going out to the crime scene and serving that warrant, did you make any observations when you first arrived?
Yes.
What
There
did you
was, sorry, there was a
Oh,
blood trail outside of 1240 that went across the yards from 1240 to 1220 and 1200 Malakote, as well as along the roadway in front of all three residences.
Right, and where did that blood trail end? If it originated at 1240, the home of the towers, where did it end?
1200.
Okay, and who resided in 1200 Malakote Road? Do you remember?
Yeah,
Or
if I could
is
just
there
refer-
anything that would help you to refresh your recollection?
If I could just refer to my notes or my
Yes.
report.
Yes.
Jonah Walton.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Walton as part of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. While working the crime scene, did you recall Officer Ragakis back to 1240 Malakote Road after the chase?
I did.
For what reason?
To review his body-worn camera footage, as well as his dash camera footage, and get his testimony of what he had seen thus far.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do after you spoke to Ragakis and viewed his dash camera footage?
Since there was already a preliminary bolo sent out, be on the lookout, Region 6, I updated the bolo to include that the suspect was on foot at this point and no longer connected to the vehicle that we had originally put out in the bolo.
Okay. Were you able to give any kind of identification or description after you reviewed Officer Ragakis' dash cam video?
Yes, a description of the clothing that the suspect was wearing.
And what was that description?
It was a gray tank top with red basketball shorts.
Were you able to give a physical description of the suspect/defendant in this case?
Yes.
And what did you tell Officer Ragakis?
It was a white male, dark blonde or brownish hair, skinny, shorter male, of muscular build.
Okay. All right. So just a few minutes ago, you told us that one of your tasks as the lead detective was to make sure that search warrants were written and then signed by a judge and executed. Did you execute search warrants on some of the phones that were found inside the crime scene?
I did.
Okay, so to include the phone found in the master bedroom,
Yes.
to include the phone found near Jennifer Towers' body,
Yes.
and the phone found in the defendant's bedroom.
Correct.
Was there anything of evidentiary value in any of those phones relating to this crime?
There was
These
not.
crimes? Okay. Did there come a time that you learned that the defendant had been apprehended?
There was.
Okay, when did you receive that information?
If I could look at my notes.
If it would help to refresh your recollection, yes.
Approximately 7:56 a.m. on September 1st.
Okay. And from whom did you receive that information?
Officers from the Venice Police Department over the radio.
Okay. So did there come a time when you encountered the defendant?
There was.
Okay, tell the jury about your initial encounter with Dima Tower. Where did that take place?
That took place at the Venice Police Department in an interview room, an audio and video recorded interview room. He was transported there after he was picked up by the Venice police officers.
Okay.
I responded to the Venice police station and conducted an interview of him.
All right. Corporal St. Gina, showing you what have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 23A through 23F. Will you look at those for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Were these photos taken at the Venice Police Department shortly before the interview you conducted?
They were taken after the interview.
After the interview you conducted with Dima Tower?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the defendant's appearance after you interviewed him on September 1st of 2023?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering States Exhibit 23A through 23F into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
23A through 23F will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you. Careful, Lacey, point your record. Let's see. So this is the button right here.
Oh, gotcha.
So, Corporal St. Jean, behind you on the screen, we're going to see some images, and I'd like you to talk about them with the members of the jury. First, we're looking at States Exhibit 23A. And tell the members of the jury, is this how Dima Tower appeared at the interview after he was apprehended in Venice?
It is.
You could point out to the members of the jury on his left bicep or in the area of his shoulder, did it appear that he has sustained some injuries?
It does. There's several scratches on his bicep.
Were you able to determine where those scratches came from?
I was not.
And now that we're looking at his right profile, can you also point out on his right shoulder,
some of the artifacts that we see in the photograph?
Yes, there's several more scratches on the right shoulder here, consistent with the ones on the left shoulder, or the left bicep.
Now we're looking at State's Exhibit 23D and a closer look at his arm all the way from his shoulder all the way down to his forearm, almost to his wrist. And does he have scratches, bruises, different artifacts on his right arm?
He does. These are the scratches we've seen in the previous photo, and then these are just the scratches on his forearm.
Okay. States 23E. Can you also just point out for the jury?
Scratches and bruises on the inside of the bicep here, as well as on the forearm and the hand, as well as the actual physical fingers and palm.
Okay. Does he also have blood on his hands?
He does.
Were you able to see that blood with the naked eye?
Yes.
And does he also have scratches on his lower legs from his knees down?
Yes, it may be hard to see, but he has scratches on both shins, both his left and right shins.
Okay. Now, you told us earlier that you reviewed Officer Regard's dash cam in order to determine what the defendant looked like. The clothes that we see here at the Venice Police Department, 7:30 he was apprehended, I don't know what time that was. Can you just give us an idea, a ballpark idea, of when you actually conducted the interview?
It would have been, he was apprehended at, I believe, 7:56, I had said. Yeah, 7:56 a.m. It would have been maybe an hour after that.
Okay. So are these the same clothes? Do you recognize these as being the same clothes that he was wearing when he drove away from Officer Regardless at midnight or thereabouts the earlier, on the day before?
Yes.
Now, you have no way of knowing how he got those scratches, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Was the area where he fled on foot before he was apprehended, was that, can you describe that area for us?
Yes, it's densely wooded. There was canals, bodies of water, very, very heavily palm fronds, like palmetto trees, like obviously anything that could scratch you or hurt you.
But did he also, based upon your investigation, also attack his parents with a knife?
Yes.
And there was a brutal knife fight going on at 1240 Malakote Road?
Yes.
So let's talk about your time with the defendant at the Venice Police Department. Did you interview the defendant?
I did.
Were you alone or with a fellow detective?
I was with a fellow detective, Detective Chippendale.
All right, thank you. And was the interview audio and video recorded?
He was.
Okay. Did you or Detective Chippendale have any conversation with the defendant that was not audio and video recorded?
I did not. Neither of us did.
Okay. Did you read the defendant his Miranda rights before interviewing him?
I did.
How did you do that?
From a photograph on my cell phone, on my work department cell phone, of a printed Miranda card that is issued to all the police officers at Northport PD.
Okay. And after being advised of his constitutional rights by you, did the defendant agree to talk to you?
He did.
Did you threaten him in any way in order to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did Chippendale?
He did not.
Okay. Did either you or Chippendale make any promises to the defendant in order to get him to talk to you?
We did not.
Okay. How much time did you spend with the defendant?
Approximately 2 hours, if I had to recollect.
Okay. And based upon the time that you spent with the defendant and also the dialogue with the defendant, the conversation that you had with him, did he appear to give his statements to you freely and voluntarily?
He did.
Okay. Corporal, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 24. Take a look at that for me, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and the date.
Okay, and when did you last review that videotape?
11/8/2025.
Okay, just last week?
Yes.
Is this video recorded interview with the defendant, is it a true and accurate rendition of the conversation that you had with the defendant on September 1st, 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 24 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
24 will be admitted. You may publish it at your leisure. Are you going to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, folks, the witness, you may step down if you wish. I think this is about a 58-minute video you're going to watch now. But before we watch it, there's 2 jury instructions I need to give to you. Why don't you go ahead and pass out the transcript, Carl? All right, 2 jury instructions, if you can listen carefully. Oh, we're still passing them out. Does everybody have one? Members of the jury, you are about to listen to a recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that this recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence. You have just been handed you are about to hear and view a recorded conversation. The recorded conversation is the proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You have also now been furnished with a transcript of that recorded conversation. The recording is the actual evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as an aid, only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcript is not the evidence of what was said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not on what you read. All right, State, you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alright, my name is Detective Chippendale. This is Detective St. Jean. Okay. Are you hurting anyone? It doesn't matter. How come it doesn't matter? I'm concerned about you. How old are you?
About 22.
You're 2 days. 22? 2 days?
Yep.
Have you read and write in the English language, right?
Of course.
Okay. Did you go to school here?
Yeah, I've been in this country for 8 years.
8 years? Okay. Detective St. Jean has he just has to read you something real quick, okay?
Have you ever been read your Miranda rights before?
What?
Have you ever
been read your Miranda warning before? Do you know what that is?
What is that?
Your rights. Have you ever been read your rights before?
Do you watch TV?
Not really.
Alright, have you ever seen cop shows and movies? So, Miranda
That's
warning.
how I know how to get away from you real well.
Yeah. So he just has to read this to you and just listen up, okay?
So I'm gonna go step by step, and I'll ask you to explain to me what you think that line means, and we'll go back and forth, and I'll answer any questions you have if you don't understand something, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand what that means?
I do.
You have the right to talk to an attorney and have him or her present with you before and during questioning. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you at no cost to you before and during questioning if you wish. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand what that means?
Yep.
Do you understand each of these rights that I've explained to you? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I don't have any questions.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
So we'd like you to have your side of the story and see what happened.
It's too complicated.
Well, I mean, we're here to listen. I know it was a rough night last night, but we just want somebody has to tell your side of the story. So was it, I'm sure there's several different reasons why this happened.
There is.
So we just want to hear your side. So if you want to talk to us.
Why?
Because, you know what, you're a human being, okay? You deserve to tell your side of the story. So when I go to that house, it's not like you're not that bad. You're not that bad of a kid. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know you. Well, let me get to know you.
So there's it.
Do you need anybody to look at those scratches or anything?
I said it's nothing to worry about.
Okay.
We just met you, man. We don't know your backstory, we don't know your history. We're trying to get to know you and figure out what happened, and then we very much like to hear your side of the story so we can, figure out how we can help you and if there's anything that can explain what happened last night.
Are you hungry?
Will be. Will be.
You will be, you said?
Yeah, because I was in Savannah last night.
Okay. You want a sandwich or something?
That would be nice.
Okay. We'll get you one. So look, I have kids that are around your age also. So I try to treat everybody like I would want somebody to treat my kids. You understand? So whatever happened last night, it's all right to talk about it.
I'm not the one to talk about it.
No.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
You what? I'm sorry.
I'm not the type of young man that will talk about it.
No. You don't want to give your side of the story.
It was wrong, that's it.
Well, I know it's wrong, but here, take a minute and you want to eat, or you want to. It's like a breakfast sandwich. Take a deep breath. It's okay to talk about it.
I promise you it would feel a lot better to talk about it. I know you may not think that right now, but
I'm not like that. If you want to understand anything, you have to understand that. Doesn't make me feel right to talk about it.
Well, help us understand, you know, what's going through your mind right now, what's going on with you? Like, we just met you, man, I don't know you from Adam. Just, we want to hear your story and hear how this came to be and, you know, just to give your side of the story of what happened, basically. Yeah, no one has talked to you yet.
Yeah, but you're just a bunch of Americans, so you will not understand.
Well, try to help me understand.
Well, I know you're from the Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
And I know that, do you have family over there still?
No.
Or was over there?
It was.
And I know the war is real devastating over there. Did you lose family over there? Do you ever talk to them?
Why does it matter?
I'm just making conversation, that's it. Just want to see if talking might be able to help you. At least for a little bit.
How is it gonna help me?
How? Well, you're not
How would it help
gonna keep it bottled up inside. So it's like shaking up a Coke bottle, and as you let it out.
What happened last night? Shaking up a Coke bottle you talk about.
And that's what happened. So did you not get along with your parents?
Doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter, I mean.
That's none of your problems, you know. Me talking about it doesn't make me feel better. I don't know what. If you want to understand anything, why don't you understand it? Not all the people are the same.
No, and I get it. But, you know.
I don't keep it bottled up and stuff.
No. Well, something happened last night. Either you guys argued.
There's a lot of things that happen.
Does it stem from way before last night, or?
Has nothing to do with it. Look, I should have never came here, right? Should have stayed in Ukraine.
You should have stayed in Ukraine.
Yeah. This country is a shithole.
So what don't you like about this country?
Every American asks me that. Huh? You blind? You blind?
Well, probably because I was born here, so.
Yeah, well, you've been fooled. You don't know nothing about what's wrong with this country.
Well, why don't you tell me? Because maybe I can open my eyes to how you see.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter.
Because perspective, man.
Perspective or facts?
Well, your perspective and it could lead to facts.
Yeah, my perspective or the truth that you don't see is the reasoning.
Oh, we're not perfect.
It's not the matter.
Yeah. So did you get adopted by your parents here?
Yep.
How old were you?
15, 16.
15 or 16. Did you know your neighbors down the street?
I don't give a shit about neighbors.
You used to go over there and he used to use his tools or something?
Working on your car?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I really care about neighbors, though. I'm just using people.
Yeah. Is that what you did last night? You used your parents?
No. So you're making an assumption.
Well, you said you used people.
Yeah, because there's not that good people, many good people around, so I don't care.
Were your parents good? Did they hurt you?
It's complicated to say. I don't know why you're asking all these questions.
Well, because, you know, we have a job to do, so we're trying to see what your side of the story is. Is it something that set you off, like your parents got in your face? Were you protecting yourself? You know, there's so many different options. Or we just, you know, okay, so give me the opportunity to talk to you and find out, like, what you feel about everything. I'm a people person. I like to talk to people.
So what happened last night that made you argue something? help me understand what happened out there.
Rage.
What? Rage has to come from somewhere, there has to be some reason. It's a lot of rage to keep bottled up.
Right?
Did your parents push you into the rage?
We weren't really like family anymore.
They weren't family anymore?
Yeah.
Did they change?
We've been through so much shit.
Yeah.
Been arguing and going back and forth.
About what?
Family issues.
Okay. What do you do for work or hobbies and stuff?
Hobbies.
Like you working right now? Or?
Yeah, not right now.
Right.
What do you like?
I'm not gonna be doing anything for
What do you like to do?
everything.
So you are feeling, you are getting upset about what happened last night. So that means that you have.
It's the questions that you ask me.
Well, why don't you ask us
It's like-
questions?
It's like what I want to do, or what I like to do, or where I work.
Well,
We're not robots, man.
why don't you get to know you?
That's not what I meant. You totally misunderstood what I meant.
What did you mean? I don't want to misunderstand what you.
I guess I don't know what to say.
Take your time. We're in no rush. That could have a lot to do with it.
Well, I don't want to lie, so.
Well, I'm glad that you're not gonna lie. If you want to eat, you can take a break. You want to eat?
I don't care to eat.
Okay. We can get you more water if you need.
Look, what do you want to understand?
I want to understand you. I want to hear what you were feeling. So, last night, what led up to last night?
Dealing with a lot. It's probably too much to explain this.
I promise you, I got nothing but time.
You'll write me too.
And I'm willing to hear, you talk about it. I want to hear what you're going through. I want to hear what led up to last night. Why it led up to last night. What's going through your head? Why are you feeling the way you're feeling? Things that have happened to you that made you feel that way.
Look, you asked me what caused last night.
Mm-hmm.
It was just maybe it was kind of, well, how do I explain this? It's hard to explain because you sit there and you think you understand me, but I don't think you do.
Well,
And I'm not saying this because I want you to understand me. I'm saying this because most people I talk to, they don't understand shit.
Well, why don't you try us out? Because we've heard a lot of stories, especially in our career.
We talk to a lot of people who are not your average,
Sometimes
Why are we on camera?
well, everything, it's for your safety and our safety, so. And it has to be, because we're in Venice Police Department's area, so it's however they want to do it.
What I want to know is how did you find me?
I think they just came up upon you, so I think it was just out of luck.
You think?
Yeah, I think that.
Are you not lying right now?
No, not mine. I think that Venice Police Department was just checking the store and they saw you and that's it. But you evaded us for many hours. So you're pretty good at what you were doing. So either you study how to avoid cops or...
I don't study that.
No.
Instincts.
Just instincts? Did you have shoes or no?
Yeah, they took my shoes off.
Okay.
No, it's a big threat.
Well, it's probably their protocol. Did they have shoelaces?
Yeah. Shoelaces.
So it's probably just their protocol. So you didn't get hurt or anything like that? I know you have a lot of scratches and stuff like that. It's probably running through the woods, right?
Yeah, it's been through a few canals too.
Yeah. Are you wet?
The socks are wet.
You can take them off if you want, but I don't know what. So, look, there's no easy way around this, Dima, okay? It's either your side of the story or we just go with what the scene says. But I think that there's a lot more to it.
There is.
So why don't you just try to see if we can understand what...
But what does it get us?
I don't know what it's gonna get us. Maybe us trying to say, well, we could see that happening the way it did. You know,
To give an explanation of what happened last night, because right now we don't have it. We just have what we can see and what's there.
It's not that bad, you know. It has a lot to do with everything. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through. The anger that's inside.
Yeah.
All the shit that I've seen.
What kind of shit have you seen?
I don't know, like, I mean, it might not make sense. I mean, like, what, so you see this scene from what happened, and like, why do you have to come in here and ask me about it? If you, like, where does it get us if you don't ask me, or, like, what's the point of this?
You have to understand that, you know, we're here to do a job. I'm trying to treat you just like I would treat anybody else.
So, like, we have this supposed conversation, like, it's just to get the other side of the story, it's just about it.
You talking about the conversation we're having right now?
Yeah, I mean,
we don't have their side of the story. But we'd like to get yours.
and the other thing is, like, I mean, do you call them mom and dad, or do you call them something else?
Used to.
Used to? So, you want to walk us through, or the other thing is, I'm worried about where did you put the knife? Because I don't want any kids or anything coming across it. Did you use a knife, or was it something else?
It was a knife.
It was a knife. Do you know what kind of knife it was?
Yeah, it was a kitchen knife.
The kitchen knife? The silver handled one?
Yeah, I dropped the first one, and then I went to grab the second one.
Did you use the big knife or the steak knives?
Steak knife.
The steak knife? So do you know where you dropped it, or?
No.
Do you know if you took it with you, or?
No, I didn't take it with me.
Do you know if you threw it in the woods, or is it in the house?
You asked me, it's like, it sounds dumb, but you asked me, do I know if I threw it in the woods? Like, I didn't take it with me yet. It was happening, and I dropped it. And after I had it, then I grabbed another one. Like, it was hard to understand.
Did it break off?
Break what off?
The knife.
What would you use the second one? Here's what he's trying to get at.
That's where I started.
So,
Where did it start? bedroom? The living room?
Yep.
Was your dad sleeping?
Yep.
Did you guys have a fight prior to this?
No.
It just raged?
It's a lot of things.
What did you think about last night?
Sleep. Thinking. Oh, yeah, like, I don't like the situation. I don't like the people I'm with, so I'm just gonna kill them.
So you said that if you don't like the people that you're with, you want to kill them?
Not anybody. I mean, has a lot to do with, like, the way I am and the way I see things. Personal reasons. But, like, observations and, I don't know, like you said, you want to try to understand, it's hard to explain.
So have you had these thoughts for most of your life as a...
No.
No.
Just came up because of all the anchor and all the, yeah, I wanna go back to the grind.
Yeah.
That's treason that,
Did you ask them, did you say that to your parents that you were going to go back to Ukraine, and did they put up a fight with you or something?
no, it's not that.
No.
No, personally, I wanna go back to the grind because I'm sick and tired of doing this country, put it on purpose.
Yeah, I hear you.
So what made you go in there and have an altercation with your dad?
It was not an altercation.
What happened when you went to the bedroom? Your dad was sleeping. What happened?
Just stabbing.
So what was he doing?
What do you mean?
Was he yelling, or did he wake up after you stabbed him?
You're asking great questions.
Well, I mean, did he start fighting you? Because we know that he got out of bed somehow.
Yeah, you want me to stop?
Yeah. Do you know where you stabbed him first?
I was dark.
Where was your mom at?
Right there.
She was next to him? Did she wake up?
Yep.
So, you do know that, like, we're trying to piece this together, okay? So your dad starts getting up out of bed.
No, he wasn't. He was sleeping.
Okay. And you stabbed him?
Yep.
Do you remember how many times?
Countless.
I'm sorry?
Countless.
Countless times? Did he ever get out of bed?
Yeah.
And then what? Did you push him against the wall? Or did he fall?
Just bleeding out. Going around the house. Trying to fight me back.
Okay. Did you stab him out in the living room or
Yeah.
leaving out of the bedroom?
Yep.
Where was your mom at?
Going around the neighborhood asking for help.
Was she on the phone?
Possibly. Some called the police.
Did she hit you or anything, or try to fight you off, or?
She's a woman. What do you think she's gonna do?
Well, I can tell you that if, probably most women will either run or they're gonna fight back.
I tried to fight back, but there isn't much she could do.
Right. So,
Did she try to fight you back?
A little bit.
and then, did you stab her?
You already know I stabbed both of them. You're asking me questions that are obvious. The questions that you already know.
I don't know for sure what happened there.
Well, you know that I stabbed both of them. You're asking me did I stab her? You know I did.
I mean, a lot of things could have happened there. I don't know.
What happened when she ran out, did she go out the front door?
Yep.
Did you close the door behind her, or did you?
I told her to get back inside.
And she kept going?
No, she went back inside.
At one point, did she go to the neighbors?
Yeah, that's been shooting out. Sound cold?
Where was your dad at that point?
Dead?
Where at?
On the living room floor.
Did he fall into the couch a couple times or no?
Possibly. Yeah, I think he did. Can't remember.
Did he say
I
anything?
mean, this discussion's kind of, like, what, you're trying to get much of a story, but you basically get an idea of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to get myself a story, but I just brutally stabbed one of the parents. What is there to get?
When your mom came back in the house, what happened?
Well, did you hear what they said?
Yeah, I know. But we know that you stabbed your dad to death, but your mom did leave to go to the neighbors. Did you go back out there to get her? Or
Yes.
so did you run across the grass or,
Yes.
and you yelled at her?
No, I said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where was she at that point? Do you remember?
Neighbor's house.
In the driveway, front door, what? Driveway?
So she comes back. Did she listen to you? She comes back. Do you guys talk at all?
Yeah, I tried to talk to her.
How did that conversation go?
It was a monologue.
So did you stab her already at that time, at that point?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
What's that?
After I finished saying what I had to say.
After you said what you had to say to her, then you stabbed her?
Yes.
Where?
A lot of places, like you, don't you already notice?
Did you cut her throat?
No, just stabbed her.
You stabbed her in the throat? And she lay right there?
No, she terrified me back.
Where was she where was your mom when you stabbed her? Were you guys in the house at that point? Did you start outside?
In the house.
All the times that you stabbed your mom was inside the house?
Yep.
Okay. Where at? In the living room, the bedroom, the kitchen?
Yeah.
Was she sitting on the couch or no?
Yep.
Which couch, the small one or the big one?
Small.
Were you sitting there with her?
I was standing up.
And you were talking to her, and
Yeah.
what was she saying back?
Pretty much nothing.
She wasn't crying, pleading for her life or anything?
She was.
She was. So you stabbed her in the throat? Was that the last time you stabbed her, or you kept stabbing her?
Kept stabbing her.
At what point did you go get the other knife?
When I lost the first one.
Was that on your father?
Yep.
So it's just the steak knives?
Yep.
Where was the dog at?
In the bedroom.
In the master bedroom?
Yeah. I wouldn't kill a dog. There's no reason to kill a dog.
Yeah. What's the dog's name?
Sparkle.
Sparkle. Okay.
What was the reason to kill your parents?
There's many reasons.
Can you give us one reason?
I don't like him.
What did they do to make you not like them? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't live your life. I don't live with you guys.
I mean, yeah. Everyone's gonna tell you that. Well, yeah, in America, yeah, you get whatever you want. Life's easy, but I don't see it like that. It's like,
How do you see it? Help me understand.
well, I'm basically nobody coming from nowhere. You know?
And that's that when your parents adopted you?
No, that was my biological mother. There's no kind of guy, just,
Okay.
what I'm basically saying is, they the way I see things is not laying that way. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you that I try to control my parents, that's not what it is. I'm not that fucked up in the head, you know. But it's just, my adopted parents really never taught me anything to, you know.
They never taught you anything, you said?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like I'm like a self-learner, you know, like I basically tell myself like what to do, what not to do, and like when I first came to this country, I was like, I didn't like the way I was treated, and you know, yeah, I misbehave a lot, but that has nothing to do. After I got older, it's like I said, it's stupid. The reason it's stupid, the reason that I killed him is stupid.
Yeah. So did they adopt you from Ukraine?
Foster care.
Foster care. So you came over here and was put in foster care?
No, I was foster care because when my real mother died, and my family picked me up, and then the truth is they don't want to put up with me for some reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Your real family just want to put you in foster care for everybody.
Did your adopted family love you? Like, did it seem like it? Or?
Yeah, they love me, but at the same time,
At the same time,
it was not always about love and family, it was like controlling and
them controlling you, or
sometimes.
How so? Like physically, or
No,
mentally, or
like,
telling you what you can and can't do, or
like, you know, who's the household of the house? Who's the household in the house?
I mean,
A man is,
yeah,
right?
it's different whoever you ask, you know.
Well, it's different wherever we ask because this country's so fucked up, but the answer is man. And you know, my adopted mom was, you know, sometimes act like she's the household.
Mm-hmm.
The house, the
Head of the household.
head of the household.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, sometimes women, you know, they feel like.
Yeah, I know.
So did that set you off?
No, it was just like I was just telling you, just many reasons.
Yeah,
That's just one of the reasons.
Something had to set you over the edge, man, about last night with your dad, like for you to go in there, your adopted dad, and go in there and do what you did. Like, what?
It's a lot of
was
shit.
that? What?
It's some things don't relate to it. It's
like what?
Like just being tired of, you know, like I just said, being sick and tired of putting up to bullshit that this country has got.
But when you made you take that out on your parents, so why did it lead to that? What happened?
Because they're part of it.
Did you work yesterday?
Yep. 12-hour shift.
They came plastic?
Yep.
So when you came home,
Great person.
when you came home, how were you feeling? Tired?
Yeah. Real tired.
And you didn't want to be messed with?
I see what you're trying to say. It's not that.
No.
You weren't pissed off then at anything?
No, I was not pissed off at anything.
And did you do any drink any alcohol or do any drugs?
I drank some alcohol.
What'd you have?
Whiskey.
Whiskey. Do you drink whiskey straight or?
Straight.
You put it in a glass with ice or?
No, just
straight.
Cigarette.
And how much do you usually drink? Or how much did you drink last
I can
night?
drink a lot or I can drink a little. Yesterday was nothing. So I didn't drink a lot yesterday.
No.
But it has nothing to do with what happened.
Okay, so.
You might think it does because what? Alcohol doesn't affect on your mind, but I've been mad for a long time now. There's nothing to do with it.
Okay, so I was just trying to get at, you know, were you drunk and they pissed you off and you just lost your cool? Or you weren't drunk and you just lost your cool?
Like I said,
The alcohol didn't affect you.
it's like, you know, I lost my cool many times, but not to this point.
Where were you when you lost your cool?
Sit in my car drinking. It's not, you know, alcohol, well, like, alcohol just brings out the true me, you know, it's not like, you know, my anger, I try to control my anger when I'm not drinking, but, you know, like, alcohol, it doesn't, like, it just makes me, just basically makes me how I really feel. Because I've been angry for a long time, but alcohol just, you know, like, or cigarettes, you know, I smoke cigarettes, and I'm sitting there, I'm so pissed off about everything.
So you're sitting in your car outside, help me paint a picture. You're sitting in your car outside, you're pissed off, you're steaming off something. Is that when you decide to get out of your car and go inside?
Yeah.
And you go inside and do you go straight to the kitchen? Do you know what happens when you go inside?
Where
do you go?
Why do you ask me that? What is it?
Well, I'm trying to understand the process of what happened. You know,
You go to my bedroom, man.
You went in your bedroom. And then what happened?
Well, I know what I'm trying to do, so I get over it.
So were you having those thoughts when you were in the bedroom and that?
Yep.
Did they start while you were in the car?
Yep.
So you start having the thoughts in the car, you go into the house, you go into your bedroom, and you continue to have the thoughts, and what happens with that thing?
Well, you know what?
Yeah, but did something trigger it, or did you just say, I'm doing it?
I just don't do it.
So you go over to the kitchen and you get the knife out of the butcher block?
Yeah.
And then you went straight to your dad?
Mm-hmm.
Did you pick your dad because you knew that you have to disable him first?
Yeah.
And was mom sleeping in bed next to dad?
Yeah. Sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Well, it's your story, so.
No, it's still a pretty easy story. Like I just said, it's stupid. Reason for why I did this is stupid.
Was your dad able to get back at you in any way? Like, was he able to manhandle you at all, or no?
Try to. No, I'm struggling with it.
So he gets up out of bed and you guys have like a fist fight, or like he's trying to grab onto you, or like how does that all happen?
There's blood all over him, he can't hold on.
You said he tried to grab you?
Yeah, his blood is, can't hold on to him.
And how did it go? How did it lead to the living room?
Trying to get away from me, I guess.
Okay, you followed him into the living room?
Yep. I know I really had a good family before I came to this country, and when I came here, I was already basically on my own, with my own world inside my head, and you come here and you have to put up with somebody else. Because I don't know these people, you know, they're strangers, they say they want to bring you into your family, but where I come from, it's not that easy to just become family.
When did you get adopted? How old were you?
2016.
16?
Well, 2016.
Oh, okay. Did you go to North Ohio?
Yeah, I dropped out.
Oh, you dropped out. What grade did you drop out? 10? Did you get in trouble there or anything?
No, this shit that they try to teach you in high school is just unacceptable, so I dropped out. Like, you said you open your eyes a little. What, do you know what the stuff they teach in high schools?
Yeah, I do, and it's pretty atrocious. But,
Well, I saw that when I first went to high school, and then I don't do it.
yeah. Now, did you know English before you came to this country, or?
No.
No?
I did not, because I didn't like learning English.
Yeah.
We had English classes that I could learn, but it was fun.
So when did you like start talking fluent English?
I started talking with Americans and when I got fluent.
Yeah, and you can still talk, is it Ukraine or is it?
Ukrainian? Yeah, I can try, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Russian, I've been speaking Russian too.
Okay. You speak any other languages?
No.
No. So did you try cleaning up?
No.
Cause
Clean up the knife and put it back.
you cleaned up the knife and put it back. So there was 2 knives in there? Or was the whole?
2 steak knives, 2 just wash.
Okay.
Did you wash both knives and put them back?
I wasn't trying to find the other one, I should.
The first one?
Well, the thought that's going through my head is I should have left earlier, so, because I know the area, and I could have got away from police. I could have got away from police chasing me, because I knew the area, and when I was driving on the highway, I knew what I should have done, but I did. But I still got away from it.
So you did see the police there?
Yeah, they pulled up from all this, from everywhere.
Did you hear what the police officer said to you?
I don't give a shit.
No, but I mean,
I heard
Did you say
something.
something to you?
I heard something.
Okay.
So the knife that you cleaned off and put back in the butcher's block, do you think that was the first one or the second one?
Like the way you asked me that question, do I think that was the first one? That was, well, maybe, yeah, I guess I get it where you asked me that, but same time, it's like, I know it was the second one.
Okay.
So I couldn't find the first one.
Did you get cut? In your hands?
Because trying to stab somebody with a steak knife the way I was doing is, you hurt yourself too.
Is it bad, because of your hands?
It's not that bad.
Did you get it in there?
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
How were you stabbing? Was it just going
Different
top
ways.
to bottom? Do you mind showing me?
I mean, it was like, sometimes I would barely hold a knife and still stab me, so. It's blood everywhere.
Did you get a lot of blood on you?
Yep.
Did you try to rinse it off, or?
See it right now. Well, I rinsed most of it off. Like I said, I was trying to, because I know how fast police respond, so I was trying to get away as fast as I can, but it wasn't like, no, I could have actually drove on a highway without police chasing me. But, washed myself off. No, I had to swim in a few canals, that's how I got everything washed off.
Okay.
Get away. Because I was watching helicopter in Scotland. And that's the hardest thing to get away from.
Did you expect to meet a cop outside?
I don't give a shit, I just get in my car and leave.
No, I know that, I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did it because, that someone called. Someone had to call. It is messed up, though. You know it and I know it.
What you did?
Yeah.
So where were you gonna go to? Like,
I was gonna try and go to like Orlando port and try to find some kind of ship and get on and leave. Like sneak into the ship because I just want to get to the party.
so were you gonna try to go back to the Ukraine, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to do. We had a lot of family issues and I really wanted to.
God.
I really want us to be family again because we were not really like one.
Yeah.
Did you guys get, at first, you were
Yeah,
alright,
first.
and then
Yeah, it was alright first.
what happened that you guys kind of separated a little bit, or went through some issues?
It's just the past.
Your past, their past?
No, our past. It was just, Like I said, it's too complicated to explain. I don't even feel right to explain. But it's the past that triggers me.
Did they ever hurt you?
No.
Okay. I was just concerned about that because, you know, sometimes people will adopt or foster and then they'll abuse. Yeah.
So, obviously, we know your side of the story and what happened, but I'd really like to know if you would tell me some of the things that specifically made you feel that way, like what led up to that. You know, I know you said a couple of things, you know, your past, when you're younger, just your childhood and stuff like that, but what are the other things specifically with your parents that, that caused you to explode?
I honestly don't know how to explain that. You know, try to think about it.
Are you willing to try?
I'm trying right now.
Okay.
I don't know, it's
I know it's eating at you, man. Like, I can tell some stuff happened, you know. There's something that's making you feel that way.
yeah, it's like, like I was telling you, it's other stuff that's not related to yesterday's situation that made me do it.
Yeah, I know you told me that, and I remember that. I'm curious as to what, you know, I want to know what the hell was leading you up that bad, man? Like, what happened between you guys? Like, how bad was your relationship? Like, what?
Time went past. No, we just had a bunch of arguments.
Recently? How
You picked out,
recently?
you know, Dad said he's gonna call police on me. I said he's gonna try to call police if I don't leave. Like I said, the part that I'm not telling you is, you know, I'm not a good kid. I was telling you, I was not raised right. And I've been misbehaving and not listening and not doing what I'm told. And now we had all those family issues. But it was half me and half them.
That makes sense, man. I know it's nothing's one-sided, you know. There's some two sides to a story, you know.
Yeah, because I know that I heard, like, I was mad at, they were mad at me too, and I was mad at them. You know, I was like, my mom, like, cares about me more than my dad does, and then he says that I don't do marriage, because apparently not.
He said that you ruined their marriage?
Yeah, because, like, you know, your mom loves you more than your dad, and then she trusts to spend more time with you when your dad is not, and that looks like I don't know.
Do you think that's what happened?
No.
Were they going through rough times too?
They weren't rough times because they had rough times since they first came here.
So did they argue a lot?
Because of me, yeah, it was all about.
Oh, just about you?
Yeah, because, no.
Who would stand up for you?
Parents, mom would.
Mom would?
Parenting issues.
Yeah.
I had parenting issues too, and they knew it too, because we had conversations with them.
Were they from Florida?
No,
Where are they from?
mom's from my dad's from Massachusetts.
Did they get married or meet down here? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long were they married? Do you know? 20-something years?
Probably.
And were they real estate agents or?
Yeah, when I first came here, doing the house.
Mom and dad?
Yeah, that was one of the first things I had to do when I came here, go on houses, go on places and selling houses.
Mm-hmm.
What does mom do now?
What?
what does mom do now? Like, what does she do for work now?
What she did for work?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, help advertise properties, I think. Put them out there so people,
So your mom and dad were both doing real estate still, like,
somewhat.
okay.
Did they scratch you in the fight? When you were stabbing?
Maybe, but it doesn't matter, I think.
So these are all from?
These are all from running away from police because that's crawled to impossible. Bushes. But, yeah, I guess, my mom did like, basically advertising properties for whoever, so they could see it.
Do you remember what your mom said at all last night when you guys were talking after you killed your dad?
She didn't say much.
What did she say? Do you remember?
Like I said, she didn't say much.
Did she say she loved you?
No. She didn't say that.
No.
Did she ask you to stop?
When?
At any point? When you guys were talking, yeah, you said, I believe you said she was sitting on the couch.
Yeah, she
You were sitting there talking to her. What did she say to you then?
She said, I'm bleeding, call the ambulance.
What did you tell her?
I just ignored her, like, why would I do that?
Did you stab her again after that?
Yep.
Do you remember her?
No, it's just all over the place.
You weren't gonna call for an ambulance? Why
would I?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't.
So I think what Detective St. Jean's trying to get at was, we know that you were having problems with your dad, your mom stuck up for you whenever, the arguments were going. So we
have great family issues.
Yeah, but.
Sometimes.
So did you have like a feeling of remorse after you stabbed your mom and she's asking for an ambulance? You didn't feel anything? Did you want to make sure that she was dead before you left, so you were hoping to get away with it?
No, it's not the case.
How did she end up on the couch to?
Stone on the floor. I mean, you're asking very disturbing questions.
Disturbing questions?
Yes, disturbing.
Is it starting to get to you now?
Well, it's not like it's getting to me, it's just, if you listen to the stuff that you're asking, why would you be asking that?
Again, we have a job to do and we have to make sure that everything matches up to the scene and what your side of the story is. Obviously, you raged out last night and this was boiling from probably the last month that you were here, right? Were you here a month? Yeah. So last night, you're sitting in your car, you started drinking a little bit, and you just came up with this, that you were gonna do something now.
I came out before that.
After work?
No, it was good, days before that.
So what?
I had those thoughts before that, just.
Days, months, what?
Recently.
Okay. Is it because of all the fighting? And they didn't want you back in the house?
No, it's a lot of things.
Again, like everything, like a combination of everything.
Yes.
And you've been thinking about killing both of your parents for how long now?
Not sure, it's not, I don't plan on it, sit there and think about it all day long, it just comes up in my head and I go do it.
Was last night the first time that you actually thought about killing your parents?
No.
So you thought about it previous, but you didn't act on it, obviously. What made you like come to that point last night that you were like, I'm done, this is over?
Because I don't really like to miss people. I don't really want to miss my parents, honestly. Because of,
Did you miss your parents? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
like, no, I mean, I try to get back with them and have, and us be family again, but it didn't seem like it was,
Did you think you were back in the corner or something?
No. I don't know.
Just it made you upset or what?
Yeah, it made me upset. Nothing's, feels like nothing's going right for me.
Yeah.
Which it is, but at the same time it's not.
There was a stab wound, I think, in your dad's leg. Did you?
Maybe extended, I don't know.
Okay. But everything else was you meant to do.
How did your mom make it to, I know I've already asked you this, but we didn't really kind of elaborate on it. How did your mom make it from the couch to where she's laying on the floor?
She fell down.
She stood up and
Yeah.
did she crawl at all? Was she able to try to get away from you or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was she trying to crawl to your dad?
Possibly.
She had a towel there. Where did that towel come from?
That's how that was, she was putting herself on.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, that towel on the floor, that's for the dog.
Oh, for the dog. Okay.
So the towel that was on the sink,
That was the towel that was used.
where'd you get that towel from?
Yeah.
Your bathroom? Is that what the drops of blood on your bathroom floor was?
Blood was yeah.
Yeah. Did you go anywhere else besides your bathroom and the master bedroom and the living room?
Did you go into my bedroom? Make sure I grabbed it.
You went to your bedroom?
Yeah.
What'd you grab? Like a
Laptop, phone, and money, and like drinks. I want to have some in a lot.
Mm-hmm. Where's all that stuff now?
Some car.
It's in the car. So you didn't get a chance to grab any of that stuff?
No, I just cut out the gun and shut it on.
All right, Deputy, if you can collect the transcripts back from our jurors. You can turn the lights on, Fitz. I'll turn them on, actually, I got it.
The photographs, you told us the photographs of the defendant were taken after the interview. Were there other things that were done with the defendant in that interview room, in addition to photographs?
Yes, his buccal swab was taken, and I believe swabs of his fingernails.
Okay. Were you present when the defendant's buccal swabs were taken?
I was.
Can you tell the members of the jury what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is essentially cotton toothpick, if you will. It goes in your mouth and just rubs the side of your cheek to get DNA and skin cells.
Okay, and
Where are we with this witness? We're 5 o'clock right now.
2 minutes.
Oh, you're almost complete? Okay.
Yes.
Are you okay, jurors, working past 5 to maybe finish with this witness? I see everybody shaking their head yes. Would you like a short break before we, no, we're okay. All right, please continue, Ms. Fraley.
Thank you.
Corporal, I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 25. Without opening this, are you able to identify the markings from the Venice Police Department? Is that Venice Police Department? Northport Police Department, I beg your pardon. And Florida Department of Law Enforcement that ultimately received these buckle swaps from the defendant?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's number 25 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 will be admitted.
Thank you. Were the defendant's clothes collected
They
after
were.
his interview?
Yes, they were.
Okay. I'm now showing you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit number 26 and also State's Exhibit number 27. Can you look at those two items, please? Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Are these items in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from Dima Tower after his interview on September 1st of 2023?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'm offering into evidence State's Exhibit 26 and 27, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 and 27 will be admitted. You may publish at your leisure.
Thank you. May I have the bailiff just present these to the members of the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Detective, those markings that we see on the shirt and possibly on the shorts, are they made by crime scene technicians to denote areas of interest on the items of evidence?
They are.
Okay. The person who admitted to planning on stabbing his parents, Jennifer and Robbie Tower, stabbing them to death, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting right there in a blue long sleeve dress shirt, button-up dress shirt.
Without a jacket? Because
Correct.
there are two people wearing blue shirts.
Correct.
Without the jacket? Okay.
Ma'am.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With homicide, correct?
He hasn't been physically charged yet at that point.
But he was under arrest for the homicide.
Correct.
Okay. And when you say that you wanted to get his side of the story, there's literally nothing that he's going to say in that room that's going to cause you to release him, correct?
Correct.
No matter what, he was going to be booked in for the homicide, right?
Correct.
Okay. If he would have said, they came at me and I had no choice but to defend myself.
Argument.
Overruled.
If he would have said that, that wouldn't have mattered. You still would have booked him, correct?
At that point in time, with the information we had, yes.
Okay. And you admitted several times you don't know his backstory, right?
Backstory is in.
I mean, we said, you or Detective Chippendale said multiple times, we don't know your backstory, we don't know your history, right?
Correct, at that point, yes.
Okay. At any point in time during that interview, did Mr. Tower look you in the eye?
He may have, but for the most part, he was looking down.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect from the stage?
Do you typically have defendants look you in the eye when they're admitting to stabbing their parents?
It's case by case. It just depends on the person.
Okay.
What their reaction is to something traumatic.
So is it relevant in any way whether the defendant looked you in the eye?
No.
Is it relevant in any way what the defendant's
Objection
back?
argumentative.
I'm going to allow it. I know it's a legal term relevant, but I'm going to allow it for the opinion of the detective.
Was it important to your investigation to learn the defendant's backstory? Or were you there to find out who murdered Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
My role was to figure out who murdered Robbie and Jennifer Tower.
Okay. And did you, despite the fact that your role was to find out who brutally butchered those people,
Sustained.
did you encourage the defendant over and over and over again to tell you his backstory?
Did I encourage him over to
Did
ask
you,
him for his backstory?
listen. Did you encourage him repeatedly, over and over, to tell you his backstory?
Yes, we wanted to find out more about him and his background.
And despite 2 hours of you and Chippendale asking him about his backstory, did he give you his backstory?
Not much.
Could you have given him any more opportunity in that room to tell you his backstory than you already did?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. When you talked to Mr. Tower, did he admit over and over again to stabbing his parents?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Did he admit over and over again, through 2 hours of questioning, that he killed his parents and thought about it before he did it?
He did.
Thank you, nothing further.
The witness free to step down.
No objection, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to adjourn for the day. Jurors, it's 5:06. Let's start up at 9 o'clock. Does that work for everybody? I forget it.
Before we do that, we have to talk to you about witnesses.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't you folks take a quick restroom break? I'm going to find out what's happening with the case, and I'll let you know what time we'll start in just a moment, okay? All jurors, please stand. Leave notepads face down, turned over. It'll be a very short break, okay?
Jurors exit.
All right, jurors have left.
Okay, so Your Honor, we're moving much more rapidly than I expected. Tomorrow, we only have 2 witnesses. One is Charlene Webster from Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the other is Dr. Vega. Dr. Vega is not available until 1 o'clock. Ms. Webster can't be here till 11. So my suggestion is, if the court agrees, that we should do charge conference
Yes.
in the morning, and then get into our last 2 witnesses. And after Dr. Vega testifies, actually, we could have him here at 1 o'clock. After Dr. Vega testifies for about an hour, the state will rest its case.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, any defense witnesses, sir, other than perhaps your client?
If Mr. Tower decides that he would like to testify, that would be the only one that I would anticipate.
So if you could speak to Mr. Tower this evening before you leave. The state is going to rest after Dr. Vega in the mid-afternoon. So if Mr. Tower is going to testify, we'll do that immediately thereafter, tomorrow afternoon. State have all rebuttal witnesses here if Mr. Tower chooses to be a witness. We'll start with, I'll tell the jurors to come back at 11. We'll start at 9 o'clock and discuss jury instructions, okay?
That's fine, and just for as far as the rest of the scheduling goes, it would make sense at that point to finish all the testimony and then come back Friday morning and just do jury instructions, closings, verdict on Friday.
I don't disagree. State?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
So we'll start, the jurors will come in soon after 11. We'll take the test. The state's going to call Charlene Webster. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock with Dr. Vega. State's going to rest. We'll hear motions. If Mr. Tower is going to testify, it'll be soon thereafter. Let's call it 3 o'clock-ish. If not, if he does, then we'll take any rebuttal witnesses from the state, and then we'll adjourn for the day. And we'll come back, either way, we'll adjourn for the day. We'll come back Friday morning with me reading jury instructions and your closing arguments, and we'll send them out to deliberate. Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll take our initial look at jury instructions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow.
I sent them to Ms. Peters.
Okay. All right, let me bring the jurors in and give them the schedule.
We can just stop afterwards. Yeah, I'll make some questions to give you an idea about, what I'm gonna ask and things. So jury instructions, we'll go over it. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of time. It's not going to take us 2 hours. Then we can go and talk.
Jurors entering.
Folks, you don't even have to sit down, but come on in. You can sit down if you want, yeah. Why not? All right, we have all our jurors back in. Folks, we can't start the trial until 11 tomorrow. That's when the next witness is available. We're going to finish all evidence and witnesses tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to finish the evidence portion of the trial. And then on Friday morning, we'll start at 9 o'clock. I'll read the jury instructions to you. They'll make their closing arguments. We'll send you into deliberations before lunch. We'll order lunch for you so you can have lunch during your deliberations, and then we'll await your verdict on Friday, okay? So it will not be a long day tomorrow. We'll start early and probably adjourn early, okay? Again, I know there's a lot of media coverage. There's a lot of articles in the paper, I believe. Make sure you do not look at those, read anything, watch any of that on the news. We need you to come in the same way you are today when you come in tomorrow, okay? Leave your notepads turned over, writing implements on top. Folks, have a nice evening. If you could be here, Carl, what, 10:50? Tomorrow, we'll try to start at 11 o'clock in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening, everybody. Please stand, our jurors are exiting.
We are here now. Yeah, because we have to go over jury instructions. We have to talk about what the judge says to the jury. I have copies of everything. They're going to be edited so that it's case specific, so it applies to your case, general one.
All right, anything else we need to talk about from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
Anything please always give them my best.
Absolutely.
I keep meaning to reach out. I think she became a county judge up there in Hillsborough?
Yes, she ran.
Good morning.
Yeah.
She ran.
Each of you have a proposed packet in front of you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, and this is from the email that Ms. Frablin sent yesterday. But I have it open to make any edits.
Great, let's take a look at it. Introduction to final instructions. We'll go page by page. Any objection to this by either side?
No objection, Your Honor.
3.2, now let me just remind, just so Mr. Tower understands. We're having this jury instruction, we call it a charge conference. We're having this early because time allows us to have this discussion. This doesn't mean these are permanent. There could be changes that happen based on the additional evidence presented. For example, once the state closes their case in chief, your attorney will make arguments. So we haven't had motions yet. So this is an early look at jury instructions, Mr. Tower. This isn't a final discussion. We'll have another discussion once we've closed all the evidence before we were to read this to the jurors, okay?
Your Honor, just a question. Do you prefer like page numbers in the jury?
No, I don't need page numbers. Does the defense have any preference? My preference would be not to do page numbers.
I would not like them either.
Okay.
All right, next is statement of charges. Again, in this case, we had the defendant was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder. I granted the state's motion to consolidate those 2 counts with the fleeing to elude. Because he was indicted with first-degree murder, the second-degree murder charges that were initially filed were declined. I think there was a written order to that effect, not order, but motion by this memo by the state. Is that right, Emily? Did Ms. Frablich bring something over to you on Wednesday on the second-degree murder charges?
Yes, but I believe there needs to be further clarification.
Further clarification, okay. So these...
Oh, wait, it was clarified, yes.
It was clarified. All right, so these appear to me to be the statement of the charges that the court allowed to go forward on. Count 1 is murder in the first degree. The state identified Mr. Gilman to make 1 and 2 unique. They put in the alleged victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that's appropriate. Do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
And then count 3 is fleeing to elude. They also inserted here to identify it siren and lights activated. Again, we'll get to that later, but they're lesser included. So I think that's appropriate. Any objection to the statement of charges page?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next we have 7.1, introduction to homicide. Unless expressly waived by both parties, this must be read in all homicide cases. I've reviewed it. The state just inserted the correct pronouns. They do have, Mr. Gilman, both lesser included counts of murder in the second degree and manslaughter inserted. And they have the defendant's name, Dima Tower, inserted as well. It appears to me, as I went through it and compared it to our Supreme Court version, that it's legally accurate. Do either side have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right, next we have 7.2. This is the instruction on murder first degree. It has the statute number. I have compared this to the Supreme Court version. It appears to be legally accurate. It has the defendant's and the defendant and alleged victim's names. Now, they're all capitalized. The state has been consistent throughout doing that. Is there any objection by either side to that, to capitalizing the names? I think it's usually done. I can't think of any prejudice to capitalizing the name. It's not in any way.
I don't think I have any objection to it, Your Honor.
And I'm going to see.
All right, any objection to this instruction as it relates? So this is count 1. This is with Jennifer Tower as the alleged victim.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, count 2, it's the same exact instruction, except if you look at element 1 and 3, instead of Jennifer Tower, it now has Robbie Tower, which is consistent with the state's indictment that Robbie Tower is the victim, alleged victim in count 2. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 28.7. Again, I did already compare these to our Supreme Court version. I found no mistake in this either. Names are capitalized. The defendant's name is inserted. There's no victim name here. It has the definitions. It has the 3 elements correctly outlined. Any objection to this by either side?
No, Your Honor. No. The only issue is there is I don't know if you want to take the brackets out of the vehicle definition.
I definitely think we should. I missed that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's address the lesser included crimes to count 1. They are murder in the second degree and manslaughter. Are either side requesting those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's appropriate to include these. The state appropriately did here. So we have murder in the second degree and manslaughter. For fleeing to elude, the 2 lesser includeds in the definition are fleeing to elude without sirens and lights and reckless driving. Are either side requesting either of those?
No, Your Honor.
State?
So defense is not requesting any lesser included for
The fleeing to elude?
the fleeing to elude?
Correct.
Okay. We'll request the first, the felony fleeing to elude.
Okay. So you want to make the argument that there were no lights and sirens activated? Okay, let's keep in fleeing to elude without lights and sirens. Both sides agree not to have reckless driving. State defense?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll remove reckless driving. All right, so we now have the definition. So we're now going to get into the lesser includeds. The state did one, which is probably appropriate for each count 1 and count 2. So the first one is murder second degree. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower. So this is the lesser included for count 1. I compared it to the standard instruction. It's legally accurate. The portion that's in the standard instruction that the state has not included is the whole discussion on negligence. Do both sides agree that does not apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree as well. Any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
I think it's legally accurate. Again, I compared it to the Supreme Court version, and it is the same. All right, next we're still on count 1 now. The lesser included crime is manslaughter. They inserted victim Jennifer Tower again. It shows to the jury that this is still count 1. It has the 2 elements. Again, I compared this to the book. It is accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're now moving to count 2. This says victim Robbie Tower. Count 2 first-degree murder is second-degree murder. It's the same instruction as the lesser included is to count 1, although instead of Jennifer Tower, we have Robbie Tower inserted. Any objection by either side to this?
No, Your Honor.
State? No. Okay, we also have the manslaughter instruction for count 2. This is the victim Robbie Tower. They inserted the defendant's name, victim's name. Otherwise, it's the same instruction. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we have the lesser included for fleeing to elude, which is fleeing to elude. Any objection? Oh, we need to do what Mr. Gilman pointed out before. You still have the bracketed part in the vehicle definition. Can you remove that?
Yes.
Once that's done, any objection to this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
All right, reckless driving will be removed. Good morning, Ms. Frablich.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, next in my packet is 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt and burden of proof. This appears to be the old version. We need to get the updated version, 2025. The only difference is that in the paragraph that begins, a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. That paragraph has changed, and that paragraph now begins, proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. Are you able to get the updated version?
Yes, sir.
Other than that, it's the same. All right, once that change is made, is there any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll give you a moment, Ms. Whipple. Let me know when you've finished that.
Sometimes.
All right.
Okay, next I have 3.9, weighing the evidence. Okay, we have 1 through 5 that are given in all cases. So what we don't have is 6 through 10. So let me just read them out loud and let's see if we think so far any apply or if you can anticipate perhaps. Number 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify?
I would not think that applies.
State?
Agrees.
All right. Did you say agrees?
Agrees, yes.
Okay.
I
All right, so right now we think 6 does not apply. 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony?
I do not anticipate that testimony either.
No, it doesn't apply, Your Honor.
Okay. 8, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I don't think we've had impeachment so far. We'll see how it plays out. I think we have, we'll see how the rest of the trial plays out. But so far we agree it wouldn't apply.
Correct.
All right. 9, has the witness been convicted of a felony or a crime of dishonesty? There's been none of that so far. We'll see if that changes for the remainder of the trial. 10, does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? There's been no testimony related to that. So far I would agree that 6 through 10 don't apply. We'll have to readdress this at the end of the evidence. All right, whether the state has met its burden remains in. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement, we give in all cases. Expert witnesses can remain in. We didn't have any accomplice or informant, so that was correctly not included. There's been no child witness. We'll wait to see if Mr. Tower testifies, whether or not to include that or exclude it. proper for a witness to talk to the lawyers and relying upon your own testimony. So this appears to me to be legally accurate right now. The only issue is when we find whether or not Mr. Tower testifies, we'll address that. The next one, 3.9A, defendant not testifying. We'll wait to see what Mr. Tower chooses to do. 3.9B, defendant's statements. We have that here. We have a statement that was played to the jury yesterday. This is something the jury should take into consideration, this instruction. I've compared it to the Supreme Court version. This appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No.
3.10, rules for deliberation. All of them are included except the jurors talking about questions they asked. Of course, they didn't in this trial. So this appears to me to be legally accurate. Any objection by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction is legally accurate. I will read that, of course. 3.12A, we have single defendant, multiple counts. Can you get rid of "and informations" in the title portion there?
I just called it charging documents.
Can we just get rid of it?
Yeah.
I think single defendant, multiple counts is the issue that the jury, we're honing them in on here.
Thank you.
So let's see, you have a separate crime is charged in each count of the charging. Can you make that singular document? I granted a motion to consolidate, so we don't need them to be thinking that we have an information and an indictment. I think that's irrelevant.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we do need them to know that there's multiple counts and they need to consider them separately. So let's see. A separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document. You're getting rid of the S. And although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. This now appears to be legally accurate to me. Any objection once we remove "and informations" and the S in documents?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Ms. Whipple, were you able to make those changes?
Yes, sir.
All right, the verdict instruction 3.12 seems appropriate. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, verdict looks good to me as well, that the state listed, I think, appropriately consistent with the jury instructions. They listed the alleged victim to identify the difference between count 1 and 2. They have the lesser included. It's perfectly lined up. There's nothing italicized or drawing attention to any one in particular. Guilty and not guilty are not capitalized throughout.
Count 3.
Your Honor, I did for count 3, but this isn't on your section. Initially, there wasn't the lesser included, but can I talk with Ms. Frabling for a second?
Sure, about whether you want the reckless or...
There's something that has to be changed about the title. It's called fleeing to elude. I have attempting. That has to be removed. Defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law. Or what happened? Did we?
So earlier when we were going through potential lessers,
Yeah.
Mr. Gilman said that he was not requesting the lesser fleeing or the reckless driving.
Okay.
So
Okay, great.
Because I had said initially maybe the lesser included of the fleeing to elude, or do you want no lessers at all?
No lessers.
No lessers?
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
All right, so what we're gonna do though, Your Honor, is take away B and C.
Well, there's currently only B.
I might have a different version, but so A, right now I have A, B, D. So
Right.
A would be the defendant is guilty of, let's see, how do you have it labeled on you? It'll be the defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude law enforcement officer, parentheses, sirens and lights activated. So it's consistent, I think.
Yes. and
As
Your Honor-
charged. And then B would be the defendant is not guilty.
Yes, we just consulted and the state is no longer requesting a lesser.
Right, I heard you.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we all, yeah.
Or attempting.
Mr. Gilman, did you hear that?
I did.
Okay, so it's going to be A, B. And you're just going to include lights and sirens, although just to be consistent. And then it has the correct month, year, place to be signed. It looks legally accurate. All right, let's discuss this now. They have your last page, submitting case to jury. Talking about what evidence would go back. Can you get both, Emily, can you pull out both knives for me? The ones that are not the butcher block. I don't want the butcher block. So my thought, folks, on evidence that can and cannot go back to the jurors. My thought is the butcher block with knives loose should not go back to the jury. That's too much of a danger. I could tell them that if they want to see that, they could just send a note. We can bring them into the courtroom and we could have that shown to them. The question is on these two items, whether they're secure and safe to go back to the jurors. What are your thoughts?
May I take a quick look?
Yeah, come on up. And Carl, you can express your concerns and thoughts. I think the bailiffs are hesitant to allow those to go back.
This is very easily can come out of this with no problem. Yeah.
Not only that, Your Honor, there is biohazard on there, so we can tell the members of the jury.
Oh, that's true. There's alleged blood on
that
there, right?
It's not going back because of biohazard, but if they wish to see it, they can view it in front of all of us with the bailiff showing them again. They're all photographs of this evidence, so.
Mr. Gilman, what's your position? Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
You are?
Yeah, and again, there's photographs of everything.
Okay.
So if it's a safety concern, I have no problem with them just having the photographs.
And the state's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
So no butcher block, no knives.
What I'll do is I'll explain to them. So let's see, let's look at our jury instruction. During the trial, towards the bottom, folks, during the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, and here's the options for us. A, some of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
I think both of those would be appropriate.
They apply. So let's just keep it the way it is. And I'll explain to them the only items that are not going back to the knives. And I'll explain that to them, that they just need to put that in a note and we could bring them in here for them to see it, okay? All right, so 3.13, submitting case to jury, it's fine, the instruction as it is. I have the closing argument instruction. You don't need to give that to the, you don't need to include that in the packet that goes to the jurors.
We'll take it out.
Are there any other instructions either side are requesting?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And I can't think of any other instructions that apply as well. All right, so State, if you can make those changes, if you can send a copy to me and Mr. Gilman so we can have at least our updated version. We'll address it again at the close of the evidence. It's 9:22, we'll be adjourned. If you can be ready to start the trial at 11.
Yes, one thought, Your Honor. Do we want to discuss now, there is a DVD of the defendant's interview. The jury may wish to listen to that, or also the 911 calls. Did we want to talk about?
That all goes back to the jury.
Right,
I mean, to the,
but do they, are you going to explain to them how they can play it and do that sort of thing?
what I do is I bring IT in to just explain the jury card. I like to have that on the record, that the jury card doesn't do anything. It doesn't have access to the internet. All it can do is play the evidence. So I'll bring in Kevin or Henry, someone from IT. They'll wheel it in. They'll explain to them how it works, which is basically just a mouse, and all they can do is stop, pause, fast forward. And then I'll have Henry wheel it into the jury room.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good.
All right, have a nice break. Let's be ready to start the trial at 11 o'clock, okay? All right. Witness.
State calls Charlene Webster.
All right, everybody stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay, now, you will bring that up there.
Morning. State when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Webster.
Hello.
Will you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Charlene Webster. Last name is spelled Webster.
How are you employed, Ms. Webster?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center in the biology section.
How long have you worked for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Since December of 2009.
Will you tell the members of the jury about your formal education, please?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and a Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Miami. I also hold a Master of Science in Pharmacy with a concentration in Forensic DNA and Serology from the University of Florida.
Thank you. Will you also tell us a little bit about the duties and responsibilities of a senior crime lab analyst?
Yes, as an analyst, I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I also examine them for any skin cells that may be present from items that may have been handled, touched, or worn. I will take samplings of those items of evidence to try to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to the DNA profiles of known individuals that are believed to be involved in the case. I will put a statistical weight if I'm able to do that and produce a report.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint for life, and it makes us who we are. Your DNA profile is unique, except in the case of identical twins. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and the other half from your biological father. Your DNA is found all throughout your body, so except for mature red blood cells, and your DNA doesn't change over your life. So the DNA I would find in your hair would be the same DNA I would expect to find in your blood.
What method of DNA analysis do you use up at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's office in Tampa?
We use STR testing, which stands for short tandem repeats. And STRs are just small segments that are found throughout the DNA. The number of times those repeating segments are observed varies from individuals. And as I mentioned earlier, since you get half from your mother and half from your father, the number of repeats you get from each person would vary. That process is done in 4 steps. So what I'm going to try to do in the first step is I'm going to take that sample of the evidence and I'm going to place it in a tube. I'm going to add some liquid and some heat, and the purpose of that is just to try to break open those cells so they can release the DNA so I can see what's available to me. The second step is then now to make many copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm actually looking at. And I'm trying to make those copies so that way I can get a better idea of the DNA profile. The third step is now, the second step I misspoke was determining how much DNA I actually have present. Once I open up those cells, how much DNA is available to me. The third step is making millions of copies of the 21 locations on the DNA strand that I'm looking at. And then the last step is just separating those copied DNA by size, so that way I end up with peaks on a graph, much like an EKG. And those peaks are your DNA profile for each of the 21 areas of the DNA I'm looking at.
That method that you just described, short tandem repeat, is that supported in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
By published scientific literature?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your lab in Tampa, is it accredited?
Yes, we are.
With whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And as an individual crime laboratory analyst, do you have some sort of continuing education or accreditation that you have to do personally?
Yes, I do have to do 16 hours of continuing education each calendar year. In addition, I do have to take what's called a proficiency test twice a year.
A proficiency test is just a scenario-based test that's given to me from an outside agency. I know I'm being tested, but I don't know the results of the test. Once I receive the samples, I will take the samples from start to finish, just as I would any other case working sample using our standard operating procedures. Once I get my results, I submit it to the testing agency, who then ensures that my results are consistent with theirs, and they will report that back to ANAB, our accrediting body, and to FDLE as well.
When was the last proficiency test that you undertook?
Earlier this year, and I passed it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. How do you talked about your protocols. How do you ensure that the results that you achieve in your laboratory are correct? How do you know that you're getting the correct results? What steps do you take?
We have controls that are run with all of our samples. So as I mentioned earlier, as a part of that STR process, that I took a sample of the item of evidence to do through the 4 steps. Well, I'm also going to do that with what's called a reagent blank. So it's just an empty tube, and everything that happens to my sample happens to that tube through all 4 steps of the STR process. That's called a negative control, and that just ensures that no outside DNA is being introduced into the samples. In addition, there's also a positive control that's run through the samples to just ensure that all of the reagents are performing and the instruments are performing the way that they should and producing the expected results that is received from that positive control.
Right. As an analyst, do you maintain neutrality when you are working with items that have been submitted to you by various agencies and throughout the testing process?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to maintain a neutral attitude about the evidence that comes into you for testing?
When I receive the evidence, I don't know what to expect as a result, so I'm just going to conduct my testing as I would with every other item that's similar. I'm going to send it through the same process, of course, not to be biased in any way, just to perform it and to try to get any DNA profiles that may be usable in the case.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier about statistical analysis is used as part of the procedure for ultimate DNA analysis. Do you have specialized training in statistics?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the training that you've received in statistics?
So I took statistics as a part of my master's class. In addition to during the training program at FDLE, we are trained on the statistics that we perform, which is currently likelihood ratio. In addition to the training that I received from FDLE, the members of the program that we use also did a 2-week statistical training class on the system, and so I did get that training as well.
Does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement use a particular database as part of your statistical analysis?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain a little bit about that database, please?
The database we use is developed from, the National Institutes of Standard and Technology. That database was published in the Forensic Science International Journal of Forensics in 2013. And basically that database contains DNA profiles from random people who were samples that were purchased, and the DNA types that were observed there are just telling me how common or how rare a particular allele or DNA type may be observed in the general population across 3 ethnicities. The ethnicities we look at are Caucasian, Hispanic, and African American, as those are the 3 common ethnicities found in the state of Florida.
Okay. Why do you use a numerical weight or a statistical weight as part of the DNA analysis?
We add a statistical weight to a sample that is a match, which means that I compared a single source or profile from one individual to a known individual, or an inclusion where I'm comparing an individual to what's called a mixture, where that's from 2 or more individuals. It gives a statistical weight as to how common or how rare, given the DNA evidence, how likely it is to see that DNA evidence in the how likely it is to see that, that DNA evidence given the profile that is observed let me rephrase that. The statistical weight gives I'm looking at the DNA profile and I'm comparing a known individual to the profile, either to a single source or a mixture. It just gives weight as to how common or how rare that DNA profile may be observed. Sorry.
Okay. Essentially, does that allow you to put into perspective the results as to how much of that person's DNA is in that particular sample?
It's actually just saying it's comparing two different scenarios and giving a weight. It's comparing how likely that DNA profile could be from the person of interest or an unknown individual. So it's not telling me that that person is actually in the profile. It's just telling me what is the likelihood that the evidence could be from the person of interest versus an unknown individual.
All right, thank you. Now, have you ever testified in court with regard to DNA analysis?
Yes.
How many times, approximately, Ms. Webster?
Probably about 50-ish.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of where in the state of Florida you've given testimony on DNA?
I've gone as high as Tallahassee, and I've gone as further south as Fort Myers, where we have our different regions. So any of the courthouses in between there, I've probably touched on a few of them.
All right, great. Now, I want to ask you about how, as an FDLE analyst, how do you determine or examine an item of evidence to know if there is blood on that item? Can you explain that process to us?
Yes, if I'm examining an item of evidence, I'm going to look at it to see if it has red-brown staining that may be possibly present, as that's somewhat characteristics of what a blood stain would look like. If I observe red-brown staining on the item, I'm going to perform what's called a presumptive test, which is just a chemical change test that tells me whether or not blood is probably present, but what it possibly isn't. I cannot confirm that it is blood, but I can say that blood is possibly present. That color change test takes a clear liquid, and it turns pink if blood is possibly present.
Okay. Did you receive known samples in this particular case of the defendant Dima Tower and also Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
In what forms did you receive those known samples, Ms. Webster?
I received a buccal swab from Dima Tower, and I received a blood stain card from Robbie Tower and a blood stain card from Jennifer Tower.
Okay. Now, as to the buccal swab from Dima Tower, did you obtain a complete DNA profile for Dima Tower?
Yes, I did.
And as to the blood stain cards, did you obtain complete DNA profiles for both Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so did you also receive items of evidence, or did your lab receive items of evidence from the Northport Police Department?
Yes, we did.
Can you please tell the members of the jury, and without going through the entire list, if you could just tell us about items 6.1 and 7.8?
May I refer to my notes?
You may, if it would help to refresh your recollection.
Item 6.1 is described as a DNA sample that was taken from the knife blade.
Okay, and 6.1, was that derived from a kitchen knife? And you
Yes.
Thank you. And then as to item 7.8, can you tell us what that item of evidence is?
Item 7.8 is described as a DNA sample from knife 6's handle.
Okay, thank you. All right. So speaking specifically of those two items, 6.1, the knife blade, and 7.8, the knife handle, and those are from two distinct knives. Am
That's
I
correct.
Thank you. Okay. Did FDLE test those items?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you please explain the initial results of that test?
Item 6 is the kitchen knife did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means I did that presumptive color change test that I described earlier, and there was a color change for pink. So the results that it gave chemical indications for blood.
All right, and what about 7.8? Just as to the blood, the serology.
That's right. Yes. So there was, I also did obtain, there was chemical indications for the presence of blood on item 7.8 as well.
Thank you. Now let's go back to 6.1. Once you found the chemical indications for the presence of blood on that knife blade, what was the next step in the analysis?
After that, I would have taken there was a sampling taken of the knife handle and the blade, and then the samples would have been placed in a tube that I described earlier and taken through that 4-step process as I described it in order to try to develop a DNA profile for each of those items.
Okay. And what were the DNA results that you obtained from the knife blade, item 6.1?
So for item 6.1, the knife blade, the DNA results obtained demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Okay, and were you able to determine of any of those donors in that particular item, 6.1, the knife blade?
I was able to include Dima Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 61,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Dima Tower and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
Were you also given an indication of one of the other donors in that mixture?
I was able to include Robbie Tower as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
Okay, so if we can break that down just into layperson's language, can you just simplify that for the members of the jury?
As I mentioned in the statistic, it's giving away, the type of statistic I'm giving you is called a likelihood ratio, and it's comparing 2 opposing hypotheses. So it's comparing whether or not the person of interest could be given the DNA profile, the person of interest could be the donor of the profile versus if an unknown individual could be the donor of the evidence profile observed. In this case, I'm giving weight to whether or not, for the evidence, if Dima Tower is included, the likelihood for the DNA profile is approximately 67,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from him versus non-related individual. I'm giving weight more to each of those scenarios, and it's on a sliding scale. So if a likelihood ratio of 1 just means that it's neutral. It doesn't give weight to either one of those scenarios. As you get higher above 1, the number 1, it gives weight more to my first scenario of the person of interest being the possible donor of that DNA profile. As it gets lower from 1, it's stating that it's supporting more of that second hypothesis, or that an unknown individual is the one that donated that DNA profile.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the knife handle from 7.8, the other knife, the second knife. Can you please tell us about the results after you did your analysis, Ms. Weister?
The DNA results for item 7.8 demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors to the mixture, that data wasn't interpretable. So I'm only making comparisons to the major DNA profile. This major DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Robbie Tower. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Robbie Tower than from an unrelated individual.
Thank you. Now, I just want to ask you a question regarding this particular evidence. So these knives were in a kitchen, and presumably they were used by all the members of the family at any given time. The family members being Robbie Tower, Jennifer Tower, and Dima Tower. So what distinguishes the DNA that you found on these two knives? What's the distinction? Is it because you found chemical indications for the presence of blood as opposed to touch DNA?
Objection leading?
Yeah, let's try not to be
All
so
right.
leading in your question.
Thank you.
Do
So-
you understand the question as a general concept? Can you explain touch DNA versus blood DNA? Okay, I think that's the question.
Please.
Yes, so if blood DNA from blood, blood is as a body fluid in general, would produce more DNA or leave more DNA behind than just touching an item. However, I can't say in this case as to which one those came from, as the knives may have been handled as stated by everyone throughout the family. I can't state whether or not the DNA is exclusively from blood or from epithelial cells.
Thank you. But based upon your analysis, were there chemical indications for the presence of blood on both knives?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. May I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, and well yourself.
All right. So when you're examining these items of evidence, you examine essentially what's submitted, right?
Correct.
You don't go to the individual law enforcement headquarters and pick and choose what they give to you.
That is correct.
All right. So if they give you, for example, an actual physical knife, you would go through and do all of the swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct.
If they don't give you the physical knife, they just give you whatever the swabs are, you test from the swabs, correct?
Correct.
So you're entirely at the discretion of what is submitted to you as far as what gets tested.
Correct.
All right. And that system is automated, correct?
What do you mean by automated?
I mean, you don't go in and with like a pair of tweezers and pull out DNA, right?
No, I don't use a tweezer to go in. I do the process that we described.
Right. It's automated through machinery, right?
Yes, there are some hands-on portions, but yes, there are some machinery that helps with that.
And the peaks and valleys are essentially computer generated results, correct?
Correct.
All right. The statistical analysis that you do has changed since you started in 2009, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And it used to be that you would give numbers like 1 in 15 and make like sounding like really horrible made up numbers for a statistical analysis, correct? And you'd have to count the number of zeros to describe the number?
Yes, we still do that. There's still big numbers now.
Okay. But it sounds to me like you said that the 2 times that you discovered Robbie Tower's DNA, that statistical likelihood was 700 billion times more likely, correct?
I stated that it's greater than 700 billion times more likely.
Okay. And then for the one instance where you indicated that you found Dima Tower in a mixture, it was 67,000, correct?
Approximately 61,000.
Okay. I think you said both 61 and 67, so it's 61?
It's 61,000.
Okay. And that's obviously closer to zero than 700 billion, right?
Yes?
Okay. And again, we're talking about a mixture, correct?
Yes, for
All right.
both samples.
And using the statistical analysis the way that you do, if you were to use a separate database than the one that you use, would you expect similar or different results?
Objection calls for speculation.
Would you be speculating, or do you know the answer to that?
I generally know the answer to that.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it.
It would be slightly different, but I wouldn't expect there to be more than a tenfold difference.
Right, so back when you're talking about the big, huge numbers, if we're talking 700 billion, the tenfold difference would be 70 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
State any redirect of the witness.
Did you find blood on those two knives?
Yes, I did find the indications for blood, yes.
Okay. And in addition, did you also find DNA from Robbie Tower and Dima Tower?
I was able to include Robbie Tower and Dima Tower on item 6.1.
And is that the bottom line of your report? In the most simplistic reductionist terms, is that the bottom line of your report?
Those are the results of my reporting, yes.
Thank you very much.
Is the witness free to step down?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, you may step down now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Folks, as you recall, when we talked about scheduling, this is the witness this morning. The next witness is not available till 1 o'clock. So let's see, it's 11:51. Is an hour enough for you folks for lunch? I see the jurors say that's fine. Does that work for the parties?
It does, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's start back up.
Dr. Vega is 1:15. Let's make it 1:15. Sorry.
1:15, okay? We'll see everybody at 1:15, okay? Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Have a nice lunch. Remember, do not discuss anything with each other, and don't observe, read, watch anything related to this case, okay? Everybody stand, jurors exiting.
Anything other than natural disease.
All right. And what is your jurisdiction as a medical examiner?
As the district medical examiner for this current district of District 12, my jurisdiction includes DeSoto and Manatee counties, as well as Sarasota County.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your formal education, please?
Certainly. I got my undergraduate degree at Florida State University. I majored in physics and biochemistry at FSU. After graduating there, I went to medical school at the University of South Florida in Tampa. Following medical school, I did 2 years of training in general surgery and then 4 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology. Pathology is the subspecialty of medicine that deals with diagnosing diseases by looking at fluids, different laboratory tests, biopsies, organs removed at surgery, and by doing autopsies. And after all of that, I did a 1-year fellowship or subspecialty year in forensic pathology, and that's the branch of pathology which specializes in autopsy and in death investigations.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination that is performed on somebody who's died. And that exam can be performed for different reasons, but generally it's to identify any diseases, complications, anatomic abnormalities, injuries, or other things which might be of interest to either doctors who order that or in our realm for medical examiner autopsies to figure out what the cause and the manner of death are.
All right, thank you. So I want to take you back to September 3rd of 2023, Doctor.
Yes.
Did you go to the death scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
And you tell the members of the jury, what are the advantages or the reasons for a medical examiner such as you to go to the death scene itself?
By examining the scene of a death where the body is still there, there is certain information which can be gathered, which can be helpful in the coming process of doing the autopsy at some later point, or to gather information which might be useful for law enforcement or other agencies at that point in their investigation. Some of the things that are of value in that scene investigation then are the ability to try to put together the circumstances that led up to the death, the evaluation of where the actual injuries that led to death occurred and whether or not they occurred elsewhere or at the site where the body was, and to get an idea of what the nature of the injuries or potential injuries, before we get out there, perhaps we don't know, but the nature of the injuries that led to the person's death. Finally, we might get information that leads us to a rough estimate of how long a person has been deceased and at that site.
Okay, and that is a rough estimate, isn't it, Doctor?
Very rough, yes.
Okay, because on TV shows, you always have a detective saying, how long has this person been dead? And the doctor says 2 hours and 27 minutes. Is that possible?
It is possible with certain elements, such as some kind of device which is tracing an individual's vital signs at the time, or even better, a surveillance video or something of that nature.
Right.
But just based on the autopsy findings, it can almost never be that precise.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to the death scene and did that examination that you talked about, looking at the circumstances surrounding it, the nature of the wounds, et cetera, did there come a time when the bodies of Robbie and Jennifer Tower were transported to the morgue?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform an autopsy on both Mr. and Mrs. Tower, Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Yes, I performed autopsies on each of them.
When did those autopsies take place?
So the autopsies were performed on September 3rd of 2023.
Okay. Doctor, I'm showing you have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 34A through 34K. And that includes double G, so 34G and 34 double G. Take a look at those for me, please.
Certainly. I've reviewed them.
Do you recognize these photos, Doctor, as the photographs that were taken
at the time you autopsied the body of Robbie Tower?
They are, yes.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the procedure of the autopsy that you conducted?
They are.
Your Honor, I'm offering State's Exhibit 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, 34E, F, G, 34 double G, 34H, 34I, 34J, and 34K. Into evidence, please.
Any objection to 34A through K and double G?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's better if you put those lights down and keep these on. Let's see.
Is it routine practice, doctor, to take photographs during the course of the autopsy?
It is.
Why?
Photographs are the best form of documentation that we have, especially for external findings on the body. I can make notes, I can make verbal descriptions of findings, but nothing conveys the nature of many findings, especially injuries on the body, like a photograph does.
Let's look first at State's Exhibit 34A. And we're going to talk about some of the markings that you have as part of the autopsy procedure, specifically the letters that we find on Mr. Tower's body.
Yes.
So we're going to go first, even though this is not in chronological or numerical order on your autopsy report, but we're going to go first to the stab wounds on Robbie Tower's face, please.
Yes.
And by the way, were you able to document how many stab wounds were inflicted on Mr. Tower?
I was, although the determination is, it may not be exactly what somebody else would have determined with the same findings, because there's such a variation in terms of how deep or how severe or superficial the injuries are, that some of them I didn't classify necessarily as a counted stab wound or cut wound, but I did note the other injuries in my report. So in total, for Mr. Tower, I counted 68 stab or cutting type wounds, with more that were small or superficial or subtle wounds that were probably sustained in the same way, but not totally characteristic stab or cut wounds.
But at least 68 distinctive stab wounds that you could identify as such.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's look now at State's Exhibit 34A, and I'd like to talk about the wounds that you cataloged on the face of Mr. Tower. So let's talk about those, if you would, please.
Certainly.
So we can start anywhere you like, Doctor. If you want to start on the upper right cheek, or upper left cheek, pardon me.
Certainly. So the injuries that we see on the face here are this largest wound, which was labeled with the letter H, the much smaller and very superficial wound labeled T here, and then the wound on the chin labeled I. And I think it's maybe important to notice that, or to note that when I was assigning these letters, to some extent, it well, it was largely a random application. I did it based on the letters I had at the time and what I was examining at the time, and it doesn't have any correlation to timing or anything else with the injuries.
I understand. All right, thank you.
So of these, H is the most visible on the skin, obviously. I believe, is two separate wounds which are just joined. In other words, they were very close together and seemed to form one single wound. Of these wounds, none of them cause any major injury. The injuries really just involve soft tissue only.
And in addition to these that we can see in 34A, I want to move to 34B. And take a look at the wound that you called S, which was also included as a stab wound to the face.
Yes.
Can you please tell us a little bit about this wound?
This wound is a wound which involves the back edge of the ear. So this is the left ear. So in this photo, the nose would have been oriented here, and the back of the head here, the neck over here. And this wound essentially cut through all of the tissue over the back edge of the ear, essentially at the same level as the ear canal here.
Right, next, let's look at 34C, please. Now we're going to move on to your recitation of the stab wounds of the back. And the back of the neck, I should say. So let's look at this photograph, 34C, and there's quite an extensive amount of lacerations here. So would you please just start wherever you like and talk about them?
So all of these injuries are relatively similar, meaning that are all injuries that are inflicted with a sharp instrument like a knife. There are some which are longer on the skin than others, or that are wider. I would not take that to mean that they were inflicted with a different instrument. They might all have been inflicted with the same instrument. It depends on what's done with that knife once it's in the skin. It's very easy to flex a little bit along the skin with the blade and cause the stab wound to be longer on the skin. And also the tension on the skin is what determines how wide the injury appears here. So even though these injuries on the back of the neck and the upper back have varying appearances, they all were potentially really sustained in the same way with a stab with a knife. Of these injuries, the vast majority of all of these, that includes the clusters of injuries on the back of the neck, the very upper back here, and lower in the back, that for the most part, these injuries involved only soft tissue and did not penetrate to any deeper major blood vessels or organs.
So would a person have been able to survive if they had only sustained these injuries and even the ones on the face?
Potentially, yes. Long-term complications, of course, could ensue, but in the short term, yes.
I understand. Okay. So I would also like to go to 34D because that's hard to see in this photograph. And there's a stab.
This here? This is.
No,
Oh.
I'm sorry, my 34D.
Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Photograph 34D, because there's a stab wound on the neck end, which I'd like you to talk about. And I wasn't able to find a photograph that included that on the larger 34C. So can you tell us a little bit about N?
Yes, although it will help if I refer to my my records here. And,
Refresh your recollection, yes.
yeah, and
It appears to be a cluster of a number of wounds that you just cataloged as M.
yes. So this cluster is involving the left side of the neck. What I describe in my report is it's posterolateral, meaning it's the side of the neck and toward the back, so the back left side of the neck. And there are several stab wounds that you see here. I counted this as 5, but some of the stab wounds I think that you can see on the edges of this photo were included in another grouping.
Let's go now to, I'm going to backtrack a little bit and go to a wound on the scalp. We're going to look at State's Exhibit 34E. And that's going to be the first wound that you talked about in your report.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about this.
For orientation, this is the top of the scalp, so this is the very edge of the left ear that you're seeing here. The right ear would be more or less over here in this photograph if it were extended. And this is a short stab wound, essentially right to the top of the head.
Superficial as well.
It is. Of all the injuries that we've discussed so far, none of them, with the possible exception of one, really caused any significant deeper injury. It was all soft tissue injury.
Okay. Let's move next to State's Exhibit 34F. And now we're going to talk about the left side of the neck.
Yes.
And the injuries that were inflicted to Mr. Tower. It looks like there's a lot of clusters there. You can just go through that for the members of the jury, please.
Yes. And I would point out that we've already looked at, in closer detail, at this cluster here and at the injury to the left ear here. What we really haven't seen before is this cluster over the left upper neck and cheek area that's labeled J, and then these other clusters which are at the base of the neck and over the top of the shoulder region here that are M, L, R, K, and G.
Now I'm going to I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, and I'm going to go to the larynx because that's how you discussed it in your report. So let's look now at State's 34G. And first of all, will you tell the members of the jury, might be oversimplifying, you probably know this already, but where is the larynx located?
So the larynx is the medical word for the voice box. The front part of the larynx is what you feel in your neck, is the Adam's apple. What we see in this photograph is the larynx removed from the neck, and for orientation, this is the base of the tongue here. So this is the front of the specimen. This is the back of the specimen. This is the larynx structure itself, and the larynx has a cartilaginous backing to it that can be pretty hard. I opened that so that I could look at the internal surface of the larynx. This is the epiglottis, and that's the flap which closes over your airway when you're swallowing or eating. This is your vocal cord here and here. This structure is called the false vocal fold. It looks like a vocal cord, but it's not. The rest of what we see is injury. There's some bruising here and a cut here in this tissue to the side of the larynx. And then there are large cuts here, here, there, and here. There's also one there that you can see a little bit of bruising from on the other side here, which these cuts go through the full thickness of the tissue. And these were cuts which were the the end points of stab wounds which originated on the neck. Some of those we've seen, those were the stab wounds of the left side of the neck, mostly in that J cluster. And then on the right side, probably at least one was from some wounds on the right side of the neck that we have not looked at yet.
How many separate perforations were you able to see in this, in Mr. Towers' larynx?
I found 6.
Now, I also see some, what is that white, is that used as a trajectory rod? That white thin object that we see on, yeah, what is that?
This is really, it's just a small wooden stick that I improvised to use to hold this open because there's a lot of tension here. And if I don't have something holding it open, it'll close and you won't be able to see the structures here as well. So I just used this essentially to prop it open so I could photograph the findings.
And those other instruments are also to keep it open?
Yes, these are what we call forceps. They're like tweezers.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at another picture of the larynx, please. Maybe might be helpful. This is 34 double G. And can you just orient us? Is there anything on this photograph that helps the jury to see those 6 separate perforations of the larynx?
Well, the perforations here to the side, I think you get a better feel for the extent of this. This is, I'm encircling the opening here on the left side of the larynx. You can see that one perhaps a little more clearly too, and then you can better appreciate the bruising you see in the tissue adjacent to that here in the soft tissue or mucosa which forms the wall of the larynx on both the left side and the right side here too to some extent.
What happens to somebody's larynx or voice box when they sustain this kind of injury?
It would certainly impede your ability to vocalize or speak. Because the larynx isn't transected, it's hard to know exactly what that effect would be. It's possible that one still could have been able to vocalize or speak some, but it's also possible that that might have been greatly impaired.
Thank you. I'd like to go to State's Exhibit 34H now, and we're going to look at some more injuries to Mr. Towers' face and his head. So can you please tell us about T?
Yes, T is a single stab wound. I want to make sure that I separate that out for you.
That's found under your...
Yes.
Yeah, on page...
So T does, even though it's not particularly long, it does potentially go deep to the level of where the carotid artery was. And unfortunately, because there's a lot of injuries which are coalescent under the skin, it didn't allow me necessarily to be able to correlate a single individual internal injury with the stab wound on the outside that caused it, because they commingled as the stab wounds went into the tissue. But it's possible that T caused an injury to the carotid artery, which is deep there.
So are you telling us that you don't know if T was the entrance point to injure the carotid artery, or that you're not sure if the carotid artery is actually injured?
The carotid artery was injured. I just wasn't sure which stab wound caused it.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And then let's look at O, that's on Mr. Towers' temple, or above his ear.
Yes. So O is not a deep injury, and normally I wouldn't necessarily have categorized that as one of the injuries that I would count and put a separate letter to. But in this case, I chose to do that to accentuate this particular finding. This is a scrape on the skin, what we call an abrasion. And the reason that I included this is it's a patterned abrasion. The pattern consists of multiple parallel lines that are perpendicular to this single line here and extending downward from that. You see 3 or 4 of them there pretty clearly. I believe this is the same thing here, but they're blending together in this broader area of scraping here. This injury was probably sustained as a single impact or brush with a knife or possibly some other implement. Maybe this was from 2 impacts, one causing this and the other causing this with the scraping, almost looking like the teeth of a comb there.
All right, thank you. Then, I know that there were numerous stab wounds to Mr. Towers' right and left shoulders, but I want to move on to the stab wounds of the chest, please. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to 34A so that we can look at those again. So we use this photograph, 34A, to talk about the wounds on Mr. Towers' face. Now I'd like to see if we can't focus on his chest, of which there are 4 wounds. So let's talk about those 4 perforations, please.
Certainly. The 4 I think you're referring to are the labeled injuries of F, C, B, and A. There are a few smaller superficial injuries that are really scratches, essentially, up here, at the top left of his chest, and then down here on the upper part of the right side of his abdomen. Those are the kind of injuries I was talking about before that I didn't necessarily number, but were additional injuries that he had sustained. With regard to the 4 numbered ones, though, A is the largest of these and perhaps thus draws your attention most immediately. These are all shorter on the skin. All of these penetrated some distance into the soft tissue. None of these injuries really caused, or these stab wounds caused any deeper injury, only soft tissue injury, with the possible exception of B, which probably nicked the internal mammary artery. It's a small artery which runs inside, well, on the underside of the sternum. And based on the way that the dissection is done, I thought that B had nicked that artery, but it was just hard to tell. It would have been a small injury. Over time, it could have caused some significant bleeding, but not one that I would have expected to immediately cause death.
So again, with these 4, if medical assistance had been forthcoming, they would not have been fatal.
That's correct.
I'd also like to look at the stab wounds at the back. Can you have those cataloged on page 9 of your report? And again, I'm going to revisit one of my exhibits, states 34C. So let's talk about those wounds to Mr. Towers' back, please, his upper back.
Yes, so the injuries to his back, especially if you mean by upper back, all these that you can see in the letters.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Again, these are injuries which are of different sizes and shapes, but all, in my opinion, sustained in the same way with a stab wound by an instrument like a knife. Of these, I have small clusters such as DD, and then I have individual injuries like FF, BB, EE, and GG, and a small cluster here of HH. Of all of these injuries, there was only one which was in the cluster of DD, which caused more than just soft tissue injury. And one of those in DD appears to have caused a small injury in the spinal cord by passing deep enough to go past the spine, the bones around the spinal cord, and to nick the spinal cord there.
Then I'm going to go to 34I to continue with the injuries to the back. So this encompasses the injuries that we just saw and a few more that are down on Mr. Tower's left side, and sort of his shoulder there, on his left shoulder, and also on his left arm.
Yes.
So can you just briefly go through those?
Yes. So this is an injury to the back of his left shoulder, an injury to his lower left chest on the side, and an injury to his left forearm. Of these, this is again the most visually noticeable of the injuries, and I would call this more of a slashing kind of injury. It was not extremely deep, but does have a broad length on the skin. This involved only soft tissue without any other major injury, as did this injury I. The stab wound K went a little more deeply and did have a little penetration into the lung cavity, which is right below there. And it put a small stab wound into the lower lobe of the left lung. It was a small penetration, and there was very little bleeding, and there was really no collapse of the left lung on that side. So I think over time, that could have been a potentially serious injury, but I believe that Mr. Tower died before it had a chance to manifest it being more serious, and that it really didn't cause him any particular impairment during the time of his life following the first infliction of injuries till the time he passed.
Now, there are also numerous injuries on the upper and lower, especially the upper extremities, the arms, left and right arms, and also some to the legs, both the right and left leg. But I want to talk to you about defensive wounds, if any. Did you see any sign of defensive wounds?
He did have injuries to his hands, which can be considered or might be described by some people as defensive wounds.
Okay, so let's look at those photographs, which are 34J, and I have another one that's just a close-up of 34J, 34K. When you look at those, can you tell if those are defensive wounds?
What I can tell you is that this particular injury is consistent with a knife blade coming across the finger like this. And it's characteristic of the kind of injury one would sustain while trying to grab a knife.
you told us that based upon your count, it appeared that Mr. Tower sustained approximately 68, give or take, 68 wounds. Can you tell us what was the specific cause of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes. Despite the vast number or the high number of those stab wounds, the stab wounds that really were significant were the ones in the neck that ended up injuring a couple of different large vessels. The carotid artery we've already talked about was one. Another artery was the subclavian artery, which is the artery that goes from the aorta over to the shoulders. It goes through the base of the neck. Of course, there were many other smaller vessels which were cut as a result of all of these stabs. It was the bleeding from all of those injuries, especially the carotid and subclavian arteries, but all of those injuries which were his cause of death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of Mr. Tower's death?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that opinion is, please?
In my opinion, the manner of death was and remains homicide.
I want to move on now to Jennifer Towers, please. Dr. Vega, I'm showing you would have been marked for identification as States Exhibit 33A through 33Q. Look at those for me, please.